Jan Assmann, on the other hand, develops the notion of communicative memory, a variety of collective memory based on everyday communication. This form of memory resembles the exchange in oral cultures or the memories collected through oral traditions. According to Assmann, memories of the dead are the primal form of cultural memory. Funerals and burials provide those an entry to the collective memory of community. The most obvious connection to cultural memory is established by the clusters of graves, which provided through their presence and visibility an anchor in time and space. Burial, the ritual interment of the dead, is guided by cultural ideas and traditions concerning the afterlife and continued relationships of the living with ancestors. Mortuary rituals of several stages, woven into lengthy ritual cycles, are often practiced by societies in which kinship is the principal means of social organization. Those who participated in any social order are considered to have collective memories. On the other hand, we will see how remembering and practicing between generations are also reality, so they changes. Long-term necropolis research in Ionia and its colonies provides some important hints to understand the role of the social memory and burial customs of these Ionian and colony cities. The link between Abdera cemeteries to Clazomenae and Teos clearly shows the social need of self-presentation by using the burial as an instrument. The change of community in Abdera after the second colonization period in mid-6th century, the burial types and practice started to follow the teen examples, or at least they differ from their earlier Clazomenian types, the mother colony. In Clazomenae, we already know 7 necropolis that is excavated, and the excavations in one of them is still, or 2 of them is still going on. Whereas, unfortunately, in Teos, the picture is rather patchy. So we have them from rescue excavations, although in recent years there are several burials covered and studied and still going on as a master thesis or PhDs, and also published. From Abdera, the earliest settlement, from the Clazomenian period, which is dated back to 600 BCs, the cemetery is also excavated by our colleagues from the Ephorate, from the museum, and is very well actually documented. So we can maybe try to build a connection between them. 3 cemeteries associated with Clazomenian colony have been excavated at Ampholos, Palichora, and Chotolavado. I hope I'm pronouncing them correctly. And they are all dated between 650 and 570, where I'm going to also concentrate from Clazomenae the same period between 650 and starting from 650. So I will leave the earlier graves from Clazomenae for now. In Abdera, the burials are irregularly arranged, one adjacent to other, sometimes on 2 levels, where we know exactly from the Clazomenian cemeteries of Clazomenae, both in Abdera and Clazomenae itself. Pots, cooking pots, amphorae, and small jars are usually used for infant burials or for children, which is the same, and reflect the Clazomenian cemeteries arrangement. When we come to the burial types itself, in Clazomenae, necropolis shows that cremation was a standard rite for adults until the last 3 decades of 7th century. So until 630, 620, actually we don't, so far we don't have any inhumation. And they were all primary cremations. There is most of the case a shallow pit where the corpse is burnt, and the limit of the cremation is reached at the most. When the limit of the cremation is reached at the most, it was like more more or less 6 quadrat meters. And we haven't found any communal area or pyre at the cemetery where the cremation ceremony was performed, at least for the cemeteries after 7th century. The place was the corpse was placed directly on the firewood, and then the left of the I can show it better here. This is from different cemeteries of Klazomenai, and the remains of the burned wood. The heat must have been very intense, and because in every cremation we have also found that the dedications were also made during the cremation itself. So you can find several vases which are come together, the pottery comes together, the fragments come together, partly burned, partly not burned. And when the fire was extinguished by sand, or probably by a low mound, was also made on top of them. So it was already in the place itself. The bones were not collected and are always found dispersed together with waste fragments. In almost every grave in cremation burials, especially in Akpınar and in Met necropolis, we found this tomba, and then on top of it there is always a kytra or a lopas where animal bones were found, which indicates that there was a ceremonial feasting after the burial was completed. In Teos, on the other hand, we don't know where the 7th century burials are, but we know some 6th century cremations, not too much, but in the beginning of the 6th century, they are also primary cremations. The grave goods are various in Klazomenai, from drinking vessels to aribaloi, and to some personal jewelry we can find in the cremations itself. In Abdera, we also see from 650 BC cremation burials excavated by Scarletidu, our colleague. I deeply honor her here. She made a great job in Abdera, and that also the primary, they were also primary cremations. So just like in Klazomenai itself, you would see that the grave goods were also given with the cremation, and they were partly burned and not collected and not put in an urn. However, from Teos, there is only one late geometric crater in debate that if it is a urne or not. It is published a couple of times. The last publication by Khan Iran suggests that it was not an urne. So I leave this for now, but come to late 6th century and onwards cremation burials of Teos. From late 6th century onwards, the classical period and later cremations, in Teos, they start to be in urns. So they start to collect the bones and put them in urn. And we have several of examples from Teos, from the rescue excavations for that. I should here exactly again note that in Klazomenai we never had the urn tradition. And even after 570, after 630, 620, the cremation started to be abandoned in Klazomenai. Whereas in Teos and in Abdera itself, cremation burials continue, and actually after the second colonization of Abdera, Abdera cremation starts to repeat teen examples. What happens in Klazomenai after 630, the inhumation for adults becomes a prominent burial custom. And we can see that in various types of Klazomenian sarcophagi, it continues the tradition in burying in sarcophagi or big pithoi. The first, or the so far earliest sarcophagus from Clazomenae is dated to 630 BC. I think this is a very interesting example in resembling the memory of a community, how it is in change or in transition from cremation to inhumation, because this sarcophagus had also a cremation on top of it, just like 10 centimeters before the, or on top of the level. And it was like a real cremation that you would find in other clusters of Clazomenae, of Akpenar Cemetery, but what was burned was animals. It was goat bones. It was mainly for the ceremony. So during this actually change of burial custom, they still had this small feast of cremation together with this sarcophagus. It's a wooden type sarcophagus, very deep, and they are the earliest examples that are completely different from what we call now a canonical Clazomenian sarcophagi, the trapezoidal types. And it imitates a wooden sarcophagus. From that onwards, the sarcophagi between 630, 620, and 580, so in that period, they are either apsidal in form, like the ones here, and they have the very deep, 2 meters of deep, and they have decoration inside and outside of the burial, of the sarcophagus. I please ask you kindly to keep this Aribolos in mind. It is from probably from Euboea, and I will come back at the very end of my slides to this back. These first Clazomenian sarcophagi have been published and discussed a lot, and they are very much in the shape of the Egyptian typology that we know. Clazomenae was one of the, Clazomenians were one of the soldiers under the Psammetichos I in around 650 in his army. So the idea is that actually they took not only the type of the grave, not only the type of the sarcophagus itself or the holder itself, but also the from cremation to protecting the body intact in this period, and brought it to Clazomenae. There are some also in 6th century from Samos. They are also in the anthropomorphic types, or in like in Clazomenae examples as a wooden imitation boxes. One of the Clazomenian sarcophagi of 610 and 600 dated by an alabastron, Corinthian alabastron inside it. It's a prominent one. It's like a house-shaped, and it's just like a house model, just like the ones from Samos, from Perechora, and there is an ekphora on top of it. This is a unique example so far, what we have. But it repeats what we know from prothesis or from ekphora scenes as like in German, the build. So we have the deceased in the middle, and there are 2 women sitting on a foot side and head side, and the soldiers are accompanying the dead or the deceased to the cemetery. So all the elements that we can see here actually are very known to us from Greek world, or from the Vari sarcophagus here, from the terracotta group. You can see the birds here as well, and Clazomenian example also repeats this schema. From 100 90 from or from 600 from 600 or 590, sorry, the Clazomenian sarcophagi starts to change in shape, and they slowly start to become the canonical type of Clazomenian sarcophagi. I'm not going to go to the details of the typology here, but just to give you a small example of how they were arranged. Grave offerings are very rich in cremation burials. So here they are very rich, and I showed you before as well. But then when the tradition of inhumation burial starts, the grave goods of Clazomenae starts to be reduced. So you have, just like a schema, alabastron aribalos, 1 or 2 rings, 1 fibula, and or 1 drinking vessels of Ionian type, of Clazomenian rosette bowel or Clazomenian bird bowels. We can see the same picture actually from Abdera itself as well, especially with the children burials. And Askos is a must in Clazomenian children burials, and from 7th century, Abdera examples are also more or less the same examples. The colony seems to have maintained close link between Clazomenae and with northern Ionia more generally, as indicated by large quantities of East Greek pottery and Hanian amphorae in the late 7th and early 6th centuries cemeteries. When the Teos arrived at Abdera in the mid-6th century, they settled alongside an existing population of Clazomenian origin. Indeed, the late 6th and the early 5th century mortuary record to Abdera strongly suggests that this Cretan population grouped persisted at Abdera with burial practices that remained strongly distinct from those of the new settlers. In evidence from the 6th century BC onwards, graves suggest that introduction of new burial customs probably due to Teos colonization period. Tumuli were erected and contained a number of graves, often of several generations. This significantly altered the flat river and the marsh landscape to one with many man-made hills visible to everyone. The bodies of the deceased were placed in terracotta or stone sarcophagi made out of sandstone. The sarcophagi were well-worked, heavy and expensive objects which come into contrast to the limited rich burial offerings also in Abdera. Pottery, both local and imported, is the common offerings in this period as well. Burial practices of this period, the demonstration of wealth was low, perhaps associated with the Teos burial customs and the domestic ethos of the 5th century BC rather than degree of economic power of the polis, which we know that it was very, actually, especially in 6th century, very strong and economical situation, the Abdera. I will finish with these pictures from the grave of our professor Güven Bakır, who was the first excavator of Clazomenian cemeteries. And I also will ask you to come back to this Aribalos here, that is now in his, depicted in his grave. So collective memory is not a passive inheritance, but an active tool for survival, adaptation, and identity formation. And often it consists from collected memories. It becomes dynamic, constituted, and highly symbolic. When a group migrates, they don't just bring possessions with them. They bring a package of cultural memories embedded in rituals, objects, and stories. This package serves as a cultural anchor for them. There are literally 2 markers dedicated to the same person in this burial. One of them is his beloved Aribalos when it's found in 1995, and his Actually, in Introduction to Archaeology, this was his first words to the first-year students. So it was collected by his family as to put in his gravestone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that stimulating presentation. Now we proceed to our third speaker, Elif Kopperal, who will speak about tumuli as landmarks of social memory and autochthony, a perspective from Ionia. Yes, it's clear.
I think we are going to stay in Klazomenai a bit more. But it's not, okay. And also in the archaic period. First of all, of course, I would like to thank the organizers. I was aware of the network, and previously I missed the chance to present in Istanbul. So I feel blessed that, for having the opportunity to be here. Okay, today, how does it work? Okay, most of the evidence on tumuli that I will be presenting here is part of the survey data that we conducted in the Urla-Çeşme Peninsula from 2006 to 2021. There is a sound. Is it okay, the sound? Okay. Although the fieldwork is not continuing, mostly due to the permit issues today, the desktop analysis, data processing, and the publishing are still going on. You may follow the project from this website, which I try to keep updated as possible. So the survey area is like 1,600 square kilometers, and the settlement history is dated from the Neolithic period. And it is also the setting of 4 Ionian polis, Klazomenai, Teos, Erythrae, and Lebedos, which gave us an exceptional opportunity to compare and define their chori, their territory. So it's not working now. Okay.
A little bit stronger.
No, okay. Okay. So in 15 years of fieldwork, we were able to record more than 500 archaeological sites dated from the Neolithic to Roman period. And this rich data set gave us a deep insight about the organization of the rural territories around the Ionian polis and also the Ionian polis itself. So one of the oh. Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Here, maybe. Oh, here. That's it.
Hmm? So where? Here? Okay, now, yeah. Sorry about that. So one of the main outcomes of the project is about the frontiers or the borders of the chori around the polis. And the spatial analysis executed in the GIS environment indicated that tumuli were one of the most significant markers of the polis borders, together with the forts, watchtowers, extra-urban cult places, and border marks during the formation of the polis dated to the early archaic period. So far, during the surveys, 440 tumuli are recorded by ground truthing, and most of them are in the territories of Klazomenai and Teos. It worth to give a thought on the lacking of tumuli in the Erythrae Kora, but I will come back to that later. So tumuli in Urla-Çeşme Peninsula are dated from early archaic into the Hellenistic period. The building techniques are variant. The building material and the spatial features, as well as their distribution over the landscape, points out distinctive features of the tumuli, which is not basically about their dating. I'm sorry about that. So it's been almost a decade since Tumulus as Sema, edited by Uta Kelp and Olivia Henry, is published. The book brings together a great variety of cases from an extensive geography, but surprisingly nothing from Ionia. As Susan Alcock writes in the introduction of the book, the tumulus is one of the most widespread burial types in the ancient world, and indeed, a quick look at the World Heritage List, one may clearly understand that these bumps on the land was a global way of praising the dead, from Phrygia to Korea, from Balkans to Bahrain in the Persian Gulf. The impact of tumuli on the landscape, as well as their symbolic meanings, makes them a unique phenomenon situated between the nature and the culture, present and the past. And as Zeynep Akture in her comprehensive article published in 2024 gives us a great scope of the tumuli inscribed as heritage, and UNESCO's flagship World Heritage Program was initiated by the approval of the 1972 Convention concerning the protection of the world cultural heritage and natural heritage, which began with the inscription of a tumulus. So far, many tumuli landscapes are covered by that program. For example, in 2019, Dilmun burial mounds dated from the 4th millennium BC at Bahrain, and very recently in 2023, Gaia tumuli at Korea, dated from the 6th century AD, and Gordion tumuli, dated from 8th century BC in Turkey, were inscribed on the World Heritage List. And as far as we know, Nemrutla was the earliest inscription in 1987. I will not get into the details of that one, but it is on a huge mountaintop, which is like 2,200 meters, and it is visible from a very large territory. So moving closer to Ionia, the Lydian tumuli of Bintepeler at Sardis was on the Turkey's tentative list of World Heritage since the 2013, and very recently, again this year, inscribed on the UNESCO Heritage List. So the property, importantly, consists of the largest tumuli cemetery in Turkey, with at least 149 tumuli under the name of 1,000 mounds, located on a fertile agricultural landscape, a plain. And meanwhile, it is reported by Christopher Roosevelt that 510 tumuli were mapped in the Regional Landscape Archaeological Survey. So the tumuli of Lydia were also mentioned by Herodotus, as you see the quotation here. So they were part of the landscape since the antiquity, and they were recognized. So being inscribed on the heritage list is the final phase of the life cycle and biography of a tumuli. Although tumuli practice is a global way of praising the dead, they all had distinctive features in their local context, such as being landmarks. And mostly the first question about a tumulus is for whom it was built, probably a king, a local ruler, but also a woman or a man. But also we should ask who built it and how it was built. Or was it a state task or a communal process? How were they perceived after they were built? How were they perceived later as the remains of a past landscape? And how were they opened in the end? I mean, if they were excavated, looted, or opened for multiple uses. While I was writing this paper, there was another question on my mind. Generally, we archaeologists are always curious about the beginning, the earliest, the origin. But on the contrary, this time the voice in my mind was asking, when was the last time they built a tumulus on the world? So here's a good one at Salton Long Barrow in Scotland, which was built in 2017. And it was inspired by the Neolithic ones in Orkney, Scotland, which is dated back to the 2800 BC. So returning back to Anatolia, Nemrut, Phrygian, and Lydian tumuli, okay, it's part of our heritage, but also we should think about the other regions which are very much understudied, just like the Ionian landscapes or the tumuli of the Ionia. Unfortunately, due to the rapid urbanization in Izmir and environs, most of those tumuli are already destructed. And I will begin with one of those, which is called Seydiköy Tumulus, because it has a very interesting story, a very interesting life or a biography, because it was first built, destructed, and rebuilt, and become part of the modern landscape. So Seydiköy Tumulus near the Izmir airport in Gazi Emir is one of a kind, and it was a big one, and it was photographed in the 1970s and 80s. Also, travelogues gives us very intact information about this tumulus and many others around the Smyrna. And for example, you see some of them, mostly it was by the mid-19th century, and all of those travelers or the scholars said that that was a very large one, probably belonged to Andromache, or probably it was built by the leaders of the Ionian migration. And Arundel says, you know, there were two large tumuli, probably belonged to the founders of the colophon. Of course, I mean, they just made those interpretations with the knowledge of that era. So here you see the final phase of the tumulus. Now it is placed in front of a large shopping mall named Optimum AVM. And on the plate, right in front of it, it writes, "The monument you see here is a tumulus with a grave room built of large rectangular blocks. It is dated back to the Archaic period. It is one of the very small and very humble examples of many in the region, and this monument is reconstructed by the generous support of the Renaissance Holding." So it underlines that the tumulus was so small and humble, but on the other hand, the Renaissance Holding was very considerate and generous to rebuild this tumulus. Well, the fact is, this area was classified as an archaeological site together with the tumulus, but in 2008, that Renaissance Holding committed crime and began the construction of a huge shopping mall. But this is, of course, a very common story since we are living in a neoliberal world. And the conservation board, which was led by Güven Bakır in those days, stopped the construction and said that you should get a punishment for that. But then Güven Bakır had a very good idea. He said, no, we don't want the money, but you should build this tumulus. So that was the punishment for the Renaissance Holding. So in 2011, they started to build the tumulus. They moved its place to move like 50 meters, rebuild it, and placed it at the gate of the shopping mall. I believe it looks horrible, but still, you know, it gives us an idea or a, you know, how it was looking like or where it was. Okay, so the field reports of Ali Kazım Öz, who did surveys in this area, said that they were not able to record any tumuli in the southern part of Smyrna, where Seydiköy Tumulus was also located. And they were aware that, you know, the travelogues just noted down a group of many clusters of tumuli in that area, but probably they were all destructed during the large-scale urbanization in that part of the Izmir. Indeed, the map published by Benedict Gramer in 2014 shows the tumuli in Kaistros Valley, but the southern Smyrna territory looks completely empty. So on the other hand, across the bay around Old Smyrna, around Bayraklı area, the tumuli are recorded and they are abundant in numbers, including the famous Tantalos tomb, which was also recorded by Charles Texier in 1826. So now the second part of my presentation is focused on my research area, Urla-Çeşme Peninsula. So as I already mentioned, the field surveys in the peninsula revealed that tumuli are intriguing components of the cultural landscapes around the Ionian polis. And the works on tumuli in Ionia was mostly limited to the ones near the urban cores, and their excavation for dating and classifying the finds and the buried individuals. So in the 1980s, we know that there were many tumuli in the peninsula, and they were mostly excavated by the Izmir Museum. for example, in the small area which is called Dubatepe near Klazomenai, they excavated like 5 tumuli, but the reports are very short. I mean, we know there were sarcophagus in them, or how many people, and what were the gifts, but no other details. So Dubatepe, in fact, is a hilltop extending towards the sea, and there are well-preserved remains of a fort on the top. So it is not only a place for the tumuli, but it is also part of the network around the polis for defensive aims, part of the defensive network. And all 5 included terracotta sarcophagus. They had a crepice, and they were built of earth pile, and their diameter ranged between 15 and 25 meters, and they all had stone slab lids and a stone marker on top of them, as far as it is recorded by the excavators. So Nalbant Tepe, just across to Dubatepe, again is part of the Klozomanian territory, and they both topographically mark the fringes of the Astu, the Klozomanian Astu, and it is an elevated long hill which is visible both from sea and land. In 1981, on that hill, Nalbant Tepe, 2 tumuli were excavated by the museum, and both dated from the Archaic period, and they had the same features with the Dubatepe tumuli, and more or less they were looking same. So in 2001, we made a revisit to this area, and this time Nalbant, both hilltops, Dubatepe and Nalbant Tepe, were covered by a lidar work, and it revealed that there were 11 more tumuli, and each recorded on map precisely this time, and unfortunately, all of these tumuli were destructed by the illicit digs before us, including the excavated ones in 19... Sorry about that. Maybe it's because thank you. So including the excavated ones in 1981, the 18 tumuli had different building techniques, and most of them dated from the Archaic period, and quite a few of them were reused during the Classical period, and 11 of them included sarcophagus and delineated with a crepice wall. Here you see some pictures. Although we may define these tumuli on Dubatepe and Nalbant Tepe or Bozağlı as clusters dated from the Archaic period and placed at the fringes of the Klozomanian Astu, they clearly show different characteristics. Some of them are simple pile of stones, and some of them are elaborately built with a crepice wall, and we may assume that there was not a unity in tumulus practice during the Archaic period, but it worth asking why there were different types of use or building techniques. This map is showing the distribution of the tumuli, marking the fringes of the Klozomanian Astu together with the necropolis. Perhaps there were more, but possibly they may have been destructed due to the heavy construction in this area. So now our new research project is making use of old aerial images from the 1950s and later, and we are trying to put them back on the map. Although quite a few number of tumuli have already been destructed and not visible anymore, some of them are resilient and still very lively part of the current landscapes. Here you see Erendede tumulus. It's at the fringe of the territory of Klazomenai. Erendede means the saint, and it is extremely difficult to climb on top of that tumulus. But when we climbed up, we found out that there was a bush. There were ribbons tied on it as offerings, and it is showing us that Erendede recently had lots of visitors, so it is still a sacred place for the local community. Unfortunately, the tumulus itself is destructed. You may see the large blocks used for the tomb room and the pottery from the classical and Hellenistic periods. imply some multiple uses, and I must admit that I could not stop myself making a wish there, and it happened. Okay. And İçmetepe is another one like Erende'de. It is the largest tumulus in the Clozomanian territory, probably with a radius of 30 meters, and it is built of light-colored stones, and it is visible from the sea on a hilltop on the coast, and this one is also visited today by the locals. Again, they like to tie some fabrics on the bush to make a wish, but also another tradition, another modern tradition, people, of course, just by the local people, they're just climbing up there and throwing a stone there. And this is very interesting because it reminds us that, you know, if tumuli building was a communal act, probably they were building the tumuli all together, and to praise the dead, they were all throwing a stone on top of the tumuli. And this is still continuing for making wishes. So this one is an intricate one that I would like your opinions about. This is on the way to Çeşme from Urla, which is the main route from Clozomenai to Eritrea. And whenever we were, you know, driving through this motorway, we were seeing that there were two large stone piles on the both sides on the slopes. So we made a visit to those places. They're looking like that. I mean, there are no remains of sarcophagus or pottery. It's very difficult to see because also the land cover is very thick. But, you know, however, I am just thinking if they were two-dimensional tumulus, I mean, since they are built on top of, on the slopes, perhaps they were just covering a sarcophagus, and again, they were used as landmarks. I believe this we may discuss perhaps. And the tumuli around the Theos, they show a similar settlement pattern. They also encircle the Astu, the urban core, and also the fringes of the territory. Although the archaic layers and the remains are flimsy in Theos, probably sealed by the classical settlement, of course, and the distribution of the archaic tumuli clearly points out the same area. So probably the archaic Astu was in the same place. And overall statistics on Theos tumuli published by Musa Kadıoğlu, the excavator of Theos now, gives us some info about their size, like which is ranging between 18 and 70 meters, which is very large. So we understand that some Theos tumuli were much larger than the Clozomenai. For the case of Theos, those are the ones at the fringes of the territory. They are large tumuli, and the ones near the Astu are just built of soil and encircled by a crepice, while the ones on the fringes of the territory are built of light-colored stones, like the ones we recorded in Clozomenai. So these large tumuli built of light-colored stones are mostly placed on the coast, both on the south and the north coast, which means Clozomenai and Theos use the same pattern, and they were probably catching the eye of the ones who were approaching from the sea. So the viewshed analysis for the ones on the southern coast clearly shows that they were visible from a long distance while approaching the land. So in conclusion, we may say that there's a correlation between the roads and the centers and the coastline. This is significant. And the majority of the tumuli, like 70%, is within the 600 meters from the sea, a situation that clearly contrasts with the overall distribution of the surveyed sites that are equally spread in the landscape. So tumuli of light-colored stones are mostly close to the coast. It is not clear if there's a difference in dating or function between those with the crepice or those without. The stone heaps tend to be smaller on average and tend to be in groups, in clusters, but with exceptions like İçmetepe perhaps. And the graph also shows very clearly that all the tumuli that are far from the coast are very close to a road, And significantly, there are no tumuli that are both far from the coast and far from a road. So this suggests that there's a strong spatial correlation between tumuli and the communication routes, both on land and sea. And in this sense, it is also particularly interesting that 40% of the tumuli are only visible by somebody approaching the coast by the sea, further strengthening the idea that the tumuli might have been associated with the sea routes. So the remaining tumuli, either isolated or in small groups, seem to be located at the margins of the Chora, the Ionian polis, but with some exception. Okay, here you see the same pattern in Abdera. The distribution of the tumuli around the Astu is strikingly similar to Clazomenae and Theos, which was their colony. But so far, the regional research reveals that Colophon, Clazomenae, Phocaia, Smyrna, Theos, and Lebedos are well known for their tumulus landscapes, and in all of those places, the use of tumuli dated from the early archaic period, like 7th century BC, even before, like in Samos, it is dated back to the proto-geometric period. However, it is tackling that there is lacking evidence for tumulus tradition in Erythrae, Miletos, Chios, and perhaps Ephesus. And of course, this is just a question mark and needs further research to draw conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that clear and engaging presentation. Now we proceed to our fourth speaker with a presentation. Fourth speaker, Manos Rapanakis, with a presentation entitled Slopes of Remembrance, Landform-Driven Mortuary Patterns in Hellenistic and Roman Crete. Please, I'll give you the floor.
Okay, so good morning to everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm very happy that I saw in a previous presentation about the GIS applications in the tumuli. So again, in this presentation, I would like to share my research called Slopes of Remembrance, Landform-Driven Mortuary Patterns in Hellenistic and Roman Crete. In simple terms, I'm exploring how the natural landscape shaped burial practices on the island during these two periods by looking at where cemeteries are in relation to the surrounding terrain. We can begin to understand how geography influenced decisions about where people were laid to rest. Let's start with an important point. Research has shown that cemeteries and settlements often share a meaningful connection within the landscape. To handle the large number of burial sites in this study, I used a statistical approach. First, I created a database of funerary sites from the Hellenistic and Roman periods based on published archaeological work. This database functions as both a catalog and an analytical tool, combining descriptive information with numbers. In total, it includes more than 3,000 burials from over 100 burial sites across the island. To place this in context, I also looked at the topography of more than 60 city-states. At first glance, the data shows that burial grounds aren't equally distributed across time. Looking at the total number of distinct burial areas by period, we see important changes that reflect broader shifts in practices. Overall, the numbers stay stable from the Hellenistic period, but there is a noticeable increase in the early Roman period and beyond. This rise probably reflects urban expansion and possibly population growth. Like much of the empire, Roman Crete seems to have been a beneficial environment for development. Maybe, as cities became bigger, the need for new burial grounds of cemeteries are increased. But this trend didn't last. At the late Roman period, the number drops again, possibly be linked to economic pressures, cultural changes, or other wider shifts. But we should keep in mind that this period was marked by a significant earthquake that had certain effects not only on the landscape. Analysis of excavations from several parts of Crete indicates that many people were killed and possibly remained without a proper burial. Maybe this shows a large-scale disintegration of the society, as the burial of the dead was a fundamental ritual. And right now, looking at the tomb types themselves, there are also clear changes. Roca tombs dominate the Hellenistic period, reflecting a strong preference for this labor-intensive form of burial. In contrast, their use greatly declines in the Roman period. Instead, we see a notable rise in pit-shaped tombs, tile-covered vaults, and stone-built tombs during Roman times. The data also reveals more discrete patterns in less common tomb types. For example, kissed graves are more frequent in the Hellenistic period, but decline over time. Meanwhile, arched bit tombs and rock-cut vaulted tombs, although still rare, became more common in the Roman period. These changes reflect both continuity and transformation. Tomb types like pit graves and tile-covered vaults appear across both periods, suggesting a preference for practical, accessible, and possibly more affordable burial forms. In the early Roman period, we begin to see the introduction of above-ground tombs and more monumental forms, such as stepped altars and house-shaped tombs. These reflect Roman influence, notably their emphasis on visible and elaborate funerary architecture. However, this wasn't a complete break from the past. Instead, what we see is a possible gradual blending of Roman funerary types with local Cretan traditions. The island integration into the Roman world led to the adoption of new practices shaped by increased mobility, cultural exchange, and contact with broader Mediterranean trends. So, let's begin with the GIS applications. Thanks to recent theoretical developments in funerary studies and landscape archaeology, we now recognize the value of special technologies in burial analysis. GIS allow us to identify patterns and relationships that may not be visible through traditional methods. In this part of the presentation, I will focus on the GIS-based procedures used in our study, especially the Topographic Position Index, or TPI. TPI is a tool used in GIS to measure the relative position of a specific point on the landscape compared to its surrounding area within a defined radius. Essentially, it compares the elevation of one location to the average elevation around it. This allows us to classify terrain into different landform types, such as ridges, valleys, slopes, and flat areas. By applying TPI, we can identify patterns in the placement of cemeteries that might not be visible through basic observation alone. This kind of analysis provides us with a more objective way to assess whether certain topographic features were preferred for burials. This will help us understand the cultural and practical choices behind cemetery locations or practices of remembrance and visibility in landscapes. However, it does come with certain limitations. One key matter is a potential for misclassification, especially in areas with varied terrain. Valleys, slopes, and plains can sometimes be incorrectly identified, depending on the surrounding topography. Perhaps the most important limit is the sensitivity of TPI to scale. The results depend heavily on the size of the neighborhood area used for comparison. A smaller radius might capture local detail, while a larger one may miss finer pattern. Because of this, it's important to carefully choose the right scale for the specific research and landscape context. Recent advances in GIS-based analysis integrate TPI with high-resolution digital elevation models, have improved the research by enabling the detection of complex landforms and the assessment of burial sites. Future developments promise to further strengthen the link between geomorphology and human activities. So, in order to classify the landscape into distinct landform types, we apply the Topographic Position Index using ArcGIS Pro. For this study, we used a 1,000-meter radius based on previous research that applied TPI to the Cretan landscape. The choice of radius is crucial. The 1,000 meter scale used here provides a good balance, and this allows us to detect significant landscape variations across the island, while still preserving relevant details. A total of 10 morphological classes were simulated. No, I can use a point, but it's okay. The classes, it's from the ledger map or TPI values: pit, hollow, fault slope, valleys, flat slope. Shoulder, ridge, and peak. Also, it should be noted that the TPI analysis was based on the distribution of the cemeteries known so far to have been in use during the Hellenistic Roman periods. So, at the end, using the ArcGIS program, we created a landform map. We can clearly see that slopes in yellow dominate the island surface, reflecting Crete's rugged terrain. Valleys with blue and foot slopes with light green are concentrated in lower lying areas, notably along the north-central regions and near river basins, which may have been important corridors of movement and settlement. Ridges with red and shoulders with orange follow the mountainous spines, especially in western and southern Crete. This classification provides a crucial foundation for examining whether terrain is associated with burial sites. Therefore, it allows us to identify special patterns in tomb placement relative to landforms like ridges for visibility or valleys for seclusion. The results were surprising. Our TPI-based analysis demonstrates that each funerary site in the study area corresponds to a specific landform classification, as you see right here. Contrary to our thoughts, there is no notable preference for specific landforms when it comes to cemetery positioning. In fact, their distribution looks similar to randomly generated points. This suggests that factors beyond just topography might have played a more significant role in the selection of cemetery locations. Also, these findings underscore the need to move beyond topography on a future analysis. But when we look closer at individual tomb times, a different picture appears. Some tomb times show clear connection to topography. For instance, tile-covered tombs and kiss graves are more common in flat areas, probably because they are easier to construct there. Pit graves, on the other hand, often appear on slopes where the incline may have made the excavation easier. As a general rule, rock-cut tombs cluster along ridges. These elevated spots not only provided strong bedrock for carving, but also gave the tomb's visibility a symbolic prominence. This shows that while cemetery placement overall wasn't tied to landform, the design of tombs was closely linked to the landscape. To wrap up, the placement of cemeteries in Hellenistic Roman Crete reflects a complex mix of influences. Topography mattered, but so did accessibility, social norms, and perhaps even legal frameworks. While our TPI analysis didn't find a strong pattern in overall cemetery locations, it did reveal how tomb times were shaped by local landscape conditions. A further conclusion is that the TPI analysis shows only limited effects across Crete. The island's interior had largely stabilized by the Hellenistic period, with major tectonic transformations completed long before. Consequently, the overall paleotopography provided a consistent backdrop, and variations in terrain had little influence on the location of cemeteries. Coastal towns and harbors may represent an important exception, where localized changes such as shifting shorelines, sedimentation, or seismic uplift could influence tomb placement. The late Roman earthquake illustrates this point. Sudden, dramatic landscape changes not only reshaped certain areas physically, but also disrupted burial practices, leaving many without proper interment. These exceptional events demonstrate that TPI captures long-term topographic influences, while short-term localized transformations, particularly in coastal zones, could override the otherwise stable pattern. This highlights the combined role of environment and human response in shaping cemetery locations. The integration of geospatial tools has enabled a more detailed understanding on cemetery placement in the Hellenistic and Roman landscapes of Crete. While our current findings shed light on the relationship between tomb times and specific topographic context, this research also lays the groundwork for more detailed investigations. Future studies could benefit from a broader analysis of both natural variables, such as slopes, orientation, altitude, and geology, and human-related factors, including proximity to settlements, visual prominence from inhabited areas, and connections to road networks. A focused study on the visual and spatial relationships between cemeteries and roads may provide promising insights, given the symbolic and practical importance of visibility in the ancient world. Also, by combining these multiple layers of analysis, we move closer to developing predictive models that could help identify areas with high archaeological potentials. Nevertheless, we should bear in mind that GIS offers only a bird's-eye view. That is to say, a detached, dehumanized survey of the landscape presented in a manner people in the past never could have experienced it. TPI provides only a partial representation of the real topography, which would have been perceived and experienced quite differently in Hellenistic and Roman times. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much, Manos, for that fascinating presentation. And finally, our last speaker, we proceed to our last speaker for this session, Louis-Jan Betracourt, who will speak about death and the dead in Hellenistic Crete, preliminary results from the analysis of cemeteries in Central and Eastern Crete.
Good morning, everyone. So my aim with this presentation today is to introduce you to the topic of my research and to share how I have tackled the data, as well as a couple of observations which can already be made island-wide. And I will finish with 4 condensed case studies to start the discussion and comparisons between the 4 sites situated in Central and Eastern Crete, in which I will try to add some conversation about memory, as it is the topic of this annual meeting. So my PhD research project was born from my participation at the excavations of Itanos by the Belgian School at Athens, and it results in a collaboration between the ULB and the NKUA, and it is supported by the Belgian FNRS through their doctoral fellowship. So regarding the funerary archaeology of the Hellenistic period on Crete, a number of burial sites were uncovered in the last 100 years of active fieldwork. However, up until recently, there has been no published and up-to-date attempt to create a synthetic body of work covering the funerary data of Hellenistic Crete as a whole. So the goal of my PhD is to provide an island-wide survey and gauge the conditions in which Cretans start using cemeteries again in the late classical, early Hellenistic period, after seemingly deserting them during the debated quote-unquote archaic gap. In other words, my thesis aims at understanding the development of Cretan funerary practices in the context of Hellenistic Crete. So taking into consideration all the published data of Hellenistic burials on Crete, a first draft of the database enabled me to count at this stage about 1,710 Hellenistic tombs spread over 38 funerary sites. However, as you can see on the first graph, many of the island's burial sites have only yielded 1 or a couple of tombs, while actually only 6 sites revealed over 100 tombs. So the data set is very irregular. So this led me to select the most representative and exploitable sites, as I am above all interested in the mortuary behavior. So that is the specific repeated conduct in regards to the handling of the dead by the living. And my approach relies a lot on statistical analysis, so I decided to center my investigation on the funerary sites where statistics could be conducted. So this led me to calculate the third quartile in the data set in order to isolate 25% of the sites with the highest numbers of tombs. And it gave me the number 60, as in 60 tombs and over, which I have used as a discriminant for the selection of exploitable sites. So these selected sites are namely Itanos, Olus, and Latopros Camara for the Lassiti region, Chersonisos, Knossos, and Apollonia for the Iraklio region, Stavromenos and Elefterna for the Rethymno region, and Pharasana, Aptera, and Kydonia for the Chania region. This selection has already yielded several interesting observations. First of all the selected sites are located in the north of Crete, and 9 out of 11 can be considered coastal sites, with the exception of Elefterna and Knossos. And all are associated with existing urban centers of the Hellenistic period. So this may coincide with a settlement pattern which had been previously brought forward, stating that Cretans reinvest the coastline at the end of the classical period. But it is, however, necessary to address a possible archaeological bias influencing on the distribution. Most of the sites in my corpus rely on rescue excavations, and it therefore might reflect the systematic archaeological activity necessary for coastal constructions for tourism. With the first draft of the database, a preliminary general distribution of the different tomb types on the island can be drawn. And as of right now, there are four main tomb types in use: rock-cut pit tomb, simple pit, the tile-covered tomb, and the cisgrave. And the three less common types of tombs are the chamber tombs, whether rock-cut or built, and the enkitrismos, which at least for now seems to have only been encountered in the Chania region. Basing my analysis primarily on the 11 sites I just mentioned, I will explore three main avenues of research. So the analysis of Cretan deathscapes, which includes the funerary occupation of Crete. I'm interested in the relation between urban center and cemetery and the internal organization of the cemetery and topography. The funerary architecture, so the tomb typology, its distribution and evolution. And finally, the general mortuary customs, so which burial offerings are deposited in the tomb and their manufacture, the use of inhumation versus cremation, as well as the commemoration of the dead through the inscriptions. So I will now present the four condensed case studies of some of the selected sites in the eastern part of Crete, starting with Itanos. So the cemetery of Itanos is located only a couple of 100 meters away north of the core of the city, and it extends onto the hill in a way which enabled the living to overlook the dead and the dead to overlook the living. The settlement occupation in the area of Itanos dates back to the 10th century BC, but we mostly know the Hellenistic and Roman polis spread over two natural acropolis. The earliest traces of funerary activity in the nearby burial ground dates back to the geometric period, particularly in the upper part of the hill, north of the urban center. And what is best attested is the establishment of the late classical and Hellenistic cemetery east of a large archaic building complex located at the bottom of that same hill. So what should be emphasized here is the fact that when the late 4th century tombs were first dug, the public building was not actively in use anymore. Yet the majority of the Hellenistic tombs were carved east of that building. So the two areas were actually separated by a road. So in other words, the Italians kept the archaic complex free of later funerary intrusions, which must have meant that the memory associated to this building, in which ritual activity was attested, must have held enough importance to leave it untouched. And as a result, there is a very high density of tombs, which often recut one another. So the great majority of the tombs are rock-cut pits with cover slabs following a north-south axis with the skull of the deceased placed to the south. And even though both the contents of the graves and the funerary monuments were heavily looted, it was determined that the monuments sitting on top of the graves were 2-degree monuments crowned by a stele in memory of the dead. So the funerary occupation of the hill north of the city of Itanos will continue in the Roman period, but this is out of the scope of my PhD. Despite the looting, an interesting observation can be made about the burial offerings, which I've decided to highlight here. The traditional set of vessel offerings at Itanos is comprised of an amphora, one or several unguentaria, and a drinking cup. So the focus here is on the cup. In the early Hellenistic period, the typical cantharus shape is deposited, as you can see here. However, by the middle of the 2nd century BC, it changes abruptly to a different manufacture. The one on the side, that is reminiscent of a more traditionally Cretan shape, the tulip cup. This observation is all the more interesting as it corresponds to a second phase in the cemetery, which occurs after a destruction of earlier tombs and coincides as well with the departure of a Ptolemaic garrison, which had been stationed right outside the polis. So the Cretan character emanating from this manufacture is also found in the inscriptions at Itanos, and this led Didier Vivier to coin the term Cretan revival, as there seems to be an overall return to Cretan traditions in Itanos. So the expression of a Cretan identity may have happened as a reaction to decades of cohabitation with the Ptolemaic garrison, even though they did have good relations. But in any case, the change is particularly sudden, and we could expect to see such trend going back to local traditions in the ceramics, appealing to the memory of a Cretan past in other sites of Crete. As I have included on the slide at the bottom, this type of traditionally Cretan manufacture is also attested in Festos, for instance, in the Hellenistic period. So the development of this phenomenon may have been less sharp or more subtle or slow in other sites, or it may not have happened as well. So this is something I will pay attention to in further research. Also in the La City region is the Lato Pros Camara site, located in the current Aios Nikolaos city. Traces of occupation are attested as early as the Late Bronze Age, and ancient Camara was closely linked to Lato, a Cretan polis situated more inland, and it has been argued that Camara served as the harbor for Lato during the Hellenistic times. So here again we have a harbor city context here. Certain key points of the Hellenistic city were uncovered during rescue excavations, alongside extended burial areas, and the Hellenistic tombs were found mainly in 2 locations, Stavros and Kazarma. The earliest tomb is dated to the early Hellenistic period, but most of the tombs are late Hellenistic. And the burial grounds at Camara continue to be used in the Roman times as well. So the orientation of the tombs in these cemeteries is very homogeneous. They are mainly east-west, and seemingly they are parallel to the coastline, which is also the case at Itanos. And the deceased are deposited in a supine position in the grave with the skull placed to the east. Different tomb types were in use in these burial areas, the pit tomb being the most accounted for, particularly the ones carved in the bedrock, and there are also tile-covered tombs. Despite the tombs of Camara having been also disturbed or looted, some of the initial offerings remained inside the graves. And similarly to Itanos, the custom is to place 1 or 2 amphoras standing upright at the feet of the deceased. And they were accompanied usually by unguentaria and secondly pyxides. And occasionally cups, inokoi, and figurines were also deposited with the dead in the tombs. A noble for Charon was also placed inside the mouth of the deceased in several graves. Moving westward to the Iraklio region is the site of Chersonissos. Archaeological information about the city of Chersonissos predating the Roman period is very poor, and there are traces of Bronze Age occupation in the area, but we know that there was a harbor city there too during the Hellenistic period, but to my current knowledge, only the Roman city was truly archaeologically investigated. So we can therefore only hypothesize on where the Hellenistic urban center could have been if we abide by the theory that the Roman city was built in the same location as the Hellenistic one. However, a large part of the Hellenistic cemetery was recovered during rescue excavations, and some of these burials were found under a late Roman and Paleo-Christian occupation of the area, the nature of which was not funerary but residential. So the Hellenistic cemetery is located also north and west of the later Roman theater, which is still visible today. So there's therefore at some point in the Roman period a change in the occupation of a part of the area for burials. So the value of the memory associated to the early Hellenistic ancestors buried there changed too. And this memory and respect for the burial place of ancestors seems to not have been strong enough at that moment in time to prevent the development of Roman residence. All of the tombs in Chersonissos are rock-cut pits carved into the soft bedrock, and they appear to have been unlooted and are dated from the late 4th to the early 3rd century BC. The orientation of the tombs here is very heterogeneous. There seems to have been no clearly preferred orientation, which leads to believe, alongside the organization of the graves, that creating clusters of tombs was the prevailing intention when burying the dead. The graves contained for the majority a singular inhumation in supine position, with a couple of cases where double inhumations were uncovered. And I should also mention that 2 horse burials were found in the uncovered parts of the cemetery, which is not something I have yet encountered in other sites of Crete from this period. So I'm definitely open to your comments and remarks on that. And information about sex and age of the deceased is not often provided. But from the available sources, I was able to count 5 female burials, 7 male burials, as well as 4 child burials, 2 of which contained astragals in the offerings. And talking about the offerings, I'll highlight some of the ceramics now. The most common burial offerings is the jug inokoi, which is almost systematically deposited in the tomb, yet not always at the feet of the deceased. And this is closely followed by the unguentarium. Notably, compared to Itanos and Camara, a very small number of amphoras were deposited with the dead. And in fact, when one is attested in a tomb, it is often black glazed or of the red figure type. And this makes me wonder if the intent behind the deposition of such amphoras in this particular cemetery should be perceived more as a high status marker, contrary to the more regular transport amphoras found in Itanos and Camara, which seem to have showcased in those instances the importance of trade for the cities. Interestingly too, the number of cups in the offerings is more limited, though the cantharos shape is the most represented in the drinking vessel categories. As for the metal offerings, the most commonly deposited are the rings as well as coins. In the reports, the position of the coin is not indicated, so it cannot be assured that it was placed inside the mouth of the deceased. So we don't really know if it's possible to associate that with a noble for Charon. Brooches and strigils are also attested, as well as a decent number of fish hooks in some of the tombs, and in rare cases, reefs, mirrors, and metal vessels were also deposited. And finally, the last case study is located in the Iraklio region as well. The city-state of Apollonia is known from the literary sources, and its location has been identified in Ayapelaya on the northern coast of Crete. Remains from the city were revealed in excavations located in the Cape, highlighted in red on the photo, and it brought to light an occupation of the site from the late Bronze Age to the Hellenistic period. And this location, similarly to Itanos, benefited from natural protection, which was also a perfect location for a harbor. Rescue excavations were conducted 500 meters southwest of the city and uncovered part of the late classical, early Hellenistic cemetery. Again, the proximity between urban center and cemetery should be emphasized here. Traces of funerary feasts in a separate, seemingly dedicated area northwest of the tomb sector was uncovered, and this ritual activity seems to predate the Hellenistic period. So again, this is also similar to Itanos. And southeast of that ritual area, 70 tombs were found, spanning from the late 4th to the 3rd century BC. No tomb from an earlier period, to my knowledge, has been found in this sector. Additional traces of funerary rituals in the Hellenistic times using fire and hearth are also present within this part of the plot with the tombs. So all are rock-cut pit tombs, and in several cases the pits were covered by schist slabs, though not systematically. And all the tombs followed an east-west orientation, so in this case it is not parallel to the coastline but very homogeneous, and they are dug quite close from one another, respecting alignments to surrounding tombs. In terms of offerings, the most common is present, the common inokoi, is present in almost every tomb, and it appears that the vessel is placed systematically upright at the feet of the deceased here again. And the next two most common offerings are the lamps, usually placed by the hand of the deceased, as well as a coin in the mouth for a current obol. And in fact, this association of the inokoi, lamp, and coin as a burial set is present in 40% of the burials. Notably, the cups are not that frequently deposited with the dead in Apollonia, and I have also not accounted any mention of unguentaria, strangely, in the sources. And I should highlight that 5 of the excavated tombs revealed child burials, which systematically contained figurines and astragals, which seems to be quite a recurrent standard for child burials at that period in time. So to draw some quick and preliminary conclusions to close this presentation, I will highlight a couple of observations. So first, as I said before, the location of the cemetery is quite similar in the 4 sites mentioned. Particularly, I'm talking about their closeness to the sea and to their associated settlements, as well as the fact that they all seem to be linked to harbor city contexts. Also, in the cases of Itanos and Apollonia, the Hellenistic cemetery is established in areas which seem to have received ritual activity before the Hellenistic period. Secondly, the rock-cut pit tomb seems to be the dominating type, and this coincides with an island-wide preliminary observation. The only notable use of a different tomb type in these 4 sites is visible in the Camara cemetery with the tile-covered tombs. And the orientation of the tombs also appear rather site-specific in these cases. And in some sites, the tombs are parallel to the coastline, so I will pay attention to that aspect when I continue my research. But it could also be coincidental or induced by other factors, such as topography or the organization of the cemetery. And finally, some trends in the funerary offerings can be observed already. So liquid storage vessels are found in the Lassiti sites as the main burial offerings, while pouring liquid vessels in the Iraklio sites are the main burial offerings. Meanwhile, unguentaria are also found in the majority of the tombs of the first 3 sites, though they don't seem to be present in Apollonia. And in the early Hellenistic period at Itanos and Chersonissos, the preferred drinking vessel deposited in the grave seems to be the cantharos. Finally, the practice of leaving a coin for Charon, although not systematic, is attested in good numbers in many of the sites mentioned here. So these are some of the preliminary observations at the current stage of my research. This is still a work in progress, so all the results are not set in stones, but I hope that I conveyed that such a study is encouraging in defining the evolution of Cretan mortuary behavior in the Hellenistic period. Thank you.
Thank you very much for concluding our session with such an interesting presentation. Okay. Now we have about 20 minutes, for questions and discussion. Who wants to start? Maybe Nicholas? Yeah. Okay, I'll bring the microphone, or you can start, because I think that we are used to speaking loudly.
Okay, I can do it. Thank you, Marcus.
Let's see. This?
Yeah, I think we should keep the order of presentations. As far as the first paper is concerned, I can lead the questions, but if there is anyone already ready to ask, yeah, please.
I have a question to Maria Sofia Marinaki. I'm very much impressed by the presentation because it's always very good to take a real look at the old stuff with the new filters. But my question is about are there any evidence or new evaluation on the burials on the slopes of the protogeometric tomb, the so-called Heraion? Because as far as I remember, they have used that part as a new cemetery area. Am I right?
The cemetery is located next to the building. There are no new. I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understood. The cemetery, the Tuba cemetery, is located next to the building. It is, and it is actually dated later than the building. So first the building was constructed, then deliberately destroyed with a mound, and then slowly the Tuba cemetery started being in use. But so far, no. No, nothing. Only in the concerning the building, only inside the two pits, the man, the woman, and the. No, only the later burials are all of them surrounding the building in the Tuba cemetery, and according to the researchers, they're all of the same lineage to the deceased that are buried in the building. So, no.
I have two different questions about two different speakers.
It's better for all the speakers to come, please, the floor, because it's better. We have microphones here. Only for the first.
For the other speakers,
So are there any more questions to the first speaker before we move on to the second one?
No, because also for the question is also for Sofia, for Maria Sofia Marinaki.
So shall we move on to the second speaker? Bilge, would you mind to come up
Bilge,
here?
and also the other speakers, please come here to the floor. It's better to sit here, and you can use, yes, the microphone, so the audience can ask you.
Thank you, Bilge. My question is naturally about the sarcophagi.
Yes.
And maybe you know the answer, maybe you don't. When you were showing the sarcophagus with the ekphora on top, we saw an opening in the lid. Do you know if this is an air vent or it was used for putting offerings in?
No, it's just
Okay.
like a
Just decoration.
the model of a house, so it's the
Okay.
chimney that they depicted also there.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. We have also some drawings of limestone, kind of like they tried to imitate.
Yeah, so thank you, Bilge, for another wonderful presentation of the Clazomanian cemeteries and the Tian and Abderian ones as well. I think it was clear to all of us that all these three places do share some certain common stuff and certain similarities.
Yeah.
Are there any differences between them?
There are also differences between them, especially, unfortunately, we don't know a lot about Theos necropolis, so it's not Clazomanian cemeteries and Abdera cemeteries have been excavated very systematically since very long time. Like Clazomeni, the first excavations in cemeteries started in 1979 by Güvenbaker. But in Teos, it's a little bit like patchy. It's more or less like rescue excavations and whatever comes from there. So it's not a systematic way of excavation. That's why actually more information is lacking from Teos. But it seems like, from what we have, that in Abdera, actually the burial custom in cremations is really changing after 6th century, mid-6th century or 520s. They start to use urn. So they start to collect the bones from the cremation and put them in an urn. Something like that is happening there. But it's very difficult to compare about grave offerings between three cities because of the reason I just mentioned. But it's also, Abdera starts to go a little bit far from Clazomeni in terms of grave offerings after 5th century, 4th century. It's very rich in our grave offerings, where we have some, not a lot of graves from classical period, from Akpınar and from other cemeteries in Clazomeni, where only one obolus or one small jar is given.
And one more, if I may. In cases where, well, I mean, in all three cases, there are common ground cemeteries, burial grounds, like flat ones, and tumuli cemetery.
No, this is in Abdera, in the second colonization period. In Clazomeni and Teos, I didn't mention to the tumuli, I left it to Elif. She can maybe answer that better. In Clazomeni and Teos, they are not like tumuli cemeteries, but they are scattered, right? Elif, they are around the Chora of Clazomeni, of Teos.
Thank you.
There is one, I think.
No, it's better. Another one for okay, Bilge.
Thank you, Bilge, for your talk. I have a question. If I understood you correctly, you explained that the earliest sarcophagus of 630 BC had a cremation ritual on top.
Well, it's difficult, of course, to call it cremation, but it's like they wanted to cremate something.
Yes, exactly.
And that was that we found goat bones, more than one.
Yeah, so they wanted to...
So it's not a cremation, but it's a cremated animal, let's say.
A burning ritual.
A burning ritual, yeah.
Do you have any indication that this persists longer? Let's say that they try to combine this burning ritual for longer than just the first.
It's the only example of what we have from Clazomeni in this way.
Okay.
And it's for me, it's a very interesting example because it's right the transition, right the first sarcophagus.
Yeah. Yeah, so I was wondering if there was like a phasing out of this kind of...
Not as I'm
later.
aware of from the later excavations as well now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Bilge. We proceed to our, we move on to our third speaker, Elif Koperel. Do you have any question? Is there any question?
Thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to ask some more details about the GIS applications, like you use, I think, the VIII analysis. What kind of program you use, ArcGIS or ArcGIS, the most common? And the other question is that I saw that the tumuli, was very close to the sea. And the VIII analysis recognized that their visibility aspect is to the sea. It's not
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
to the inner land.
I mean, did I forget to mention that, or maybe you didn't hear? But it's obvious that they were put there for the ones who were approaching the land from the sea.
Is there any other explanation of this?
Yeah, because I mean, when you look at their distribution, you see that they were either on the main routes or on the coast, so it is connecting the sea routes and the land routes. I mean, it doesn't mean that it was only about the land, but it was also about the sea routes. And
Yes.
obviously, those people were living by the coast and living a life which was,
Yeah, this is very fascinating because maybe the other people that are they want to come to this site, the first thing they see is the tumuli
exactly, yeah.
from the sea.
Yeah, and the color, I mean, the ones on the coast were light colored so that they would be really visible, clearly visible from the sea.
That's very nice. That's very nice. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much again. We continue with our fourth presentation. Slopes of Remembrance. Do you have any question? Is there any question? Yes. Here.
Right. Thank you, Manos. Although we've been through it already too many times, but every time I come across something equally interesting, and I can't help it than to just ask. You began your paper by showing to us this increase and decline in burial grounds numbers, and you've associated that decline from the early Roman down to the later Roman period with probably population decrease or some sort of accumulation around large urban centers. Have you thought about change in burial practices, especially since in the same period of time you've shown to us an increase in burial chambers and collective burial types? So.
To be honest, this is my last observation for this conference. So the thing is that, as far as I'm concerned, there weren't collective burials for the late Roman period. We know nothing. We don't have any evidence from the archaeological Deltion and from the already published works. I don't know if there is something that will be very we can use it for to explain the earthquake in Crete or the results of the earthquake, because we have many people that they weren't buried inside their tombs. We have many buried people inside the settlements, inside all of this mess of the earthquake. To be honest, it's something that I have to look at, and also my research are still in progress. So, thank you very much for your attention, Professor.
Thank you very much for your talk. Is it working?
No, yeah, thank you very much for your talk. So I wonder whether one of the factors could be for the situation and of different burial sites, also the quality of the soil, because in different regions you experience this as one of the factors, because you avoid damaging fertile soil, which is usable for agriculture or something like that.
Okay. Just I forgot to mention something. You know that with earthquake, there is an uplift of the western part of Crete, 9 meters up, and many sites in the eastern part, like Ancient Cemeteries, maybe a part of Itanos, are below water. So for these sites, we don't know something about the late Roman period and onward. I think that we have to, first of all, we have to think about the settlement, the borders of the settlements, like where the people were laid to rest. So I don't know if the soil, in many cases, will destroy the burials, because if we talk about the stromatic stratigraphy, as we are in the highest point, we have the latest periods, like the late Roman, the Byzantine, etc. No, I don't know, to be honest.
Does anyone have any other question for the fourth presentation? Okay, thank you, Manos. And now we will move on to the last presentation, Death and the Dead in Hellenistic Crete. Does anyone have any question? Please, Louisiane, come here, please, to the because there are quite many questions for you. Okay, you can.
Right, another wonderful work in progress. So best of luck to both of you, as a matter of fact. I just wanted to ask, most of your Hellenistic evidence appear to be coming from the region of Chania.
Yes.
Okay, is that arbitrary, or are there any other factors that...
So, well, that's something that's very visible, first of all. And at this stage of my research, I've not gone into dissecting all of the tombs of Chania, so I can't really speak of them right now. But from my understanding, I think the region has been kind of a pioneer in Hellenistic archaeological investigation, more so than the Irakli region, the Lassiti. So I think that's why. But this is just a guess for now.
Thank you, Louisiane. My question is about this phenomenon with the two-pointed aphora, or one-pointed aphora and one in Hoi, in the lower part of the burial. Yes. What do you think? It is like, say, something about a very specific type of people, so a very specific social norm, or because, as you recognized, this phenomenon is only in the coastal zone of Crete, and also we have it in Rhodos and Cyprus.
Cyprus too, yes.
What are your thoughts?
So, I think you're right about the social norm. I think this might just be like a practice that is very common in Crete, but also elsewhere, like you said, Rhodes and Cyprus. Initially, I think it's easy to also think perhaps it's just a matter of space in the tomb. But for instance, with Chersonissos, you can see that there are some koi that are placed not necessarily at the end of the tomb. Of course, an inokoi is not as massive as an amphora. So again, there's a room for discussion. But so again, at this point, it's still part of my research. That's definitely one of the questions that I'm asking, that I'm looking into. But yeah, I would say probably just a social norm, and it seems to be spread not just in Crete, but elsewhere, so yeah.
But only on the eastern part.
Okay. Okay, interesting then. Interesting.
to add a little bit on that. And that's a pattern that can be traced in Alexandria. So it's a practice that is probably associated with the pro-Ptolemaic world, which is the Eastern Mediterranean world. So makes sense. And I would probably look into more cultural stuff rather than social when it comes to their presence. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you mentioned that in some tombs we find more than one burial. So you actually said a couple. Do you have any statistics in general for this phenomenon? How often it's met?
Thank you for your question. And in fact, I wish I had the precise number, but I don't, unfortunately. So I'm still looking into that, because most of my research relies on the articles published in Archaeology Condeltion and Ergo Critis, etc. And sometimes they just mention a couple of double inhumations. And for Chersonis, I have a picture of one, but I don't know how many precisely. So yeah, that's unfortunate.
Okay, and are there indication of burial plots or perivoli?
Oh, in Itanos, yes. Yes, it's, well, I don't have my PowerPoint right now, but on one of the maps, you can see there's a peribol, it's like a built-in one. For the, I think there are two, if I'm not wrong, that separates the southern parts of the main Hellenistic cemetery, and the northern parts. For the others, I don't want to say because it's off the top of my head and I don't want to make any mistakes, but yes, at least in Itanos I can say yes.
Okay, so just one last question. I'm sorry, it was one and then it became three. But another question I have, you mentioned openings for grave monuments, grave stelae. How often are these met usually?
You mean the funerary monuments on top of the graves?
Yes.
So this is also kind of difficult to gauge from the scarcity of the sources sometimes, also because it's older excavations. Again, I'm talking about Itanos because I know it best, but in Itanos we have found some remains from the funerary monuments, and also the stelae, some of the stelae were stolen in the Paleo-Christian era, and they were used to rebuild the basilica in the polis, so that's how we know, oh, this comes from the cemetery, and we also have traces of where the stele would have been put. I think I know that in Camara as well, there are some funerary stele that have been found, not necessarily in situ, so again, this is a guess as to, well, we can imagine that some of the graves did have funerary monuments. Yeah.
Okay, thank you a lot.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Just one last short question. So you emphasized the local differences between the examples you showed us. Can you also make some chronological differences? So your last two examples were 4th and 3rd century, but of course there might be a difference also in terms of early Hellenistic and late Hellenistic times.
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. At this stage of my research, I'm not at the point where I can make those comparisons chronologically, but it's definitely something I'm already noticing or looking at. So the 4 examples that I've showed, only the Camara cemetery is more so late Hellenistic. The others, well, Itanos is early to late Hellenistic, but for Chersonissos and Apollonio, it's early Hellenistic. So it's interesting to compare those two with early Hellenistic Itanos, and that's why I mentioned that the canthus shape is found in Chersonissos, because that's similar to Itanos case. But so yeah, the goal is to also make those kinds of comparison and see how it evolves. Yes.
Thank you very much, Louisiana. Thank you very much to all speakers for their excellent presentation, and of course to all of you for your questions and for your attention. Please enjoy now the coffee break, and we will be back at in a half an hour at 11:45, I think, 11:45. Okay? Thank you very much. It's for the second session.
It's for the third one,
Third.
but I want to do it.
Καλημέρα, καλά είστε? Μια χαρά. Ναι, βεβαίως. Τώρα, επί τόπου, ποιο
Should
είναι?
be this one.
The second one.
No,
Oh,
no,
no,
the
no,
third.
the third.
This is the modern PowerPoint. This version for the. Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
The third session.
Yes.
Okay. Here.
Ωραία, το 3.
Το φέρω σε άλλο ή έχει κάπου συγκεκριμένο? Λίγη πίστη.
Ποιο είναι?
Είναι το NRN. Είναι το... όχι, είναι το drop.
Άρα επαναλήστε το νούμερο. Ναι, τώρα θα βγάλω και το στικάκι. Ορίστε. Λοιπόν, μισό λεπτάκι να σημειώσω. Αυτό το έχουμε. Όνομα.
Ριέλα.
Το πρώτο. Αυτό. Ωραία, και εδώ την πρώτη.
Ναι, το present.
Πρώτη από εδώ, πρώτη στο όνομα, μια χαρά. Αφήστε το. Ορίστε. Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ναι. Τα βάζω...
Ναι, έχω κάνει τους φακέλους.
Ναι, εγώ τα βάζω με νούμερα, επειδή δεν γράφουν όλοι ονόματα. Οπότε βάζω, αυτό είναι το νούμερο 1 PowerPoint κτλ. Hello.
It should be on there somewhere.
Your name?
Animals. So this one here.
So the last one.
Yeah.
For the dinner.
Or exactly.
The
try and be entertaining. Okay, so it's the NRN one. And that should be everyone because Yanis isn't here, so it's just going to be the 4.
Okay, it's okay.
So, yeah.
It's the last one, so it's okay. Αυτό είναι το πρόβλημα. Ότι...
Λέτε το σχέδιο αυτό με τη μνήμη, σε αυτό που λέτε. Δηλαδή, τι μας έχει μείνει από καταρχάς η Νεκροπόλη της ελληνιστικής περίοδου, της Μinoικής Κρήτης. Τι μας έχει αφήσει εμάς αυτή η μνήμη?
Το πιο βασικό αυτό που έχει αφήσει είναι η πίστη στη μεταθανάτια ζωή, η πίστη στην ύπαρξη ενός άλλου κόσμου και βέβαια η αγάπη και η φροντίδα, η οποία συνεχίζεται και μέχρι σήμερα, προς τον δικό μας άνθρωπο, ο οποίος έχει αποβιώσει. Η ίδια φροντίδα με την οποία περιέβαλαν στους μυϊκούς δρόμους τους αγαπημένους τους, η ίδια φροντίδα βλέπουμε ότι συνεχίζεται διαχρονικά και μέχρι σήμερα και περιβάλλεται ο άνθρωπος από την οικογένειά του, ο οποίος έχει φύγει από τον κόσμο.
Πότε καίγανε οι αρχαίοι τους συγγενείς τους για το πρωτοτύπο? Γιατί τώρα είμαστε εναντίον της αποτέφρωσης, δειλά-δειλά ξαναμπήκε στη χώρα μας, αλλά παλιότερα πότε γινόταν αυτό?
Κοιτάξτε, αρχικά είχαμε ξεκινήσει με τον εφοδιασμό, αλλά ήδη από τους πρώιμους ιστορικούς χρόνους και κατά κύριο λόγο από τους γεωλογικούς χρόνους έχουμε τις καύσεις. Είναι μια αλλαγή στα τυπικά έθιμα, δεν σημαίνει απολύτως τίποτε ότι είναι άλλη αντιμετώπιση του νεκρού. Είναι πάντα με την ίδια τιμή, με την ίδια αγάπη και με την ίδια φροντίδα περιβάλλεται ο νεκρός προκειμένου να συνεχίσει το ταξίδι του στον άλλο κόσμο, επειδή ακριβώς πίστευαν στην ύπαρξη της μεταθανάτιας ζωής. Κατά περιόδους, άλλοτε προτιμάται ο ενταφιασμός και άλλοτε η καύση, χωρίς όμως να αλλάζει κάτι ιδιαίτερο, να αλλάζει η βάση ακριβώς των ταξικών πεποιθήσεων των ανθρώπων.
Να σας ρωτήσω κάτι άλλο τώρα. Με τα αρχαία που έχετε εντοπίσει στην Πολυχρονή, που είναι και εκεί ένα τακτικό έθιμα, έτσι δεν είναι? Για πείτε μας τι ανακαλύπτεται εκεί σιγά-σιγά.
Ναι, δεν είναι μόνο εκεί. Όλη η νέα πόλη, όπως γνωρίζετε, ή τέλος πάντων μεγάλο τμήμα της σύγχρονης πόλης, των Χανίων, είναι χτισμένη πάνω στο αρχαίο νεκροταφείο, το οποίο εκτείνεται από τους προϊστορικούς χρόνους, δηλαδή από τους μυϊκούς χρόνους, μέχρι και τους ύστερους ρωμαϊκούς. Οπότε όχι μόνο στην Ακρόπολη, αλλά και σε πολλές άλλες περιοχές, ουσιαστικά από το στάδιο, την περιοχή του σταδίου και τον πάρκο Ειρήνης και Εφορίας, ξεκινάει το νεκροσοφείο της αρχαίας κοινωνίας, μετά από εκείνη την περίοδο κυρίως ελληνιστικούς και ρωμαϊκούς, και εκτείνεται περίπου μέχρι την οδό Μαρινού, που έχουμε στην περιοχή εκείνη κυρίως τα μινωικά νεκροταφεία, αλλά συγχρόνως και ελληνιστικές ή ρωμαϊκές ταφές, οι οποίες χρησιμοποιούνται στους ίδιους χώρους, χρησιμοποιούν τους ίδιους χώρους.
Δηλαδή αποκαλύπτεται τάφους πολιτών της αρχαίας κοινωνίας.
Ναι, ναι, ακριβώς. Είναι οι κάτοικοι της αρχαίας κοινωνίας, οι οποίοι ανασκάπτονται οι τάφοι τους κάτω στα θεμέλια ουσιαστικά και πριν μάλλον θεμελιωθούν, έτσι στα οικόπεδα, στα οποία πρόκειται να αναγερθούν νέα χτίσματα.
Είχατε την τύχη να εντοπίσετε τυχόν κτηρίσματα στους τάφους αυτούς?
Συνήθως έχουμε, βέβαια, σταθερά έχουμε. Εξαρτάται, θα λέγαμε, ίσως και από την, θα μπορούσαμε να πούμε, την ευμάρεια της οικογένειας, την κοινωνική ίσως κατάσταση, θα μπορούσαμε να πούμε, η οικονομική της κάθε οικογένειας, ωστόσο πάντα βάζουν κτηρίσματα, τακτικές προσφορές στους αγαπημένους τους, άλλοτε λιγότερες, άλλοτε περισσότερες, αλλά πάντα υπάρχουν αντικείμενα που τους συντροφεύουν στην άλλη ζωή.
Τι βρίσκεται αυτές τις μέρες?
Βρίσκουμε. Σίγουρα είναι τα αρχεία, είναι αντικείμενα, σπανιότερα κοσμήματα, αλλά υπάρχουν πάντα τα προσωπικά τους αντικείμενα, τα οποία τους συνοδεύουν.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Τώρα αυτό εδώ που έχουν ερευνήσει είναι η Νεκροπόλης, γιατί ακούω διάφορα. Στα Χανιά έχουμε ερευνήσει κάτι, δηλαδή λένε κάτι για τα Χανιά.
Για τα Χανιά.
Δηλαδή, επειδή είπα στον κύριο
Ναι,
Ραπανάκη
μπορεί να εστιάσει στα Χανιά, τον κύριο Ραπανάκη. Σίγουρα, ναι, θα σας τον δείξω εγώ, πάμε έξω. Θα σας στείλω, έχουμε και ένα άλλο συνέδριο, ένα διεθνές αρχαιομετρίας 6 Νοεμβρίου. Θα σας ενημερώσω.
Ωραία, να μας
τότε είναι με τους Αμερικάνους, είναι
Πάμε έξω, να μην το αναφέρουμε το πολύ.
Όχι, γιατί έξω θα γίνεται ο κλαγωγία.
Ωραία, ωραία.
Λόγω του καφέ, lounge, κατάλαβες.
Έτσι κι αλλιώς άλλαξα μπαταρίες στο σπίτι. Πήρα ένας Γιάννης λέει, που λέει το πρόγραμμα δεν είναι εδώ από ό,τι μου είπανε. Οπότε όλες τις παρουσιάσεις.
Ναι, ωραία. Λείπει ένας.
Το νούμερο 2, ναι.
Γεια σας. Συγγνώμη. Θα με αφήσει εμένα και θα πας όλους τους Ιανουάριο.
Πού?
Την πολυχρονίδη. Θα τα πιάχνει που βρίσκουν τώρα.
Ποια είναι η πολυχρονίδη?
Πού μένω εγώ?
Ναι.
Ωραία. Εγώ μένω σε έναν δρόμο που είναι έτσι. Σαν να λέμε, έτσι. Ωραία. Η πολυχρονίδη είναι αυτός ο
Μην με πας στα στενά, πήγαινε ένα κεντρικό δρόμο.
Ωραία. Ελευθερίου Βενιζέλου.
Ωραία.
Όχι.
Δημοκρατίας.
Ελευθερίου Βενιζέλου.
Δημοκρατίας.
Ελευθερίου Βενιζέλου.
Το ρολόι.
Ωραία. Ελευθερίου Βενιζέλου είναι το γήπεδο από κάτω.
Ναι. Συνεχίζω εγώ ευθεία να πάω προς δικαστήρια.
Εσύ είσαι στη Δημοκρατία. Εγώ σου λέω στην Ελευθερίου Βενιζέλου.
Α, η Ελευθερίου Βενιζέλου είναι όταν βγαίνεις εσύ από το σπίτι σου και σκάσεις εκεί πέρα.
Ωραία. Πάμε στην Ελευθερίου Βενιζέλου.
Ωραία. Ναι.
Ο πρώτος δρόμος είναι τα σχολεία που κατεβαίνουν τα σχολεία.
Περνάω την Κοραή.
Περνάς την Κοραή.
Ναι.
Περνάς το φανάρι,
Ναι.
γιατί ο δρόμος κατεβαίνει.
Ναι, το είναι η
επόμενο
γωνία
στενό,
του Σκουλούδη, ναι.
Το επόμενο στενό που είναι ένα κρεοπολείο,
Ναι.
του Κωστή, μπαίνεις
Δεξιά.
Ναι. Όλο ευθεία,
Ναι.
όλο ευθεία. Όταν φτάνεις στην ανηφόρα,
Ναι.
σε μια ανηφόρα, θα δεις τα δεξιά σου τα αρχαία.
Okay.
Εντάξει.
Yes. Yes.
Ελάτε από εδώ παρακαλώ.
Okay.
Προσώμασα στην κάμερα. Ωραία.
Ναι.
Πριν ξεκινήσουμε, να μας πείτε το όνομα και την ιδιότητά σας.
Ωραία, ονομάζομαι Μάνος Ραπανάκης, είμαι αρχαιολόγος. Αυτή τη στιγμή συνεργάζομαι με την πορεία των Ρεθύμης.
Θα θέλαμε να μας πείτε τι είναι έτσι σημαντικό να ακούσουμε από τη δική σας έρευνα για τις νεκροπόλεις της Κρήτης.
Πιστεύω ότι τον τελευταίο καιρό, τα τελευταία χρόνια, στον κλάδο της αρχαιολογίας έχει ξεκινήσει αυτή η διεπιστημονικότητα μεταξύ της φιλοσοφικής σχολής, που ανήκουν οι αρχαιολόγοι, και άλλων επιστημονικών κλάδων, όπως κλάδων που ασχολούνται με τα GIS, με τα πληροφοριακά συστήματα στην Ελλάδα και στην Ευρώπη, αλλά και κυρίως και σε όλο τον κόσμο. Το σημαντικό είναι ότι πια είμαστε ικανοί με βάση την εξέλιξη, την υπολογιστική εξέλιξη, να χρησιμοποιήσουμε εργαλεία τα οποία τα προηγούμενα χρόνια δεν μπορούσαμε να τα χρησιμοποιήσουμε, όπως είναι η γεωχωρική ανάλυση, η εγκύτητα των ταφικών κτηρίων, οικοδομημάτων, των ταφικών περιπόλων, με τις ίδιες τις εγκαταστάσεις, με τις πόλεις, να δούμε τυχόν μόδες της εποχής, τυχόν θέματα που αφορούσαν τον τρόπο με τον οποίο εκείνοι οι άνθρωποι αποφάσιζαν για το πού και το πώς θα θάψουν τον νεκρό τους.
Ωραία, έχετε να μας πείτε κάτι σαν συμπέρασμα όλων αυτών, δηλαδή κάτι, για παράδειγμα, έχουν διαφορά οι νεκροπόλεις των Χανίων με του Ρεθύμνου, δεν ξέρω αν έχετε κάνει τέτοια σύγκριση.
Αυτό που είδατε σήμερα είναι ένα κομμάτι της διατριβής μου. Εδώ στο Πανεπιστήμιο Κρήτης, στο Ρέθυμνο. Όπως ήδη έχετε δει, τα Χανιά, το Ρέθυμνο, το Ηράκλειο, το Λασίθι είναι περιοχές οι οποίες έχουν το δικό τους τρόπο ενταφιασμού. Υπάρχουν κάποια κοινά στοιχεία, αλλά κοινά στοιχεία όπως κυρίως για την ελληνιστική εποχή αλλά και τη ρωμαϊκή περίοδο που με ενδιαφέρει εμένα, ο ίδιος τρόπος στην απόθεση των Αγίων, στον τρόπο που ο νεκρός θα βρίσκεται μέσα στην ταφή, ακόμα και στον τρόπο με τον οποίο θα αποφασίσει μετά η ίδια οικογένεια, οι οικοί του νεκρού, να τιμήσουν το πρόσωπο για το οποίο έφυγε από τη ζωή.
Αυτό τι συμπέρασμα σε τι συμπέρασμα σας οδηγεί, γιατί τότε τα Χανιά, το Λασίθι ήταν μια τεράστια απόσταση για να μπορούν να έχουν αυτές τις
όλες οι περιοχές ήταν μεταξύ τους συνδεδεμένες με ένα κεντρικό οδικό δίκτυο, το οποίο λίγο πολύ είναι το ίδιο με αυτό που υπάρχει σήμερα, με, αυτό που με τον βόρειο οδικό άξονα, με αυτό τον οδικό άξονα που χρησιμοποιούμε και εμείς σήμερα, με σκοπό η πληροφορία, αλλά και και τα ίδια από το εμπόριο να φτάσουν από τη μία άκρη στην άλλη. Το σημαντικό είναι ότι μιλάμε για μια περίοδο που τα ίδια τα ταυτικά έθιμα αντανακλούν τον τρόπο με τον οποίο σκέφτονταν αυτοί οι άνθρωποι. Δηλαδή, ας πούμε, το να βρω ένα αγγείο που ανήκει σε ένα κεραμικό εργαστήριο της Κνωσού, ας πούμε, και το βρω στα Χανιά, αυτό σημαίνει ότι ταυτόχρονα υπάρχουν εμπορικές σχέσεις μεταξύ αυτών των δύο πόλεων. Ασχέτως όλων των συγκρούσεων που έγιναν στα ελληνιστικά χρόνια με τους κρητικούς πολέμους, αυτό που βλέπουμε ότι τους ενδιέφερε πάρα πολύ το να κρατήσουν εμπορικές σχέσεις μεταξύ των πόλεων στην Κρήτη. Όπως και επίσης βλέπουμε ότι μελετώντας τα κρητικά ταυτικά έθιμα σε σχέση με τον υπόλοιπο ελλαδικό χώρο, βλέπουμε ότι οι ίδιοι οι κριτικοί αποφασίζουν να δεχτούν έξω από την Κρήτη ιδέες, παραλλάσσοντας τα δικά τους δεδομένα και κρατώντας τις για χρόνια, για περιόδους. Αυτό τι σημαίνει? Σημαίνει ότι οι κριτικοί, οι Κρήτες, οι άνθρωποι που έμεναν στην Κρήτη, αποφάσιζαν ότι εμείς θα κρατήσουμε την ταυτότητά μας και θα προσπαθήσουμε να κρατήσουμε μια παράδοση μέσα από τα τακτικά έθιμα. Αυτό το βλέπουμε παντού, το βλέπουμε ιδιαίτερα στα Χανιά, στα νεκροταφεία, το βλέπουμε ιδιαίτερα στην Άκτερα, ότι ας πούμε αποφασίζουν οι Απτεραίοι, κάποια οικογένεια αποφασίζει στην ύστερη ελληνιστική περίοδο και στα πρώιμα ρωμαϊκά χρόνια να δημιουργήσουν ένα πολύ ωραίο ταυτικό μνημείο που βλέπουμε στην είσοδο της αρχαίας Άπτερας και ένα μνημείο το οποίο είναι μνημείο μνήμης. Από εκεί πιθανότατα να περνούσε και ο αρχαίος οδικός άξονας που συνέδεε την Κιδωνία με την Άπτερα και όσοι περνούσαν από εκεί έβλεπαν την επιβλητικότητα όχι μόνο του ιδιοκτήτη του μνημείου, γιατί υπάρχει η επιγραφή πάνω, υπάρχει εδώ στο μουσείο, στο Αρχαιολογικό Μουσείο, μεταφερθεί εδώ στο Αρχαιολογικό Μουσείο Χανίων, αλλά και την ίδια την δικιά τους καταγωγή, ότι είμαστε Απτεραίοι. Αυτό είναι κάτι το οποίο το βλέπουμε στα Χανιά, ίσως θα μπορούσαμε να πούμε ότι το βλέπουμε και στην Κνωσό, γιατί μιλάμε για υπερδυνάμεις. Η Κιδωνία ήταν μια υπερδύναμη σε ελληνικά χρόνια, όπως και η Κνωσός.
Ευχαριστούμε πολύ. Διαφορά, ας πούμε, ποια θα μπορούσε να έχουμε εμείς με το Λασίθι, με το Ηράκλειο, στα ταυτικά?
Η διαφορά, κοιτάξτε, τι γίνεται τώρα.
Έτσι, απλά να το καταλάβω εγώ για το ρεπορτάζ.
Λοιπόν, τα ελληνιστικά χρόνια έχουμε μεγάλες πόλεις, υπερδυνάμεις, οι οποίες όμως εμφανίζονται κυρίως στην κεντρική Κρήτη και στην δυτική Κρήτη. Χανιά, Ρέφετο και Ηράκλειο. Δεν τα έχουμε στα Λασίθι. Γιατί όμως? Γιατί το Λασίθι πάντα ήταν μια περιοχή αποκομμένη από όλους, από τότε. Αυτή είναι και η κεντρική εξήγηση. Αυτό που βλέπουμε τώρα το βλέπαμε και τότε.
Κατάλαβα. Δηλαδή η πιο ήπια ταυτικά μνημεία.
Όχι τόσο πιο ήπια, όσο
φωναχτά.
Ναι, φωναχτά. Τα επιβλητικά τα βλέπουμε στην
My name is Small.
Yes, give me a moment.
Okay.
And we which one it is?
PowerPoint, yes.
There are, it's okay, just one PowerPoint.
Mhm.
And your number 4.
Could we look for its we can open or
Yes, of course.
yes. Perfect.
And not of the projector because
Okay,
I'm managing
okay,
from.
okay. Thank you so much. And for changing, we
Yes, with this you go forward and
but
back.
here or
No, everywhere.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay. And the red point for okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Ναι. Όχι. Εντάξει. Ας τελειώσει εκείνο. Ναι.
Μ' άρεσε που τη βλέπω πιο μεγάλη.
my name's Anna Bowles, and I'm from the University of Groningen, and it's my pleasure to chair this session. Perfect. Okay, hopefully you can now hear me as well. Our first speaker for today is Gabriela Salempa, and we'll be starting in the Middle Bronze Age.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gabriela Salempa. I am a research assistant and PhD student at the Starcy Department of the Cyprus Institute. Today, I will take you a trip to Cyprus and present you Linus Middle Bronze Age burials, giving you some insights to funerary practices from demographic data. The beginning of Cyprus's Middle Bronze Age is an extension of the Early Bronze Age. That's why it's hard to pinpoint the precise time of transition. We see some changes in settlement patterns with a tendency towards urbanization. That's why during this period we have a lot of smaller settlements that are being completely abandoned. Cyprus strengthens its trading relationship with neighboring countries like Syria, Palestine, and Egypt. The first fortifications in Itovykla, Kreni, Karpassa Forest, and Agios Zomenos make their appearance. The fortifications and the presence of numerous weapons in tombs, particularly in Lapithos, Vrisid Barba, suggest there was internal unrest on the island. Several theories have been proposed for this change, proposing that the fortifications were on the mainland rather than near the coast, indicating a threat from within, or that Cyprus was influenced by unrest in the Syro-Palestinian region. We don't see any changes from the tomb typology from the Early Bronze Age to the Middle Bronze Age, but we see that the sizes of the tombs increase. The multiple burials in each tomb have proposed that these tombs might be family burial places and are being used during many generations. The general increase in the number of inhumations in these tombs may suggest population growth. But let's see a few things about Linou. Linou is a small village which is located south of the Skouriotsa copper mines in the Solia Valley of the Nicosia district. It is well known for the Bronze Age burials since excavations took place during the 80s, revealing an extended cemetery across Linou, Katidata, and Flash. In 2021, the Department of Antiquities excavated 14 new tombs. 11 of them, they were dated to the Middle Bronze Age, and these are the focus of this presentation. Most of the tombs were rock-cut chamber tombs carved into the soft Havara, and they varied in size, containing double or multiple inhumations. Most of them, they were found intact, but some of them were not looted, but they were destroyed by road works in the past. Here you can see some examples of the tombs excavated in Linou in 2021. These two are the biggest ones. It's Tomb 8, which contained multiple inhumations, mostly commingled remains with a few articulated skeletons, and Tomb 9, which was the exact opposite, mostly with articulated remains and just few commingled. So let's see some of the results. We calculated the bone representation index for the whole assemblage in Linou. We see that the highest elements that are represented in the assemblage are the cranium and the femur, while the lowest are the pelvic bones, which is actually expected because of the fragility of these elements. Then we try to compare our results with some other assemblages from the Bronze Age in Cyprus, like the Psamatismenos Treloukas in the bottom, which is an early Bronze Age assemblage and contained only commingled remains. The two late Bronze Age assemblages from Limassol, which are very similar to Linou with articulated and commingled remains, and the post-medieval 19th century Spitalfield market, London assemblage, which is only single inhumations with known information, and here it's used only to compare as a reference for an assemblage with minimal taphonomic damage. So the comparative results actually show that most of the assemblages tend to follow similar patterns. However, Linu resembles mostly the late Bronze Age Limassol assemblage rather than the early Bronze Age Psammodismenos, which was in a poor preservation. In terms of preservation and representation, Linu, as we mentioned, it's similar to the late Bronze Age Limassol, but we see that there are no signs of secondary burials, and that, or relocation of the body parts, and that is actually evident from the fact that the curve from Linu follows very closely to those of the Limassol, and the same pattern with the Spitalfields market assemblage. Also, we found quite a lot of hand and foot bones, which, because they are too many, are not shown in this graph. Moving on to the demography. So, all age groups were actually represented in the assemblage of Linu. Although high juvenile mortality is expected for a Bronze Age assemblage, in Linu we can see that the juveniles stand out, and specifically the infants, from all the other age groups. Children and fetuses are also highly represented among the juveniles, and the least represented is the adolescents. Here we should note that the first years of life, they are very vulnerable, and the immune system is weak, weaning occurs, and the juveniles are dependent on their carers. But this does not explain why we have so many infants in the specific assemblage, but I will come back to that later on. Among the adult age groups, we see a very common pattern in the archaeological assemblages, where we have more young adults, less middle adult individuals, and even fewer old adults. In the specific assemblage, we also have 20 individuals which did not preserve any traits for further age estimation, and they were broadly classified as adults over 20 years. The assemblage of Linu contains 227 individuals. Out of them, 145 were juveniles and 82 were adults. Almost all of the tombs contain both juvenile and adult burials. As we can see on the graph on the top here, we can see that only tombs 8 and 9 had fetuses. The other age groups, from infants to adolescents, they were represented in all the other tombs as well. Then we tried to compare Linu with the other Middle Bronze Age sites, which was kind of difficult because we don't have many sites that are purely Bronze Age, Middle Bronze Age. Usually they span from the early to the late, and the tombs are dated somewhere in between. Here you can see the absolute numbers between those sites, and we can see that Linu's minimum number of individuals surpasses by far the rest of the sites. But this graph actually doesn't help us see any patterns during that time. So here are the percentages. So we can see that most of the sites include more or less all of the different age groups, from juveniles and adults. Although the pattern that all of the sites follow is that they include more adult age groups rather than juveniles. The only one that stands out, and it's quite similar to Linu, is the Denia Kafkala here, where you can see that it actually includes a lot of fetuses and infants, very similarly to Linou. In Denia Kafkala, there were 46 individuals in total. Out of them, 31 were juveniles. Also, something else to mention about Denia is that it's the closest site to Linou in terms of distance. And except that, in some of the tombs in Linou, the preliminary pottery results showed that they had fragments of typical Denia pottery, which might suggest that there is some relationship between the two sites. Let's move on to the males and females. So we don't see any striking differences between males and females per tomb in Linou. Most of them, they are both equally represented, with few differences in some of the tombs. Here you can see Linou compared to other sites. They more or less, all of them, they follow a similar pattern where we have both males and females, and they are almost equally represented. Some of the sites that we used for comparison for the age groups, we couldn't actually use them for comparison for the sexes because we don't have enough information. Now, this is not demographics, but I should mention that we also recorded the pathologies. I would like to stress here that this is still an ongoing work, and we will have more robust information very soon, hopefully. Multiple skeletal lesions indicating physiological and mechanical stress were recorded among juveniles and adults. Among adults, osteoarthritis, like this one here in the pelvic bone from the same individual, and degenerative disc disease, like this cervical here, they were recorded quite often among the adults. More than half of them, they actually had osteoarthritis. Even the many young adults, which might suggest that the inhabitants of Linou were actually workers at the nearby Skouryotissa mine. Cribra orbitalia, which you can see here, was more prevalent among juveniles. 1/3 of the available orbits exhibited cribrous lesions, while porotic hyperostosis and enamel hypoplasia were less prevalent. But this might be biased because of the friability of the bones and the still forming juvenile teeth. So, besides cribra and porotic hyperostosis, at least 1/4 of the juvenile bones, cranial bones, like this one here in the bottom, these ones, and postcranial bones were affected by porosity and woven bone formation. The nature of the lesions and their distribution are consistent with various pathological conditions that may have co-occurred, such as scurvy, infectious diseases, and both acquired and genetic anemia, since we are talking about Cyprus. Given the proximity of the site to the mines, we are currently performing differential diagnosis, and we should have more robust results soon. Very similar lesions in juveniles were found in the Neolithic Chirokitia, where a team of French colleagues are examining some similar hypotheses. Finally, I would like to talk a bit about the mortuary rituals. This is still an ongoing work in close collaboration with the lead archaeologist. So we identified at least 3 types of tombs: the chamber tholos rock-cut tombs, the shallow cavity, and the chamber with shaft-like entrance, which was located on the top of the roof. Most of the tombs, actually all of the tombs, contain multiple interments with articulated and commingled remains. There is secondary manipulation where the bodies were pushed aside to make space for new interments, but we don't have any signs of secondary burials where the bodies were relocated from a different site after decomposition took place. And this is actually evident from the BRI patterns, as we saw earlier, and the fact that we didn't have any signs of weathering caused by exposure to the natural elements. All of the tombs, as we saw, were inclusive of all age groups and both sexes. We do have a variation in the relative frequency of burial offerings per tomb. We do have some of the tombs contained more burials with less offerings, and other tombs contained less burials with many more offerings than the previous ones. We do have variation in the positioning of the articulated remains. Notably, in tomb 9, some of the adult individuals were positioned with closed fists, while others were lying face down, which is not a typical practice. However, there are some burials in Cyprus that they were found with face laying down. And these were in tomb 8 in Katidata, which is a middle to late Bronze Age cemetery, and it is located close to Linou, and late Bronze Age Hala Sultan Teke. Before here, I can give you some of the key references, although the list is too big to fit in one slide. And I would like to thank for this study, particularly the Department of Antiquities of Cyprus, for granting all of the permits, allowing me to participate in the excavation, and permitting me to study the material. I would also like to thank Polina Christofi, the lead archaeologist of the excavation, with whom we are cooperating to analyze all of these results. And I would also like to thank the museum storage facility personnel for their assistance with transporting the material to and from the osteoarchaeology lab, as well as for providing access to the museum's premises, where part of this study was conducted. I would also like to express my gratitude to the United Nations office at Linou and the permanent residents of the village who opened their houses and their facilities during the 7 months of the excavation, and the Star Sea department of the Cyprus Institute, where the osteoarchaeology lab is facilitated, where this study took place. And last but not least, the One Archaeological Science Project and the Dan David Prize for funding the research and my participation here. And before I close, I would like to mention that a new PhD study is focusing on the study of the enamel of the teeth from Linou and other Bronze Age sites in Cyprus and in Crete. They will do some isotopic analysis so we can get more information about the data and the mobility of these individuals. Thank you for listening.
Thanks very much, Gabriela, and good luck with the continuing research. Okay, we have a slight change to the program now. Sadly, Yanis cannot be with us today, so we will move on now to the presentation of Claire Yazikidi and Jane Bijkstra, who are going to talk to us about osteobiographies and embodied memory and the dead.
Hi, everyone. You can hear me well? So today we aim to critically reassess and broaden the scope of osteobiography in bioarchaeology, ensuring a more accurate and nuanced representation of memory, identity, and the social realities of individuals in the past. Traditionally, osteobiography has focused on reconstructing individual life stories from skeletal remains, treating the dead as biological data sets for which we can infer age, sex, pathology, trauma, and mobility. Yet today, we argue that the body is more than just the sum of its biological parts. It is also an affective, political, and materially entangled presence, one that continues to participate in the world long after death through social memory. In this presentation, we argue that osteobiographies should attend to this broader field of entanglement and view the body not just as a passive record of a life once lived, but as an active site where memory, identity, power, and social practice intersect. Using the case of the Phaleron Delta burial ground, a large and complex burial ground in early historical Athens, we expand upon conventional osteobiographical narratives and propose a paradigm shift, from reconstructing lives from bones to mapping assemblages of entangled remains. This reframing moves us away from viewing the dead as consolidated individuals with linear, finalizable life stories towards understanding them as nodes within dynamic, multiscalar networks where individual, social, temporal, and spatial forces converge to co-produce meaning. The Phaleron Delta burial ground was in use from the 8th to the 5th centuries and contains the burials of over 2,000 individuals. The burials vary dramatically, some of which were carefully honored in formal pits and schist graves, while others were discarded, violently suckled, thrown into pits en masse, or even left unceremoniously. This diversity is not just ritual variation, however. Rather, it materializes deep political ruptures and embedded social inequalities. The Phaleron Bioarchaeological Project examined nearly 1,000 of these individuals from the site, initially with the aim of generating detailed osteobiographies for each of the individuals. However, these efforts became a means of confronting the uneven and deeply politicized materiality of the dead. We soon realized that social, structural, and state forces shaped not only how these individuals lived and died, but also how their bodies were treated, curated, and what they signified after death. And while the method of conventional osteobiography as a means of integrating biological and contextual data to reconstruct these life histories seemed at first an ideal and powerful tool to animate the silenced voices, as we worked on it, we recognized its limitations. So instead, we developed a more flexible, reflexive, and critical approach, one that could better accommodate the radically diverse and fragmentary realities embodied at Phaleron, and produce a result that is significantly more contextually aware than traditional osteobiographical approaches. To clarify how we approach this challenge and why in this talk, I will reflect on three core areas. First, the epistemological foundations and limits of current osteobiographical practice. Second, how the Phaleron burial assemblages destabilized our view of standard biographical narratives. And finally, what it means to shift from biographies to assemblages, recasting the dead not as consolidated subjects of retrospective life stories in order to reform memory, but as layered material events, also shaped by socio-political powers and memory practices. Let's begin by briefly and critically examining the method of osteobiography itself. In recent years, osteobiography has emerged as a powerful tool and widely adopted framework in bioarchaeology, seen as a way to humanize skeletal remains by reconstructing the lives behind the bones. It shifts attention from anonymous populations and statistical trends of pathologies to individual experiences, narrating a life as it is presented in death. As our work at Phaleron showed us, this osteobiographical framework, however compelling, is built, however, upon a series of deeply problematic assumptions. First, it assumes that individuals are stable, embodied entities whose identity can be recovered and narrated in isolation. Second, it relies on linear model of life, a beginning, a middle, and an end, imposing coherence and continuity onto data that is fragmentary, recursive, and often ambiguous. Third, it treats the body as a legible archive from which stories can be read, as if bones can speak transparently of identity, experience, or meaning. Fourth, as Josep and Rob in 2019 already pointed out, osteobiographies lack theoretical consistency, often swinging between anecdote and generalization without a systematic framework to guide interpretation. And finally, as Geller 2019 also pointed out, it carries ethical risks, especially when applied to the marginalized, the anonymous, or the violently dead. This act of reconstructing a life story from minimal evidence risks reinscribing violence by projecting identities the dead never really owned. For us, these critiques resonated with broader theoretical concerns, also raised in assemblage theory, notably articulated by Deleuze, who rejected fixed identities in favor of fluid assemblages of elements. Also, Moll in 2002 demonstrated how bodies and identities are multiple and enacted through diverse social and material practices. And Latour in 2005, who destabilized the notion of bounded and individual identity by emphasizing distributed networks of human and non-human actors. Building on these ideas, Delande 2016 highlighted how identities emerge from dynamic, multiscalar, materially and socially heterogeneous assemblages. And it was this perspective that clearly challenged the individualized, linear, and cohesive narratives traditionally seen in osteobiographies. This resonance, however, is not only theoretical, but also somatic. The concept of biotensegrity, for example, offers a clear parallel in biomechanical thinking, where the body is not viewed as a collection of parts, but as a tensegrity structure, a distributed system where form emerges from the balance of internal and external forces. And it was this approach that helped us move beyond viewing bones as static evidence and instead treat them as active participants in the shaping of lived and posthumous experience. In practical terms, this means rejecting stable, bounded entities and focusing instead on how bodies and identities formed through ongoing relations and connections. What appears, therefore, as an individual is actually the emergent outcome of diverse, competing forces in tension, rather than one fixed essence. Finally, assemblage theory demanded a shift from representational thinking, where objects are treated as fixed and knowable, to non-representational ontology, where we trace how bodies and material remains function within broader fields of relations. We must therefore acknowledge their active role in social and political and material networks, continuing to shape memory and meaning long after the biological endpoint of the individuals. Essentially, it was assemblage theory that highlighted for us that life is not a singular thread, but an entanglement of forces. From this perspective, the osteobiographical project ran into serious methodological issues. As it domesticated complexity through false narrative coherence, it reproduced biographical essentialism, it embedded a teleological bias, reading life backwards from death, and it often collapsed identity into biology. In Phaleron, these were not just abstract theoretical concerns. They were real interpretative obstacles. The site is defined by its scale, its social heterogeneity, and the radically unequal treatment of the dead. Traditional osteobiography struggles in contexts like Phaleron precisely because it relies on biography, the idea that life can be told as a linear, coherent story, centered on only one individual. But life, and especially death, is often not linear or coherent. This complexity therefore called for a conceptual shift from biography to assemblages, from seeing individuals as stable, bounded units to seeing them as parts of larger networks and relations, and from telling stories with clear beginnings and endings to understanding lives as events shaped by multiple temporalities and forces. Applying this to bioarchaeology, therefore, means moving away from what we strictly call osteobiography to what we introduced as osteoassemblages, a material and social entanglement shaped by intersecting forces, such as the biological life of the individual, mortuary treatment, and even social memory. So instead of reconstructing a single linear life story, we map the complex field of relations around the individuals. This process, which we term the formation of the osteoassemblage matrix, reforms a web of information existing around its body, taking into account burial contexts, associated artifacts, environmental data, sociopolitical dynamics, and even the presence of other bodies, as active elements in shaping their narratives, both in life and in death. This shift enabled us to also better account for the material afterlives of the dead in Phaleron, as well as the multiple social forces that shape them, their treatment at death, and their memory. In this framework, the shackled individuals, the cremated remains, the formal inhumations, the mass graves, and the bodies thrown unceremoniously into shallow pits with signs of post-mortem violence are no longer treated as simple variations in funerary ritual. Rather, they are reapproached as material expressions of care, exclusion, punishment, and political intent. This ontological disparity, which deeply destabilized the premise of conventional osteobiographies at Phalyron, compelled us to reconsider how we engage with the dead. And just to be clear, osteobiography is not to be discarded, but rethought as a situated and reflexive practice that embraces ambiguity and resists narrative closure, and this approach was methodologically grounded in the presented osteoassemblage framework. To illustrate, though, the complexity of the approach requiring the osteoassemblage matrix, we present the following assemblages as examples. In the first assemblage, which you see on top right, 4 male young adults were buried together. 2 were positioned on the right side, and the other 2 on the left side, all possibly restrained by perishable bindings. Their skeletons show little to no pathology and no evidence of skeletal trauma at or near the time of death. This assemblage reveals a profound disjunction between life and death. While the body shows signs of relative health in life, their burial context, marked by restraint and disregard in the position, suggests mortuary violence that may function as political erasure. Within the osteoassemblage framework, the body in this case becomes a site of rupture, where social control and identity are contested and rewritten. And this disjunction challenges us to think beyond osteobiographies of individual life histories, and instead focus on collective practices of marginalization and possibly symbolic violence encoded in burial and bodily treatment. Individual 2 was a young adult, which you see on the bottom, was a young adult found placed prone in a shallow pit, showing evidence of healed trauma, such as bilateral clavicle and rib fractures, along with severe periodontal disease, multiple dental abscesses, and significant osteoarthritis. This individual also shows signs of strenuous labor and early life stresses, indicating a physically demanding and likely difficult life. In addition, there were no grave goods or formal commemoration at burial. Despite evidence of hardship, healed injuries suggest they received care during times of immobility. This suggests that even people who lived hard lives and possibly had lower socioeconomic statuses could still receive help and support from their community when needed. The minimal burial treatment does not negate the care given during life. Instead, it may reflect social or cultural factors that limited how the community expressed or was allowed to express respect or remembrance after death. In other words, during life and social recognition, care during life, and social recognition in burial are not always directly correlated. This distinction is important for understanding social dynamics within osteoassemblages, as care and survival can exist alongside social marginalization and or limited ritual treatment. The third and distinctive case, which you can see on the top right for you, is the partial cremation of a child approximately 6 years old. Unlike most children of the same age who were buried in pit graves or jars, this child was cremated, a practice that sets them apart materially and symbolically from other children in their age group. For this individual, the practice could indicate a range of social meanings. On one hand, it might reflect special treatment or a form of ritual distinction, perhaps signaling a unique status within their community or family, or even a particular belief about the child's passage in death. On the other hand, this difference could also suggest a disrupted social identity. Cremation might have been used as a way to separate or mark the child differently, perhaps due to illness, social stigma, or an unusual circumstance of death. The partial cremation observed in the remains may further imply a hurried or a constrained ritual, raising questions about whether the child's burial reflects care or neglect, inclusion or social exclusion. And adding to this complexity, the remains of 2 additional adults were found amongst the remains. Now, a traditional osteobiography would most likely attempt to resolve these differences by suggesting a fall from social status, life events that led to violent deaths, or careless depositions. However, the osteoassemblage approach resists such a closure. Instead, we treat this rupture between biological life and mortuary treatment as itself meaningful. It reveals how death is not the end of a life's history, but the beginning of a different set of social processes. It exposes political or judicial violence, where social identity can be revoked or overwritten. It also allows us to show how care and marginalization can coexist, as evidenced by healed injuries alongside minimal ritual treatment. And importantly, it invites us to ask not who was this person, but what kind of forces converged at their life, death, and memory, entangling with the individual's agency. So rather than narrating a hypothetical political or social ending, we hold open the tension between life and death and the need for commemoration versus rupture. And this is precisely the value of the osteoassemblage approach. It allows us to think with contradiction rather than erase it. Before we conclude, I want to briefly introduce the critical workflow that guides our first steps of the application of the osteoassemblage matrix, as it helped us engage reflexively with a series of complex bioarchaeological data, keeping the political and ethical dimensions front and center. When analyzing remains using this matrix, we ask these key questions. First, what are the embodied conditions of possibility? In other words, what social, biological, and material factors enabled or constrained this individual's life and death? Second, what forms of vulnerability or exposure are visible? How are inequalities, marginalization, or structural violence manifested in the body or the burial context? Third, how did death happen? Not just biologically, but socially. We look beyond the individual to the social circumstances, power relations, or conflicts surrounding it. Fourth, what kind of memory intervention was made? How was the body treated after death? Was there care, exclusion, violence, or erasure? Fifth, what is the post-burial and archaeological life of this body? How have taphonomic processes, excavation, and our interpretation shaped the material remains and their meaning? And sixth, what kind of narrative or denial of narrative emerges? Do we find a coherent story, or does the evidence resist closure? And how do we engage with that ambiguity? Shifting from traditional osteobiography to osteoassemblage allows us, therefore, to engage more deeply with the complexity, contradictions, and political reality surrounding the dead at Phaleron. This approach moves us beyond simplified stories to recognize that identity and meaning are shaped by multiple, intersecting social, biological, material, and environmental forces that converge at the skeletal level. In this way, the osteoassemblage is not only a network of social and material relations, but also a structurally flexible system. The skeleton does not just bear witness to a life lived, but actively expresses these tensions that shaped it in life and continue to shape its interpretation in death. In addition, the osteoassemblage approach is not only a methodological advancement, but also an ethical commitment to avoid imposing reductive or harmful narratives of memory, especially for those who suffered marginalization or violence. By embracing ambiguity and multiplicity, we open new pathways towards a more reflexive, politically aware, and just bioarchaeology. Ultimately, this framework challenges us to rethink how societies remember, represent, and relate to their dead in all their complexity and ambiguity, and encourages us to confront the tensions and contradictions inherent in the archaeological record, reminding us that the dead remain entangled in ongoing social and political processes of today. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Clary, for this very interesting and thought-provoking presentation on a very interesting assemblage. Okay, next we have our local here in Chania, Chrysa Burbu, who's going to talk to us again about osteobiography.
Thank you, Anna. So, good evening to everyone. I deeply thank the organizer for putting together this beautifully arranged with so many interesting topics conference. And many of my colleagues in the Ephorate with whom we are working together for so many years, and some of this work that you will see today is a part of their excavation done. So I will pick the line and continue with osteobiographies in a bit different sense than we have already seen in the previous talk. So for those who are not familiar with what is bioarchaeology, I would only briefly say that at least for all of us working in this scientific discipline, we consider bioarchaeology as a field that actually revolutionizes our knowledge of past lives. It's actually a discipline that gives face to the past, and this is very important to understand the past in a not abstract form, and of course that offers new opportunities for understanding living conditions in today's world, for example, our human and nature interactions. So basically, by studying human skeletal remains, in this case, as I will present, we have a wealth of other different sources that we can draw from and combine our results in order to understand and give face to this past. Especially if we are working with historic populations, we have this advantage of going deeper and use all these different data sets to reconstruct life in the past and actually see human remains as an embodied experience, which means that we have all these accumulated life events that we can see on multiple scales, not only from the individual, but also for the specific group or for the entire population. We have heard a lot about osteobiography before. I just want to make a little comment. Think of biography as a type of work which uses personal records and historical documents to create a detailed account of a person's life. And think of osteobiography as another type of inside story that uses biological, archaeological, cultural evidence. Actually, my approach to osteobiography is that somehow it can humanize the past, because we don't look at our focus of study as only a skeleton, but also as a person who had passed through different life experiences. So with all these pitfalls regarding the use of osteobiographic studies, I think that those researchers who apply this type of approach, they are very conscious about the idea to not just use the skeleton as a repository of pathologies or basic biological data, to move beyond this basic information and give, in a sense, an idea about the overall sociocultural context where this specific individual is derived. So in this presentation, actually osteobiography is a conceptual tool that we use to understand, or at least have a glimpse at exceptional people and unusual lives for two individuals from the late classical, early Hellenistic period, here in a burial ground in Chania. I will give focus to two individuals. One comes from a multiple burial where we had 12 adult and 2 non-adult individuals, all of them interred in a simple pit, which was very shallow, dug on the sandy soil. And in this group of individuals, one of them, individual 17, a male of approximately 20 years old, had very usually encountered pathologies in the bioarchaeological record, like dental disease, but also these holes that you can see on the skull and on the right parietal. The same individual, as many other individuals in the same burial pit, they also exhibited a different type of tooth wear, which is possibly indicated a habitual activity involving the teeth and an abrasive material. It's not the usual type of tooth wear that, for example, we can see with advanced age or derived from a specific type of food masticated. This most probably indicates some idea of teeth being used as a tool. And you can see the very distinctive patterns that exhibit some chipping in a skeleton 20 or skeleton 18, or some very uneven wear of especially the front teeth of our individual in question. The other burial is a single burial, again in a very simple pit, shallow grave on a sandy floor, and next, most probably to an animal burial, which was probably identified as a dog. This individual was also a male one, between 17 to 25 years old, also exhibited some evidence of dental disease, and again, this little hole you can see on the cranium and again on the right parietal. So these holes in the cranium can be caused by different either taphonomic processes or different pathological conditions. You can see here some differential diagnosis where distinctive pathological conditions can give, again, holes in the cranium, but doesn't give at all any resemblance to the ones that we have already seen. So our estimation is, and our diagnosis is that we are dealing with two distinctive cases of trepanation. Trepanation is the intentional perforation of the cranial vault with removal of a part of bone, that's why we can see the hole, usually without damaging blood vessels, meninges, and the brain. There are different techniques for removing this part of bone from the cranium, like scraping, cutting, and drilling. And sometimes on the same cranium, we even have all these different techniques together. Reasons performing this type of surgical operation can be therapeutic to cure a pathology, usually cranial trauma, magico-therapeutic, relieve a disease spirit or to cure a mental, neurological, or psychological disorder, magico-ritualistic to produce a cranial amulet, and there are also some evidence where there is post-mortem experimentation, for example, for training surgeons in antiquity. We have to note here that this is a practice that is still happening in many parts of the world. For example, there is an indigenous group in Kenya that they are still performing this type of surgical operation, which is known already from prehistoric times and throughout the world. The cases that our individuals demonstrate most probably deal with the drilling technique. This means that this surgical operation was performed with the use of a standard drill bit, what is called a trypanon in the Hippocratic treatise, or a terebra in the works of Celsus, or perhaps a hollow drill bit, which is called a prion in Hippocratic treatise and mediolus in Celsus. Usually in the paleopathological record of Greece, we are coming across more oftenly scrapping and cutting techniques in all the assemblages and the published cases that we have so far. So these two individuals are the only up-to-date known cases where the drilling technique is performed. Another similar case is coming from the Greek colony of Himera in Sicily, which was published a decade or so ago by Fabri and colleagues. And actually, as you can see, circled up there is more or less the same pattern with a drilling technique performed. So going back to our sample and see actually what these two individuals represented. First of all, they were found in an area, a burial ground, that all the discussions between the archaeologists and all us involved in the study of this material was considered as an atypical burial ground. In terms of topography, it was situated at the southeast of the already known ancient cemetery of Kydonia, developed alongside a road which probably led to it or provided a gate outside the city. And all the burials that were excavated were not the typical burials, schist burials, chamber rock cut burials that we have encountered in the ancient cemetery of Kydonia. We also had a very high number of anthropology, usually containing the remains of neonates. And you can see up in the upper picture to your right, these types of amphorae or beehives that they were usually used for the interment of these individuals. We also had some more interesting burials, like the individual you see in the photo next to the burials of the Enchitrismi, an individual which had iron fetters in the shoulders. So these different type of individuals buried in this atypical burial ground give a hint about socio-cultural attitudes that may have to do with the rites of passages for children. Remember, most of them were before even being socially recognized as members of the society due to their very premature death. And maybe the individual with the iron fetters on the shoulder joint is linked to political turbulences that are very well known for the era in question. So maybe this individual represented a slave. So what about these two individuals? Do we have two individuals that we could call like outsiders within a society? And from one hand, we have individuals that present very specific pathologies, but also they are within the society. So our assumption so far is that this very sophisticated surgical operation was possibly performed for magical therapeutic purposes, creating perhaps a neurological or mental disorder because of the absence of any other pathological lesion on the skeleton that could be linked to this type of surgery. Mental disorders in antiquity, we have a lot of references in the medical text and especially how people suffering from this type of disorders were treated from their counterparts. And this speaks a lot about the idea of identity of otherness in antiquity. In the medical tradition, for example, we have many references to specific treatments, sometimes brutal, sometimes very sophisticated, with the use of music or dance as a therapeutic measures, or other ones that, as I said, more brutal in the sense of blooding the individuals in order to seize their neurological state. It also talks a lot about social attitudes toward these people because, of course, at this time of the Greco-Roman world, we don't really have mental institutions where these people could be treated in a more professional way. But of course, in the same time, we see that at least this was an ethical obligation for families and people within the close context of these individuals to actually take care of them. And of course, there is also a big discussion about how these people fit in the society or if they were actually stigmatized. In the case that we demonstrated here, these two individuals apparently were not distinguished from their contemporaries or working companions, either in life due to the specific wear of the teeth that we saw in their dental remains, means that actually they were practicing some kind of a specific job, and so somehow they made part of their society. And at the end of their lives, they were not excluded from this collective society idea about how to fit in this specific period and time in question. However, although we try to understand that these people actually have outsiders, have within a specific society, the fundamental question for this research, I think, is that actually, is it the social status or the health status the key factor for burial in an atypical burial ground? So here we have like a mixture of contradicting patterns that from one hand show two individuals exhibiting a very specific pathological features, but on the other side, also being in a burial ground that perhaps also other counterparts were buried. And the other, I guess, more fundamental question is how these individuals could have access to such a sophisticated operation if we consider them that they belong to a lower strata group. Especially drilling technique is a technique that needs very careful and a very skillful operation, because it can very easily traumatize the inside of the cranium and the dura mater, the part that covers the brain. So this means that at least at this time that we are examining this specific individual, some practitioners, medical practitioners, very skillful, were circulating in the area. So I would like to close this presentation just emphasizing how these perceptions about otherness in the collective social mind can be a flux of very different attitudes and very different ideas about how past societies they understood equality, inclusivity, and marginality. Of course, I think it's needless to say that we don't have to project our westernized ideas about marginalization, about disability in the past, about how people fit or not fit or are stigmatized in modern society, and project these values or ideas to the past. And for those who would like to have a flipped idea about equality or marginality, I suggest to go and read this book by Harrison Bergeron, by Kurt Vonnegut, which was actually was also made a short film called 2081 by the Moving Picture Institute. This is a kind of dystopic, futuristic book that flips the idea of equality in the future. It is situated in the US, and the concept behind it is that a very specific amendment of the constitutions dictated that all Americans should be fully equal and not allowed to be smarter, better looking, or more physically able than anyone else. And that the general agents that they were supervising that this specific amendment was applied, what they did, they enforced these equality laws, forcing citizens to wear masks for those who are beautiful, loud radios to disrupt thoughts inside the ears of intelligent people, and heavy weights for the strong or the athletic. So the whole idea is that all these perceptions of otherness, equality, is a very delicate subject, but it's fruitful to discuss, especially for past societies. Just have on mind that we all need a very contextualized and draw from different sources in order to arrive to a more, let's say, than tentative result. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Risa. Very cool case studies and nice and interesting reflections on them. Okay, now in a first for me, I get to introduce myself. Yes, this is a presentation that I'm giving, maybe, if it appears. This is a collaborative project that I've been doing with my colleague here. And the text has gone rather weird, so hopefully that doesn't continue throughout all of the slides, but let's see how we go. So today I'm going to reflect on a chamber tomb from Roman Aptera, which was excavated in 2010 as a rescue excavation by Katerina Zanikaki and her colleagues here at the Ephorate in Chania, and which I've been doing the bioarchaeological analysis of. And the material can be a little limiting, but this presentation gives me the opportunities to start reflect on questions of identity and memory, and also hear your thoughts, hopefully, and thinking about the changing funerary practices in Crete in the Roman period, and see how tombs such as this can offer potential for reflecting on identity in Roman Crete. Okay, our text is continuing to do weird things, but hopefully it won't be too problematic. Okay, so to begin with, I just want to give a bit of a brief introduction to the site and to the excavations. Aptera was a site of great strategic importance. It was situated high up, overlooking the Suda Bay. It's got great economic potential, which was fully realized in the Roman period. It has this very impressive fortification wall, which was built in the Hellenistic period. But the majority of the standing remains that we see, including monumental public buildings, huge cisterns, baths, the theatre that you can see here, date largely to the Roman period. So here we have the plan of the city with its extensive fortification wall around the outside. And just outside the main monumental entrance to the city, we have the Western Cemetery. And this is where the Greek Archaeological Service has been conducting numerous excavations over the years. This figure here is taken from an earlier publication on these rescue excavations by Katerina Zanikaki, who is the Ephorate in charge of the site at Aptera. And who's also in charge of the excavations on the VIII plot in 2010, which I've added with a red arrow here. And this tomb is going to be the focus of the talk today. So this sort of location is, of course, very normal for cemeteries, but already we can start thinking along the lines of visibility of the cemetery as a factor for memory, including the highly visible mausolea and stelae that we see here. And see it as a liminal zone of remembrance just outside the monumental gateway into the city. So we can see cemeteries in general as memory landscapes. They're places you can either visit with intent, going to remember, or places you may just be passing by or through and be reminded incidentally. Material and spatial re-engagement with graves is central to creating social memory, so seeing the tomb as a place of ongoing remembrance through reuse and modification. Funerary monuments and practices can be seen as active in shaping social memory and identity, not just reflecting it. Revisiting and reusing graves creates temporal connections between generations, so sustaining family, community, or civic identities. The dead and their material traces, so the tombs themselves, the bones, the offerings that we find in tombs, all serve as anchors of belonging, or a way of negotiating belonging in terms of status, kinship, or community ties. And they can act as expressions of status, gender, origin. Collective burial practices can blur individual identity and foregrounding shared memory and continuity within changing social landscapes. Collective commemoration and familial continuity can be seen as key identity strategies. So the excavations in 2010 focused on this chamber tomb, and I'll just talk you through sort of some of the practical elements of the tomb, the physical elements. The tomb's entered via a dromos and then steps from the south. The entrance blocking stone slab was found fallen and broken in two pieces to the left of the entrance. A stone block or pillar supported the roof, while the eastern one had fallen inwards and was found on the chamber floor. The chamber is 2.5 by 270 meters in dimensions, and on three sides, the east, north, and west, it has this bench running around the edges, which is about 0.5 meter higher than the floor. Most of the skeletal remains are found on the eastern bench and part of the northern bench. And these pictures from during the excavation, if you look here, they show just how much had fallen from the ceiling, and some of them had been covered by a large tile. So there was various sorts of disturbance within the tomb. Some bones were also found on the floor, but not many, so this may also be from disturbance. And there are interesting new elements in this tomb as well that hadn't been seen in the Western Cemetery at Aptera previously, and that was these three niches that have been carved into the bases of these benches on each of the three sides, and they also are at a lower level than the main floor of the chamber. They seem to have functioned as receptacles for bones and offerings. For example, inside the eastern one was a skull, some long bones, alongside 2 or 3 glass vessels, fragments of which had also been sort of scattered outside it, so we see disturbance there again. In the western niche, there were a few bones, a piece of skull, a fragment of a glass vessel also in there. And then the northern niche, a few bones, pottery, and a fragment of a glass vessel were found, and all disturbed. So these are just some of the architectural features of the tomb. We see the door jamb, the steps entering, the broken slab at the entranceway, and a couple of the finds from within the tomb as well, and pictures from during the excavation, showing the sort of scattered bones, but also the roof fall. Methodologically, it's been quite hard to approach in that it's not so many individuals and it's too fragmented and commingled to be able to do a great deal of pair matching or reassociating parts of individuals to identify individuals. But also it's a small enough number of individuals that looking at things like pathology prevalences purely on a population level can be a bit misleading without carrying out sort of necessary checks. So that's not quite so important for what I'm talking about today. But looking at exactly what we have in the tomb, who we have in the tomb, we have a minimum number of individuals of 18 adults and 3 children, the children being about 4.5 years old, another of a similar age between 3 and 5 years old, and one around 10 to 12 years old. And I've put this graph of elements counted divided by the number of each bone that you'd expect to find in a single individual here, just to demonstrate how much is missing through either poor preservation, disturbance, and potentially non-ideal collection of smaller elements. As the recording was done by element rather than by individual, many elements could not be assigned to a sex or specific age group. So the children are probably slightly overrepresented in this pie chart here, in that every child's bone can usually be assigned to a broad age category, whereas for adults you only have the age diagnostic elements here. But bearing that in mind, we notably have no neonates or infants, relatively few children, and no adolescents. And as far as the adults are concerned, the middle adults are dominating, which suggests a not bad life expectancy. I've definitely looked at other skeletal assemblages where there's a more sizable proportion of young adults. There are slightly more female than male elements recorded in the assemblage, but it's fairly close to even. So, as is assumed, this is a sort of family or lineage tomb which is being used over time, the absence of infants definitely is suggesting some sort of differential treatment or exclusion from the tomb. So I've done some C14 dating of some of the bones to see if I can, the goal was to see if I could recreate a sort of sequence of events, but nothing's very clearly determinable. I was hoping we might be able to see earlier dates in the niches, showing a clearing aside of earlier burials, and then the latest burials on the benches. But actually nearly all the remains were on the east and north benches, and if we look only at the east bench, for example, we have both the earliest samples, so sample 1, for example, potentially being as early as the 2nd century, but probably the 2nd century, and then one of the latest burials, so looking at sample 4 here, which likely dates to the 3rd century, but could even be as late as the 4th century. But this is showing the sort of broadness of the C14 dates as well. The finds would date the tomb most likely to the 2nd century, but these dates are showing it likely remained in use at least into the 3rd as well. So it seemed clear to the excavators that the tomb had been looted, which may explain the degree of mixing and commingling of the bodies, as well as why there are none preserved on the west bench. There's also recent disturbance by animals and ceiling collapse. And in terms of the finds, there were small clay and glass vessels, lamps with relief moulding, and a small silver ring was found on the north bench, and a small clay bead was collected from the sieve, which the excavators took as evidence, sort of reinforcing the hypothesis that other finds, such as jewellery, were removed from the tomb at a later period. So although we are not seeing the tomb as it was necessarily left by the burying community, we may not be able to reconstruct a precise sequence of events. We can see a tomb that was reused, potentially across 150 years, so about 6 generations, with the deposition of both the dead and their accompanying offerings. So we can see this embodiment of identity and memory. With the revisiting and reuse of the tomb, we can see an important social practice and conscious action that reflects continuity, kinship, and perhaps even a negotiation of identity in thinking about things such as local versus imperial, familial versus civic values. In Crete, in the Hellenistic period, the majority of graves are quite simple. They're usually individual pit and tile graves. So this shift in practice in the Roman period, which is seen across the island, largely in the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, towards collective tombs, is a really significant conceptual and social shift. We can also see disturbance, both ancient and modern, and even the excavation of the tomb as being a part of the extended life of the monument, so a sort of afterlife for the tomb. So it's continuing to be maintained in memory, and revisiting the tomb can be seen as an act of renewal in connecting the living with the dead and reviving memories. So looking beyond the chaos of the disturbance and the commingling of the remains, we can also see the tomb as a space for curating ancestry and memory. If we were to take a phenomenological approach to revisiting the tomb, we would experience the dromos and the blocked entrance as a ritual threshold of restricted access. This structured re-entry into the tomb for a select group places a sense of social importance on being a part of that group. And then once inside the tomb, we also see this very structured, curated space with the benches and the niches for displaying and engaging with the dead. The niches in particular seem to surely represent spaces that could be used for secondary acts of deposition, showing further connection with and curation of the past. So I recently gave a talk at the Roman Bioarchaeology Conference on the health and social status of these individuals. And I'm not going to go into too much detail on that now, but I do want to sort of highlight how health and lived experiences that we can understand from the bones as being a feature of individual and group identity, especially when combined with the evidence from the tomb context. Although it wasn't possible in most cases to reassociate the bones of individuals, the skeletal remains can still have value on a sort of osteobiographical level, which we've been hearing about, of telling the story of a family or kin group across several generations. We know at the same time at Aptera we have both simpler graves and monumental grave monuments. So we likely have neither the highest nor lowest social echelons of society buried in this tomb. The finds, although potentially robbed, neither represent great wealth nor impoverishment. And then the fairly low levels of pathology in terms of things like evidence of infection, but also in terms of activity-related lesions, including joint disease, enthesial changes, and trauma, all support the idea of a lack of high-risk occupation or heavy manual laboring. There is evidence in the enamel hypoplasia, for example, of interrupted growth during childhood, but nevertheless, the diets, as seen from the stable isotope analysis, do appear to show adequate protein from meat or animal products in the diet. So I would say that the evidence tentatively supports a family of upper middling socioeconomic standing. There are these burial and commemorative monuments immediately outside the main entrance to the city, which were built and used in the 1st and 2nd centuries. These, alongside our chamber tomb that we're looking at today, show different scales of size, monumentality, visibility, but all of this changed towards communal burial practices in funerary spaces that were revisited and reused. So I've already mentioned that there was a significant change in tomb types being reflective of burial practices between the Hellenistic and the Roman periods on Crete. And I see this move from the individual to the collective grave, which also comes with increased size, increased monumentality, and visibility of tombs and funerary monuments, as being symptomatic of a new desire to define identity in a material and visible way. Understanding what sort of aspect of identity exactly is being projected is a little more complex if we think about what prompts this change. So Crete is now part of the Roman Empire. This puts an end to all of the Hellenistic warring and disputes between the polis. It holds an integral position in Mediterranean networks. There's increased connectivity and mobility. Crete became more of a cultural melting pot of different cultures and languages being present. So the presence of the very monumental tombs may say something about social status and increased social differentiation and inequality, and the presence of a more established elite who wanted to define their position with these monuments. Nevertheless, there's also a greater focus on family, lineages, ancestors, and memory. And that may in part be about gaining power and status through association. But the fact that we see this on very different levels of wealth, size, visibility, and monumentality of these communal and collective tombs suggests it's something more than just a trend for the power-hungry elites and the social climbers. It suggests also a desire to define your civic and cultural identity as being part of the family or kin group that's buried in that tomb, and that is in the face of a changing and more diverse cultural landscape. So defining who and what you are or how you want to be seen becomes more important. And just to give a concrete example from Aptera, which you can go and see this stele just down the hallway here in the museum, which encompasses some of these ideas of projecting identity. I just wanted to briefly mention this stele from the 3rd century, which is a husband's dedication expressing his grief for the death of his wife, the 30-year-old Symphorusa, who, although a foreigner from Libya, was respected at Aptera and buried in a large tomb. So just some evidence for a more diverse population on Crete at this time, including migrants, and also the fact that it was important to mention her status and social standing in having a large tomb, and that foreignness didn't mean otherness, but that you could be accepted and celebrated as part of a diverse society at Aptera. And this is just showing some of the beautiful and more monumental monuments that we have in Crete, both built tombs and rock-cut chamber tombs in the Roman period. And so the people we're looking at who were buried in this, the Sumerzi Calais, the chamber tomb, may or may not have been of sufficient socioeconomic standing to have been buried or to have lived in one of these sort of lovely Roman peristyle houses with a nice view over the White Mountains and over the Suda Bay. And I hope many of you will get the opportunity to visit after a while you are here in Chania. And I'd just like to thank you all for your attention today. Okay. Can I invite all of our speakers from the session to maybe come and take a seat at the front for the questions, and then that might make it slightly easier. Can I invite any questions for our first speaker, Gabriela Salempa?
Can I? Thanks a lot for the very interesting sample that you are analyzing. I assume you are aware of the study done by Megan Perry.
Yes.
Perhaps you are planning also to do some copper and lead analysis for the skeletons.
Well, that's one of our next steps.
Okay.
To get the permit, first of all.
Yeah, okay.
For the analysis, but yes, we want to check the lead tracing to see if we actually have lead poisoning.
You should also check copper. I think it's, if you mentioned that it's a copper mine.
It's a copper mine,
so
yes.
Copper and lead.
Yes.
And you will also check mobility with strontium or oxygen.
Well, yeah, that's part of a new colleague. She just started her PhD, and we actually got the permit for 1490th, I think, from Linu.
Okay.
She will do strontium, oxygen, and carbon. So she will check all of the diet and mobility.
Good luck. It's very, very interesting.
Well, Linu, it's a huge and unique assemblage in Cyprus. And I just showed you the surface. Like, I barely scratched the surface. So there is a lot of things that we plan in the future to dive deeper into those.
Super.
Other questions for Gabriela? Okay. Any questions for Clary Zikithi?
I have, but I don't want to monopolize.
You get us started first.
Okay. I'm just wondering about the child burial, the cremated. It dates to which century?
Well, most of our cremations date to the 7th to the 6th.
7th to the 6th, okay. So you think it was something unusual, atypical going?
We don't go with those terms because otherwise the whole
I'm using
cemetery.
these terms to facilitate the dialogue.
No. We don't even bother with these terms. We don't use atypical. We don't use unusual because otherwise, if you notice, the whole phaleron would be that. The entire cemetery. I'm sorry, but that's the reality.
It is, though.
It's not, no.
Yeah.
The standard is set by the social group, not by external forces, and this is what we're trying to show, that if we keep treating each case as special, then we will always have special cases, but it is not like that. We need to find the standard, the medium. It is certainly atypical within its group, if that's what you mean.
Yeah. Or for the burial rites of this time frame that you gave. Is that typical? Because, for example, in the Roman period, you don't get cremated children, non-adults, below the age of 3. And this is also attested in the documentary evidence. So, for example, if you find a Roman child of 3 years old cremated, so I would call it
we have skeletal
sorry.
remains that have been cremated. I think we have a good 5% in our population that is from non-adults that are aged even up to 2 years
From the specific time
from
period?
the specific time period that have been cremated. The problem is that, as you know, in all cremations, you may find more than one individual, and in some cases, the contexts are not that clear. But yes, we do have other examples within the cemetery, within that specific group, that actually indicate the same practice. The oddity in this case was the fact that we found skeletal remains of 2 more adults that were also partially cremated. So we were trying to node into essentially the possibility of the area being disturbed by post-depositional processes, which is quite common, as you know, in Phalliron. And it may actually indicate that the context that we have may have been somehow compromised.
Okay,
But as
that's
you
another
saw,
that's
yes,
another story.
As you saw, the individual is fine. It's fully articulated. Yeah.
Okay, and my other question is, what exactly is the difference of the osteoassemblage matrix approach? You gave a whole bunch of different, let's say, parameters that you take into consideration every time you study with the actual bioarchaeological work, because we are supposed to do this exactly in every bioarchaeological work that we are doing. I mean, we have to gather information from very different data sets. So are we giving a new name to bioarchaeology or
no,
something?
absolutely not. Actually, the representative of bioarchaeology is over there and agrees with it. And she gave that term. Okay, since it's a, do I have time to actually talk about this?
How long do you think it's going to
I
take?
can take 5 minutes.
Go for it, go for
Okay.
it.
So, I'll take your representation, for example. You chose 2 special cases with 2 special treatments, and you saw those treatments and you saw those cases. You gave some sprinkles of data to contextualize.
It's published, so everything is there. Here you have like 20 minutes
But
to
this
try.
was a presentation of 2 autobiographies. That's what we were meant to see. But that did not happen. And this is exactly the point. And I'll give you another example. Rob, who did the After the Plague project that I indicated there, published the project, it came out, and literally a couple of months later, he came out in an article himself with Hosek and said, I did not do this right. And I did not do this right because I took the remains of 20 individuals out of the hundreds that were in that cemetery, and I put them up front to sensationalize and promote the project, and made images so that they look very nice, like the one that I showed you with Duncan. And I showed that pathology so that it looks attractive, so that people come and look at it. He said himself that in these cases, I made that mistake myself, and that I need to actually do better the next time.
Okay, it doesn't answer my question.
It is direct, actually it does, actually it does. It says essentially that when you pick 2 cases because they're interesting because of a pathology, you show the pathology and you don't contextualize adequately.
My question was, are we reinventing bioarchaeology
No.
with the
Osteoassemblage. We don't, absolutely don't.
That's
We're
my
saying that,
question.
for example, out of the 2 individuals of the cemetery, you should have probably shown what their correlation was with the rest of the individuals.
have seen
What you could have done was show us, for example, if there are any direct lineages that we can trace, if there are describable isotopic data that we can compare, if there are pathologies in that individual other than the trepanations that you can compare with them and actually set that individual within their context. And it's the same with memory.
Anyway, okay, thank you.
We can continue this one. Any other questions for Clary? Any questions for Risa then? Do we have the microphone?
Thank you. Good morning. You spoke about evidence of trepanation in the Greco-Roman era. What were the earliest evidence of surgical procedure that we have found on Crete?
I think there are some prehistoric cases, like Minoan time. From Katerina McGeorge. Yeah, yeah. This, I don't know if it is, I think it's not the drilling technique like the one you saw with the little hole. I think it's more scrapping technique, like cutting the piece.
Hi, thank you very much for this highly engaging paper. I guess my question is one of ignorance, because I'm used to looking at funerary monuments, which, as you know, are very concealing and never reveal, very seldom reveal the cause of death. So when you speak of trepanation, my main question would be, are we aware of the percentage of survival of this kind of brutal, to my eyes, surgical, undertaking? Because you mentioned some highly skilled medical practitioners, but and if they continue doing that into, as you said, modern times, they should have some evidence of actual healing, or I don't know, effectiveness of the method.
In the cases that I have demonstrated, there was no healing. So we would say that maybe successfully made, but the operation itself not successful for the patient. So there are cases that we have evidence of healing, and surprisingly, the rate of survival is not that low. It's quite enough in some cases. And in those regions of the world where trepanation is still a practice among different groups, they actually have a high rate of survival.
This is quite impressive if one thinks of the medical instruments that they had available at the time.
If you consider, for example, that all this trepanation done by the scrapping or cutting techniques, they were using obsidian blades, at least in the prehistoric and even in the Roman times, because we all know the obsidian is like very sharp and already known to used in this type of operations. So yeah.
But just to clarify, am I right in my impression that it is not something that we find very often? Trepanation as such, I mean.
Depending on which part of the world you are, because this is a very, for example, more common if you are examining South American samples.
No, I mean in classical, in Greek antiquity.
There are cases, not so many, but there are cases. And I suppose there are more out there, so we just keep on looking.
More for you to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. I would like to ask you something about the atypical burial ground and the cemetery of Chania. In one of the pictures that you showed us, what about the role of the beehives in this tomb? As we know, they don't work as urns or for a hindrismoi.
Well, actually, it was a very common vessel for the interment of the neonates in the specific cemetery. It's also known from other necropolis dating to the same time period. Instead of amphora, there is the use of beehives. I think there is a very specific link because, at least in the Greco-Roman world, honey plays a very special commemoration as a food of the gods with very specific attributes to it. So I think there must be a connection to use beehives as a vessel for burying a child. There is more into it in this volume by Dassen about naissance et petite enfance. If you want, I can pass you the reference where it's explicitly made this link with honey and.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions for Risa? Any questions for me?
We should say that. Any questions for Anna?
Yes, thank you for the nice talk. I enjoyed it really much. My question is, are we only having the bones to date the funerary complex that you showed? We also have the other materials?
Yeah, so most of the finds from the tomb suggest 2nd century.
Okay, and they are only inside out or also from the surrounding areas? Like when
Only inside the tomb. I'm looking to Katerina now. There's nothing sort of around the edges of the tomb, are there, that we're dating?
It was inside the tomb, on the floor, but not with the bones.
Yeah, because I saw a case that's from Italy. They also had the idea or the find that some of the bones were positioned in the funerary monument. So they took the relatives from other places and set the bones. And I thought maybe with the scattered material, this was a similarity I just saw and thought maybe this could also be.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of disturbance in the tomb. There's clearly a lot of revisiting. There's a lot of things missing. So more evidence that things are being removed, potentially. It's hard to tell whether it's preservation, survival, or things have actually been deliberately removed, rather than evidence that they're bringing sort of burials from elsewhere. But it's always hard to be certain.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Anna. I was about to ask the exact same thing, as a matter of fact, because you've given us two sort of dates, one coming from the bones and the other coming from the vases. But my second question is to do with why family or lineage links and not some other corporate group. You know, I mean, it is what it is. During the second and third century AD, I mean, you have other sorts of social groups being buried together.
Yeah, well, this is sort of why I say kinship or lineage, like something that's connecting these people where they want to revisit. So yeah, not definitely family, especially because we're missing infants and a lack of children in general. So yeah, there can easily be another connection there, but something where they're sort of revisiting the tomb and wanting to keep connecting to that group. So no, absolutely, it's a possibility.
Just to make a clarification, the vases, which were 8 at most, were gathered in some corners of the floor. I think they were put for a ritual. It was not grave goods or offerings. I could think that whenever they were opening the grave, they might made a ritual, a small one. That's why we have 4, as I recall, 4 or 5 lamps. So I think the grave goods that accompanied the dead were not there. I had the idea that someone had removed, because the bones had nothing except from a clay bead and a ring, nothing else on the benches. And the glass objects, the flasks, who are of a later time, perhaps at the end of the 2nd, even 3rd century, might be the last entrance. And also the west bench that was empty of bones might have been cleaned in order to be reused, but something bothered them and never used it again. So.
It's very interesting what you said, because completely in a different area, in a different region in Pisidia, I've been excavating since 2019, and this year we excavated Hellenistic, late Hellenistic, early Roman period grave groups, clusters, and we have exactly the same picture. So whenever a reburial wanted to make, they kind of like give offerings. It's maybe like attributing to the right of the deceased before, something like that. So we have the same in Seleucia, Sidera, and Pisidia.
And do you think they're removing things from the tomb there?
They're not completely removing them in our case, but like putting them in a corner, but giving also again some new offerings.
Yeah.
So you have these offerings without no bones, actually.
I think Katerina wants to respond there.
Can I add something? Aptera and Pisidia have a lot in common, because in a later, in a tomb of the same time, we have things about Kiveli and in Aptera. So it's thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions, we can thank our speakers again.
Thank you.
And we now have a lunch break. Okay. So we have a lunch break until 3 o'clock, 15 past 3, quarter past 3. So go forth and enjoy lunch. Nicholas, do you want to add anything?
Mr. Mana.
Thank you, guys.
Sorry, the speakers of the next session, can they possibly bring their PowerPoints right now?
Το κατέβασα πιο κάτω γιατί κάποιοι που μιλάνε δεν φαίνονται.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So unfortunately, Professor Wutsaki couldn't be here with us today, so I will just fill in to chair this session. So session 3 will be focusing on commemorative practices and funerary materiality. So I will invite the first speaker, Laetitia Fialon, to present her paper entitled Late Bronze Age Larnakes as Potential Objects with a Past, a Challenging Question.
Thank you. Thank you. In very specific context, late Bronze Age burial Larnakes may be regarded as objects with a past, as in the case of clay Larnakes found in early Iron Age tombs at Knossos. Thank you. The question arises as to whether other tombs dating from the early Iron Age or even later, in addition to the tombs at Knossos, have yielded late Bronze Age Larnakes. The first aim of my paper is to explore this possibility and then to examine whether late Bronze Age tombs that contain Larnakes were reopened for purpose other than burial in early Iron Age or later period. Although burial Larnakes were very common in late Minoan Crete, it is possible that evidence of reuse in early Iron Age tombs concentrates exclusively in the Knossos area. Various researchers have already focused on objects, not the Larnakes, found in more recent context, the so-called antique, as linked to memory and identity. There is also an abundant literature on late Bronze Age tomb associated with later cult activity. It must be added that ancient offerings may have been placed in late Bronze Age tombs for various purposes, for instance, to express respect for the ancestral dead. Today, I will first focus on the Knossos North Cemetery, where the late Bronze Age Larnakes were found in tombs used in the early Iron Age. I will then examine cases of late Minoan tombs which were reopened in a later period. My attention will then turn to mainland Greece. A preliminary examination of the material from certain late Helladic tombs in Tanagra in Boeotia, where a high number of Larnakes were discovered, might also hold some surprises. Finally, I wonder whether certain exceptional funerary containers have been considered as objects carrying memories. This question arises in relation to the stone sarcophagus of Ayatriada in Crete, for which the hypothesis of a damnatio memoriae had been suggested at a time close to the burial during the late Bronze Age. I will then extend my reflection by examining our decorated Larnakes from Knossos and another from Tanagra in Boeotia. So first, I propose to re-examine more closely the reuse of late Minoan Larnakes in the Knossos North Cemetery. You can see here the main publication on this cemetery and the content. 16 late Minoan tree Larnakes were found in this tomb or near them in context which, when known, are never earlier than proto-geometric B. It is possible that 5 of them were reused for later interment in niches of Dromoi and in a side chamber. All were found in fragment. A 7th Larnax can be added to this review, and perhaps even 2 more late Minoan Larnakes. 6 tombs that yield Larnax fragments are located in various areas of this cemetery. Most of them were chamber tombs, but 2 were pit graves, 1 a shaft grave, and 2 were so-called Larnakes graves. Some of these tombs were rich, others modest. All Larnakes are of chest type, except 1 of bathtub type. All dated to late Minoan tree, usually said 3A and B. The question, another one, arises as to whether some tombs with or without Larnakes were constructed in late Minoan tree period. The main argument for a late Minoan date of 6 tombs is the careful shaping of the stomion. The main argument against this is that these tombs were a Dark Age imitation of late Minoan type. Another question is how these larnacas were reused. 5 of them may have served for internment, perhaps for children, in a time, however, where cremation became predominant at Knossos in Proto-Geometric B around 950 BC. The larnacas were of medium size, about 90 and 1 meter long. A single tomb had a fragment, perhaps one reused as part of the niche blocking. What is important is that the presence of the larnax fragments was interpreted as proof of the Knossian interest in and pride in their past. The reuse reveals above all the need for a connection as suggested by Veron Antoniadis. One may wonder whether there is evidence of cult activity linked to the late Minoan tombs. Some researchers believe that there is no evidence for the existence of a tomb cult in Crete in the early Iron Age. Daniela Lefebvre-Navarro, on the other hand, associates the geometric and orientalizing offerings found in or close to the Minoan tomb to the symbolic assertion of territorial control. These were individual acts. I am still seeking examples of late Minoan larnacus reused in early Iron Age or later tomb other than the tombs at Knossos. So I'm hoping to have new information. Moreover, it seems exceptional to find late Minoan tombs containing larnacus reused for burial in a later period. I can cite one secure example in Knossos II, a tomb on Upper Gypsades reused in sub-Minoan period. 4 other tombs at Mavrospilio and Aios Ioannis did not contain late Minoan larnacus. Finally, 2 Minoan tombs, both examined by Lefebvre-Navarro, contained larnacus. The Tolos at Camilleri, a late Minoan 382 clay larnax, with 2 fragmentary vases and shards of the 8th century and 7th century BC in the annex. The Tolos at Aklaida, it had 3 late Minoan 382 and 3B larnacus with 2 late geometric vases in the looted chamber. However, as regards the tomb at Camilleri, it is uncertain whether the people responsible for this act saw the 2 larnacus, one of which undoubtedly belonged to the late Minoan 382 in the Tolos itself, unlike that what may have happened in the case of Aklaida Tolos that contained 3 larnacus. And generally speaking, it is essential to distinguish between burial votive deposits and intrusion, as Carla Antonaccios pointed out. A votive deposit is not a utilitarian deposit either. By utilitarian, I mean a deposit found in a funerary monument reused as a lime kiln, a barn, or a dumping ground. Antonaccios' review shows that the Argolid and Messenia are the region with the highest number of Mycenaean tombs reused for burial or for cult purpose. Of course, a distinction should be made between a tomb cult and a hero cult. In Boeotia, 2 major late Helladic tombs have been revisited in later periods. One in Orchomenos, the famous large Tolos. No larnax has been reported there. The other, in Thebes, a monumental chamber tomb with 2 dromoi. Fragments of a larnax were found in the filling of the West Dromos. Antonaccio also draws attention to other Mycenaean cemeteries in Thebes that yielded offerings dating from later period. However, the shards may be intrusion or offering for new burials. Specifically, in Orchomenos, a P-shaped structure that you can see here in the center of the Tolos has been identified as an altar rather than at the base of a group of sculpture in the Hellenistic and Roman periods. A Hellenistic inscription was also found inside this tomb, dedicated to Zeus and to Hera Telia. In Thebes, the tombs with the two dromoi, which is called Tomb of Oedipus Sons or Royal Tomb by the excavator Spiropoulos, was reopened, but apparently not for burial. Fragments of Hellenistic scyphoi, a fragmentary archaic vase, in addition to Mycenaean shards, were found in the east part of its chamber. The vases could have been left behind after a visit to the tombs, as a sign of respect, or perhaps after looting, or even as propitiatory offering. That means to appease the spirit, for instance. The West Dromos yielded fragments of a late Bronze Age larnax. It is uncertain that the people who revisited this tomb saw this larnax in its original position. There are no illustration of this larnax or no illustration of the Hellenistic scyphoi found there. In order to determine whether late Bronze Age graves containing larnax were reused for purpose other than burial at a later period, it is essential to examine the Mycenaean cemeteries of Tanagra in Boeotia. Unlike Crete, where the use of larnax was widespread in the late Bronze Age, the number of sites that have yielded such funerary container is much more smaller in mainland Greece. However, a high number of larnaxes were found in the chamber tombs cemeteries at Tanagra in Boeotia. That is a total of 93 larnaxes from at least 32 tombs at Dendron and 16 tombs at Ephorate. Spiropoulos excavated overall 137 late Helladic tombs at Tanagra. Two questions then arise. First, have been late Bronze Age larnaxes reused in later tombs in ancient Tanagra? In my knowledge, no. Did the late Helladic tombs containing larnaxes have been reopened or reused in Tanagra, Dendron, and Ephorate? This is an ongoing personal research, and yes, possibly. So first, I thank the museum and Ephorate of Thebes for allowing me to access to the material excavated in the cemeteries, Mycenaean cemeteries of Tanagra. And you have here the map. You can see the ancient, from geometric to the Roman time, ancient Tanagra in a blue spot. And you have the Tanagra village, and in the area of the village of Tanagra, very near, you have the cemetery, the two cemeteries, Mycenaean cemeteries. So they are not exactly in the same place. The ancient cemetery, these include 1,600 tombs, which are dated from the archaic period around 625 BC to the Hellenistic and Roman periods. A much higher tombs have been looted. Maybe they said 10,000 tombs, which is a very high number. It will not be surprising if certain Tanagrans, people from Tanagra, had revisited the late Helladic tomb located further west. So far, I can set only two examples, which include larnaxes. Interestingly, these Megarian scyphos or bore come from a tomb excavated in 1972, which is most probably the same tomb as the one that yielded this larnax decorated with mourner and two bulls discovered in 1973 in Dendron. It is not known exactly where in the tomb in this Hellenistic ball was found in fragment. Balls with relief decoration have been found in the ancient Tanagra cemeteries, not in the Mycenaean usually. Another tomb at Dendron yielded this Kontaros, who has a grey clay, but inside you can see the clay is red-brown in the side. It evokes the ceramic class name Aeolic Bukhero, which is notably produced in Lesbos in the 7th, from the 7th to the 4th century BC, which is then replaced by, on this island by black glazed pottery. But I really wonder whether this vase could not be Hellenistic too, and to be a partially glazed pottery, so new meaning then. And it was associated, clearly associated with this Larnacus, decorated with a scene of a prothesis and with mourner on the side. So, how should we interpret the presence of more recent pottery in tombs with Larnacus? As a sign of respect for the deceased who are considered as ancestors? Would the presence of a Larnax in a tomb rather than just burial in the ground change the attitude of those who reopened the tomb? In any case, the excavator at Tanagra does not report that the Larnacas were reused. Did the individual that reopened this tomb see the Larnacas, their decoration? If a Larnacas was left in a chamber tomb, although it was possible to see it, that it was decorated, the scene or motif was certainly not easily recognizable. But if yet, could it have caused a particular emotion by seeing this decoration? Of course, lightning would be needed in a chamber tomb. A Hellenistic lamp was found in another tomb with Larnax at Tanagra and at Tanagra Dendron. A question is whether these scenes decorating the Larnacas could have had an impact on people that rediscovered them long after the late Bronze Age. My answer would be rather negative, I would say, for Tanagra, however. Even if in the case of prothesis, the particular true-hand mourning attitude, you can see here, one may wonder whether the rediscovery of older scenes might not have motivated to depict them again on vases in late geometric period. Nevertheless, evidence of prothesis scenes and figure in true-hand mourning attitude remains rare in late Helladic 3B and 3C. You can see here a prothesis scene on a crater from Hagia Triada in Elis, not in Crete. And I could have shown you clay figurine with two hands on both sides of the head from the cemetery of Perati in Attica, dating to the 12th century BC. No figure in this mourning gesture are depicted on late Minoan Larnacas in Crete. And I should add, anyway, but you already know, but clay Larnacas were no longer produced after the late Bronze Age in the Aegean. So, let me just present on the stone here, on the stone Hagia Triada sarcophagus in Crete. The figures depicted in various scenes are not mourners, but figures performing rituals and engaged in religious activity. The true women in the chariot pulled by griffins are certainly goddesses. I will not discuss here the various interpretations put forward regarding this scene. I will simply mention that the identity of the commissioner, owner of this sarcophagus, mostly likely the deceased who was originally placed in it, is debated. The deceased could be, for instance, the small, correspond to the small figure, male figure, which can be the representation of the deceased man or his spirit, and perhaps, if in this case, if it's not represent a god. However, the hypothesis that the deceased was a woman who could correspond to a priestess, such as those depicted in the scenes on the long side, has also been proposed. Two skulls was discovered in the sarcophagus, which have not been analyzed. What with all my attention now is the Vincenzo La Rosa interpretation of the condition in which the sarcophagus was discovered. As the sarcophagus had fallen over and rested on its north face, it seemed to have been knocked over. This led Vincenzo La Rosa to hypothesize that a damnio memoriae occurred. The bodies and grave goods could have been placed in another tombs while the sarcophagus suffered humiliation. This may have happened either in connection with the events at Knossos or due to an internal quarrel in a late phase of late Minoan 382 at Hagia Triada. This means that it will happen shortly after the burial, which is placed usually in the early phase of Let Me Know entry A2. While this sarcophagus must have made a very strong impression at the funeral, the question is whether it is meant to be seen after being transported to the tombs. Was there a plan, was there an idea to bring it out again for other burials, or even perhaps for cultic purpose? Who knows? The biography of this broken sarcophagus probably ends there. Its tomb does not appear to have been revisited in ancient times. It was not moved to another tomb in a later period. So, Let Me Know and clay larnacas, some of which were decorated, were reused in tombs in Knossos North Cemetery, thus in the early Iron Age, as already said. And so I wonder, I have two questions again. Could these larnacas have had an impact on the burial rite in the early Iron Age? And could the larnax decoration have influenced early Iron Age images? As cremation became predominant in the protogeometric B and the larnacas were found in fragments, we can only hypothesize that the larnacas were reused for the inhumation burials of children only. But regarding the figured scene, it is possible that Hansen depicted an Antiquities, you can see here, and a ceramic crater were influenced by Let Me Know and larnax scenes. The scenes depicted on the Pitos involve a horse pulling a chariot with a hound running under its belly. This implies that certain larnax scenes have been rediscovered during the early Iron Age. Thus, the larnacas decorated with these scenes were apparently not broken at this time. The most interesting Let Me Know and larnax found in the North Cemetery is undoubtedly the one decorated with female figures on its long side, possibly both priestesses. Although the possibility of a goddess for the woman on the right cannot be ruled out. According to Coldstream, this larnax introduces us to more tangible instance of Minoan inspiration for the Gnostian of the late 9th century. This regards the female figure identified as a goddess of vegetation, the spiral tree, and the bird, which are nonetheless rendered in a geometricized form. It is clear that the style of the larnax and that of the Pitos are completely different. What about the larnacas of Tanagra? As I said earlier, it is unlikely that the scene of I don't believe that the scene decorating the larnacas had any impact on the Tanagras who may have seen or rediscovered them sporadically in the late Helladic tombs. Nevertheless, this doesn't mean that the larnacas were objects that held no memories at all. A strong connection with the past may be found in some specific figure scenes, but this link goes back to and within the Bronze Age. Specific figure scene on a Tanagra larnax, which is famous, may have referred to the collective memory of Aegean Bronze Age communities. Scholars such as John Younger or Sarah Imera have already suggested that the torocatapsia, the bull leaping, was no longer a ritual practiced in the 13th century BC, at least not in the mainland Greece. However, it appears on a larnax from Tanagra, perhaps in reference to the Aegean palatial elite and to a Minoan past, although people buried at Tanagra did not belong at all to the Mycenaean palatial elite. The same can be said for the hunt of Agrim, something very Minoan influence. The other side of the larnax, on the other hand, these are the iconographic themes, fully Mycenaean. So, to conclude, in the case of Minoan tombs that were reopened to deposit votive offering, or even reused for new burial, these acts may have been associated with territorial claims through a reappropriation of the past. If this happened in the 8th century BC, it could have been linked to the rise of the polis. However, in Knossos, a reuse of Let Me Know and tombs seems to have happened earlier, but very occasionally. I would say as early as the very end of the 11th century BC. Furthermore, in the case of a reuse of Larnacas in early Iron Age tombs, these options were clearly linked to a desire of the people, especially the elite, to reconnect with their past at Knossos. It may even be that figured scenes of late Minoan Larnacas exceptionally have inspired craftspeople in the 9th century BC to represent ritual and religious belief at Knossos. By the way of comparison, at least 2 late Helladic tombs at Tanagra in Boeotia were reopened in later time during the Hellenistic period, certainly for one of them. It is a little probable that this was a reaction to the expansion of a neighboring city here, further to the northwest, as it appears that Eleon, in particular, was no longer an important city at that time in Boeotia. In contrast, the Hora of Tanagra, after a peak of activity around 400 BC, was still well occupied by Hellenistic tombs. This may have motivated certain Tanagrans, people from Tanagra, to revisit older graves further to the northwest, perhaps in the hope of finding valuable objects, or conversely, in order to reconnect with their ancestral past. However, as for the figurative scenes depicted on the Tanagra Larnacas, it is hard to believe that they may have had an influence on those who revisited the tomb in a later period. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you for this very interesting paper about Larnakes. I now invite Andreas Levendis to present a paper entitled Contexts of Commemoration, Reused Ceramics and Mortuary Practices in Hellenistic Archane.
Hello, everyone. Dear colleagues, distinguished members of the organizing and scientific committees of the NRN conference, estimated chair and fellow participants, it's a great honor and privilege to be here with you today at this distinguished gathering devoted to commemorative practices and funerary materiality session. It is within this inspiring framework that I would like to present my contribution entitled Contexts of Commemoration, Reused Ceramics and Mortuary Practices in Hellenistic Acharnes. I should mention that as the research is still in progress, both the title and the abstract have been revised, offering a much more interesting perspective on the assemblage, since the decoration of hydria does not belong to the West Slope category, but rather to the black laced with gilt decoration. The Demos of Acharnes, one of the largest in Attica, has provided substantial archaeological evidence for burial practices spanning from the geometric to the Hellenistic and Roman periods. Its cemeteries reveal both continuity and change in funerary customs, reflecting the wider cultural dynamics of Athens and its surrounding region. It is important to note that Hellenistic period funerary contexts in Acharnes are extremely rare, with the present assemblage representing one of the few known examples. By contrast, burials dating from the geometric through the classical periods are far from numerous and better documented. During the Hellenistic era, cremation became increasingly common, through inhumation continued to coexist. In this changing funerary landscape, vessels played a key role, not only as grave goods, but also as containers for human remains. By placing the hydria within this local context, we can appreciate both its practical function and its symbolic significance, as well as its contribution to the broader typological range of Attic funerary pottery. Rescue excavations conducted in 2006 confirmed that the black laced hydria contained cremated human bones, establishing its clear function as cinerary urn. This distinguishes it from vessels found in graves that were placed purely as offerings or decorative supplements. The hydria placed within a beehive-shaped coarse vessel kypseli of the same chronological period, and both were covered with a lekani acting as a lid. This layered arrangement served a dual purpose. It protected the urn and its content from external factors, while in parallel highlighting the symbolic and social importance of the deceased. Such care may indicate that the individual held a distinct or elevated status within the community. By containing the cremated remains, the hydria took a primary funerary role. Its size and shape were well suited to this purpose, while its elegant form reinforced a sense of dignity in keeping with the broader symbolic language of Hellenistic Attica. This transformation from a refined domestic vessel to a funerary context demonstrates the adaptability of ceramic forms and their capacity to acquire new meanings in response to social and ritual needs. The black laced vessel is nothing more than a cinerary hydria. It is almost completely preserved, with only a fracture on the neck caused by excavation machinery. The hydria rests on a ring base, has an ovoid body, a tall concave neck, and a flaring rim. It features two horizontal handles at the shoulder level and a vertical handle connecting the shoulder to the neck. The rim is decorated with a painted ionic himation, while the neck bears a delicate myrtle wreath made of applied and gilded clay. The body, up to the height of the shoulder, is raped, a feature that contributes to a chronological assessment of the vessel. Gold-decorated black lace represents one of the most refined phases of Attic ceramic production in the late classical and early Hellenistic period, 4th century BC. These vessels were crafted from fine clay and coated with a close black slip, over which delicate motifs were applied using a thin layer of gilded clay. Common decorative elements include floral garlands and palments, often combined with white or reserved clay to create a striking visual contrast. Functionally, these vessels served both domestic and ritual purposes, but their intricate decoration made them very suitable for elite contexts and funeral use. In burials, gold-decorated vessels often protected cremated remains or acted as prestigious grave goods, signifying the social status of the deceased. Symbolically, the floral motifs, such as myrtle, a plant associated with immortality and rebirth, reinforced the funerary connotations of life beyond death and continuity and renewal. At this slide, we can see, among others, a black-laced hydria from National Archaeological Museum in Athens that is very similar with the one from Acharnes, with quite the same myrtle wreath on the neck and the same stripes on the body. The adaptation of such hydria to a funerary function is thus striking. A shape designed for display and aesthetic enjoyment was recontextualized as a hydria, as a cinerary urn, invested with a new symbolic meaning. In this slide, we can observe the prominent use of myrtle branches in black lace pottery, both in vessels associated with a symposium, such as in Ochoe and Cantharoi, and in those intended for daily use, such as Pyxides and Lutrophori. The presence of myrtle on vessels, like the Pyxis and the Lutrophoros, both closely linked to female identity, may carry multi-layered symbolism. Myrtle was sacred to Aphrodite and associated with beauty, purity, and regeneration. When used on cinerary vessels, such as hydria, however, the myrtle took on funerary and heroic connotations. It appeared in rites of reverence and offerings to the dead, symbolizing the immortality of the soul and the continuity of life beyond death. It bears a message of hope and transformation, as the plant does not easily wither and regenerates quickly, expressing the wish for peace and eternal rest of the deceased. In this examination, Macedonia could not be missing. As we can see, both the cinerary hydria from Acharnes and the one from Amphipolis most likely originate from an Attic workshop, given the well-documented connections between the Macedonian city and Athens, both through population exchange and trade relations. These interactions facilitated the diffusion of Attic ceramic styles into the Macedonian region. Despite their shaped origin and typology within the gold-decorated black-laced ware tradition, a key distinction lies in the decoration of the myrtle wreath. On the Amphipolis hydria, the ends of the myrtle branch join to form a hypothetical circular band, bearing two myrtle berries at the upper junction and one below. In contrast, on the Acharnes hydria, the branch does not complete the circle, and its central motif features one berry above and two below. These decorative variations, while preserving the symbolic significance of the myrtle linked to purity, renewal, and immortality, illustrate the artistic individuality and regional adaptation within the broader Attic ceramic tradition. Golden myrtle wheels found in Hellenistic tombs, especially in Macedonian tombs, are symbolic funerary objects often associated with immortality, honor, and the commemoration of the deceased. They typically imitate natural myrtle branches and berries crafted on gold to signify wealth, status, and divine favor. These wheels reflect the continuation of classical funerary symbolism, where plants like myrtle were linked to Aphrodite renewal and the cyclical nature of life and death, and their placement in graves emphasized both ritual devotion and the social prestige of the interned individual. Let us now turn to special use of the beehive as a container for black glazed type cinerary hydria, examining examples from ancient hive types, as well as the continuation of this almost identical practice in the modern era. In antiquity, beehives were used for the production and collection of honey and cera alba, serving both gastronomical and ritual purposes. They were typically made of coarse clay terracotta or woven materials, often with a textured interior to encourage comb attachment. Hives could be upright or horizontal, sometimes fitted with removable lids or wooden bars to facilitate harvesting of individual honeycombs. Archaeological and ethnographic evidence shows that these hives were functional, movable, and carefully managed, reflecting sophisticated apicultural knowledge in the ancient world. This particular beehive from the funerary assemblage of Acharnes finds its parallels not far from its place of discovery. Notably, significant parallels come from VIII region, where for several decades a country house with a remarkable concentration of hives has been systematically studied, provided clear evidence of beekeeping practices in the area. A microscopic examination of both the form and the clay suggests that the Acharnes hive could have been manufactured in the VIII region. At the same time, precise parallels are also attested in the Eretria area. These parallels are extremely valuable for dating the Acharnes hive to the last decades of the 4th century BC. At this point, I present the only reference in ancient Greek sources to the practice of burial in a beehive through a myth that is also depicted on a classical period vase. According to Apollodorus and Aeginos, Glafkos, the son of the king Minos, fell into a jar of honey and died. Seeking a way to restore him to life, Minos summoned to seer Polyidus from Corinth. Imprisoned together with a dead boy, Polyidus observed two snakes, one reviving the other with a magical herb. The same herb he brought Glafkos back to life. In return, Minos forced him to teach the boy the art of prophecy. Before departing, however, Polyidus made Glafkos forget everything he had learned by spitting into his mouth. This scene is depicted on a kylix by the potter Sotadis, dating to the 5th century BC. Inside the cup, Polyidus is shown with Glafkos and the two snakes, representing the moment of miraculous resurrection. In some funerary contexts, beehives were placed inside tombs as grave goods, often alongside other pottery. They were not intended to protect the deceased or their ashes, but rather served a symbolic and ritual function, emphasizing life, rebirth, and social status. Archaeological parallels from here in Chania show that vessels were included in tombs without direct contact with human remains, reinforcing their role as ceremonial offerings rather than practical containers. This practice highlights how certain ceramic forms could acquire meaning beyond their original functional purpose, connecting everyday life and funerary ritual. At the same time, beehives in antiquity also function for the inhumations as evidence in Rhamnous, Oropos, Marathon, and some rescue excavation in the center of Athens. These vessels contain baby skeletons and chytrismoi. This illustrates their dual role, serving both practical funerary needs and carrying symbolic or ritual significance connecting everyday ceramic production with the social and spiritual dimensions of burial, emphasizing rebirth and social status. A similar framework can be applied to the study of Lekane. Parallels from Corinth, Legrena in Attica, and other regions of the Hellenistic world support the secure dating of the Acharnes Lekane to the late 4th century BC. However, closed assemblages from Alexandria and Plinthini necropolis demonstrate that such daily use vessels continued to function as cinerary containers in later periods, including the 2nd and 1st century BC. So the plot at 38 Sulio Street in Acharnes offers a rare opportunity to study Hellenistic pottery in this region, where unlike to the geometric, to classical and Roman to Byzantine periods, rich Hellenistic material has not been previously documented. One of the most interesting finds in this appearance of black laced hydria here in the Attic hinterland. What makes this site particularly striking is the continuity we see across a small plot. 9 funerary assemblages spanning from the geometric to the Hellenistic period. A unique case involves a beehive that was used as a burial container, holding a black laced hydria sealed with a lekane. This practice is exceptional and offers new insights into funerary customs, showing how burial methods could vary even with the same region and period. The black laced hydria itself may indicate the individual's economic capacity, and it also hints at the commercial networks operating in Attica at that time. The total weight of the cremated remains, along with a portion of ash around 2.3 kilograms, allows us to carry out anthropological analysis to see if they belong to one individual or more. The beehive and lekane likely had a practical function during the individual's life related to beekeeping. They were then repurposed as a burial container, perhaps reflecting the deceased profession and personal identity. Finally, we cannot completely rule out the possibility that the hydria contained the deceased's own honey, suggesting it may have served both practical and funerary purposes. This case, therefore, enriches our understanding not only of Hellenistic funerary practices, but also of the ways in which everyday objects could intersect with burial rituals. At this point, I would like to present how the black laced hydria is currently exhibited at the archaeological collection of Acharnes. I would like also to express my sincere thanks to the Ephorate of Antiquities of Western Attica and its members for the trust they placed in me regarding the study of this material. And here you can see an indicative bibliography of my research so far, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Andreas, for your fascinating presentation. For technical reasons, we will now move to the fourth speaker of this session, so Mariana Christopoulou, who will present a paper entitled In and Out of Context, Funerary Portrait Statues, Extra and Intramuros in Late Hellenistic, Early Imperial, Province of Achaea.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will be presenting a small portion of my PhD on the late Hellenistic and early imperial provinces of Achaia. First, we have Patras. Starting from the late 1960s, the building activity in the city of Patras reached an unprecedented rate, and as a result, parts of the city's ancient cemeteries came to light during rescue excavations. The case of Roman Patras is particularly interesting, given that it's a multicultural colonia of an East Roman province and thus presents a large mortuary variability. Patras had 3 major cemeteries that extended along the main roads. Today we won't be talking about the south or the east cemetery that extended along the roads that led to Demi and Faray, respectively, but we will focus on the oldest and most prestigious one, the so-called North Cemetery, as it is the only one where portrait statues have been found. According to the preliminary reports published in the archaeological Deltion, the cemetery started from Patreus Street, as you can see here in the map, and ended in Thessalonikis and Kefalonia Street. You can see the above mark there. And it extended all along Via Publica that led from Patras to Aegion. Marked with red are the fine spots of the portrait sculpture that we will discuss. So, first, one of the most famous funerary monuments found in Patras is the so-called Mausoleum of Ermou 82 Street. It's a temple-like funerary building that combines Italian features such as the columbarium, as well as Hellenistic features like the colonnade facade, a high podium, and an exedra. During the excavation of the sidewalk in front of the monument, a female torso was found and dated to the 2nd century CE, but it's not certain that it originally had a connection with the monument, as it was found inserted into a late Roman construction. In close proximity to Ermou 82 plot, a funerary complex with periboli containing thicky-like graves came to light, and a portrait head of an infant that dates to the Antonine period was found, also embedded into a late Roman building. That occupied the space of the former Roman cemetery. In the same plot, you can also see a funerary altar that was dedicated to Salvius Pompeius, that we also don't know where it came from. So, in a short distance of the above-mentioned sculpture, a late Roman basilica was unearthed that also was built upon the cemetery. Many pieces of funerary sculpture were used as building material into the walls of the basilica, but unfortunately only a portrait head and the statue that you can see in this slide could be assembled from the pieces. Unfortunately, we cannot connect these sculptures that date to the 1st and 2nd century CE to any particular monument. Another very enigmatic funerary inscription is the one of Numisia Edacina. This marble slab was found during a rescue excavation of 21 graves in Favieru 3941 plot. That unfortunately is still unpublished. At this point, I want to thank the Ephorate of Antiquities of Achaia for giving me access to the excavation journal. The graves, according to the journal and the excavator, date to the Roman period, which is not very enlightening for us. But it seems we don't have to do with a late Roman context, because then it would be described as Paleo-Christianikos, meaning early Christian. We rather are dealing with late 2nd, early 3rd century context. The slab of Numisia was covering, as you can see here, the grave 6, along with other marble architectural blocks that were reused from pre-existing Roman funerary monuments of probably the 1st century CE. Such slabs were embedded into the facades of Italian-type funerary monuments. You can see one example here from Pompeii in Porta Nocera. Although that particular slab is more probable that it comes from an Italian-type statue base. You can see one example here It's a revetment marble slab that covered a mortar core. So that particular slabs mentions that Numisia Edasina was honored by the officials of the colony with the ornamenta sacerdotalia, and she was also honored with a painted image and a statue that would have probably been erected in a sanctuary or even the agora. So, if our hypothesis is correct, this is the third statue base that her own father erected for her, probably in a family funerary monument that was in the North Cemetery. So, another very notable case of funerary sculpture in Patras is that of the two male Togati portrait statues found encased in the riverbed under the Roman two-arched bridge in Patras. The bridge is very close to either the North Cemetery or a separate smaller one, you can see it here in the blue circle, that was probably connected to a villa. The two portrait statues are both of very high quality. You can see it here. They are made of Pentelic marble and they probably came from an attic workshop. They most probably depicted Roman colonists because they wear the official Roman garment toga, and in my opinion, they were initially placed in a monument within the North Cemetery, as they both convey the Romanitas and wealth to the viewer, so their aspirations were far too high for a private cemetery, as the excavator has hypothesized. So, in Patras again, the only portrait sculptures that come from an undisturbed context are the two female portrait heads found inside the niches of the double-chambered tomb in Samu and Aristomenos Street in Patras. A flooding of a nearby stream during the 1st century CE covered the monument in mud, protecting it from the looters. According to the marble slab placed in the facade of the monument, Pavia made the building for her deceased daughter, Marcia Maxima, and placed her bust inside. You can see the bust of Marcia Maxima to the right. Presumably, after the death of Pavia, her portrait head that would originally be inserted in a statue was placed alongside with that of her daughter inside the monument. So, moving to the Aetolia, another site in the province of Achaia that has yielded funerary sculpture is the so-called Heron of Calydon. The general layout of the Heron consists of a square peristyle courtyard with 3 wings on the north, east and south side. The wings on the north and east side consists of rooms, all of them opening to the courtyard. The form of the building as a gymnasium was intentional and in connection with the deceased hero and athlete Leon. Inside the room, also I forgot to say that it's not within the city of Calydon, is extramuros. Inside the room 7, 6 imagines klipeate, meaning sealed busts, and 2 portrait heads were found. Originally, the room would have 11 of them, 6 attached to 11 imago klipeate, and they would be attached to the walls. All the busts depict gods and heroes except for an imago klipeata that depicts Leon and a portrait head that depicts an unknown female. Here you can see second of, from the left, the bust of Leon, and the last one is the portrait head of the unknown female. They all date to the turn of the 2nd century BCE, so they are the oldest in this presentation. So, moving to Messini. The presence of important Hellenistic funerary monuments intramuros makes Messini to stand out amongst the cities in the province of Achaia. The monuments K1 and K3 were constructed during the 3rd century BCE and were later reused by the members of important Messenian families of the 1st century CE. They all contained thick-like graves of distinguished dead. So we will focus our attention in the funerary monument called K3. In front of that monument lay 2 rooms, inside of which portrait statues of heroist dead were found. So, here in the room 9, a 3-part statue base was found, mentioning Tiberius Claudius, son of Niceratus, Theon. And the inscriptions also calls him a hero. In front of this base, a Palliatus portrait statue was unearthed. Further to the monument, in room 11, a second portrait statue of an heroist dead in the form of Hermes Farnese. Unfortunately, we have salvaged only some pieces of it and not the whole portrait statue, was also unearthed, and the excavator Petros Themelis connects it with Dionysius, son of Aristomenes. And also in the room 11, a second portrait statue of a heroist dead in the form of Hermes Farnese was found. At this point, I have to mention that the identification of the portrait statues with the heroist dead mentioned in the basis, that the statues were found in front or nearby, is very problematic, given that the basis seems to be too small for such large statues, and furthermore are missing their base crownings. You can see in the picture there is no base crowning, only the core. Again, in Messini, a third sculpture, portrait sculpture, has been found, an imago clipeata with a bust of Sethidas the first, the last one, intramuros again. So, moving on to Epidaurus. When we are dealing with honorary dedications from agoras or sanctuaries, it's hard to tell if the honorant is living or dead, unless explicitly stated so by the characterization eros. A very notable case of a dead person receiving many posthumous portrait statue dedication inside a sanctuary is that of Titus Statilius Lambrias, a youth from an elite family of Epidaurus that died around his 18th year. So, inside the sanctuary of Asclepios in Epidaurus, we have found a dedication of Athens with an honorary decree dictating the erection of 2 more statues of him in the Acropolis of Athens and Eleusis. Also, another portrait statue basis that bears an honorary inscription of Sparta with, again, a decree dictating the erection of a bronze statue in the Spartan gymnasium and 2 gilded portrait paintings in the agoras, respectively, of Sparta and Epidaurus. 4 more dedications, not containing the word Eros, but Aretis Enneken, were also found in the sanctuary of Epidaurus. So, now we're moving to the last part of this presentation, and that is the Hermes portrait statue and the one of the small Herculaneum woman from Aegio. Was that a group of funerary portrait statues or something else? So these 2 statues are now in the National Archaeological Museum of Athens. So, according to Konze and Michaelis, who first documented the 2 statues during their tour in Peloponnese, they have been in the possession of someone called Aristides Georgiou. And according to him, they had been found in his house in the south part of the city. As it seems, many of the early researchers and publishers of the sculptures said that the portrait statues were of funerary function, most notably Collington in his publications Les statues funéraires dans l'art grec. So that assumption was continued by the later researchers of the statue. Although their description is very vague, they most probably Aristides Georgiou was a raisin trader who came from Calavrita in the 1850s and made significant fortune with his trade. According to historical archives in Aegio, he purchased the plot that later built his mansion from Andreas Lodos, a famous revolutionary, and he demolished the pre-existing building and built a new one in its place. I will show to you the plot. Here you can see that the Hellenistic and Roman cemetery of Aegio is on the north part of the city, just outside of the Hellenistic Agora. So that's the mansion of Aristides Georgiou. That seems to be in the center of the plot of the mansion, seems to be in the center of the Roman Agora of Aegio. The exact date of the construction of the mansion is very ambiguous, but late 1850s and early 1860s is the most probable date for its construction. So, in my opinion, the 2 statues were found in this vicinity as the year of construction of the house corresponds with the year that the 2 German archaeologists, Konze and Michaelis, came to the city of Aegio. Also, all the portrait statues that we have from Aegio come from that part of the city, which is now identified with the Roman Agora. This type of the Hermes, of the type of Farnese Andros, has long been interpreted as a funerary statue, but recent research has shown us otherwise. Here, the Hermes of Atalante, we have no context of it. The Hermes of Andros, although initially interpreted as a funerary statue, it was proven that it was found in the Agora of Andros and not the cemetery. The Hermes of Messini, it was found within the limits of the gymnasium and not a cemetery. So, in conclusion, given the particular archaeological circumstances, such as continuous habitation, extensive looting, rash, sloppy, and undocumented excavations during the late 19th and early 20th century that experienced each city of the province of Achaia, both during the late antiquity and modern era, there is scanty evidence for the funerary portrait statues and their mode of display in the cemeteries. The majority of the portrait statues and described statue bases were found out of context. Although the funerary portrait sculpture material in the North Cemetery of Patras was unearthed during rescue excavations, unfortunately, little of it can be connected with any particular funerary monuments, given that it was found as a building material in late Roman structures built upon the cemetery. Thanks to exemplary excavation work carried out by Petros Themelis and Archaeological Society of Athens, the ancient city of Messini has yielded impressive intramuros grave monuments that were erected in honor of benefactors of the city and men who were honored as heroes after their death. Those intramuros monuments reinforced the social identity of the Messenians and served as an example and a reminder of their glorious past. The same purpose served the Heron at Calydon. The small city of Aegio was raided by looters during the 19th century, but fortunately very important statues such as the Hermes and small Herculaneum women were spared. Tracking their history can be a very tricky task, but we argue that they are not funerary and they were initially erected within the limits of the Roman Agora of Aegio. So, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mariana, for your wonderful presentation. Now I invite the last speaker of the session, Jonathan Ritter, who will present a paper entitled The Roman Funerary Monuments of Apollonia and Their Imagery.
Yes, today's presentation forms part of my PhD, which I've been working on for several years now, and I managed to finish last week. Therefore, I want to thank the Gerda Henkel Stiftung for supporting and financing my project. In today's talk, I will present the funerary monuments and their imagery. It will be an overview, and I will highlight some aspects and points of discussion. The Greek colony Apollonia was founded in the 6th century BC by Kerkyra and Corinth on the Adriatic coast. Due to its proximity to the Italian coast and its connection to the Strait of Otranto, the city was located at the central hub for sea routes to the northern Adriatic, to southern Italy, and to the Ionian Sea, and to Greece. The land route to the east served as a way to Illyria and Macedonia. The route was expanded from the 2nd century BC onwards and became known as the Via Egnatia. This made Apollonia an important connector between west and east. Yes, on the map here is Apollonia. We see Dyrrhachium is the main start of the Via Egnatia, but we have a connector road here, and then it goes to the Ochid Lake and then to Pella and more to the east. Before I start with the research aims, I sum up the state of research. The first systematic archaeological documentation began in 1909 with Karl Patsch, Camillo Praschnika, and Arnold Cheruba, who traveled across Albania and described the preserved antiquities. In 1943, Sesteri, one of the excavators in Apollonia, published an article about 12 Hellenistic funerary stele. Due to their unique pictorial elements and composition, Sesteri interpreted them as a local and dated these to the 3rd century BC. In 1957, Peter Marshall Fraser and Tulia Rönne integrated the funerary stele from Apollonia in their publication about the Boeotian and Northwest Greek tombstones. They mentioned that the pictorial elements originate from Ephorate and Central Greek regions. After a short break in research, Neritan Seka, who published new finds from Apollonia, which led to the exhibition Albanien, Schätze aus dem Land der Skipetaren in Hildesheim in 1988. From the 1990s onwards, Iris Poyani wrote several articles about the funerary stele in classical and Hellenistic times. In her PhD, Poyani collected most of the sepulchral and sacral monuments and discussed their typology and dating. Shortly after, Olgita Tseka accompanied Neritan Tseka with the aim to date the Roman stele and to analyze their iconography. Too fast. In the last year, several scholars joined the discussion about the funerary monuments of Apollonia. Among them, Henna von Heesbeck analyzed individual pieces from a different point of view. He used the iconography of the monuments as an axis to sketch out the metaphors of the sepulchral art and conclude about ancient society. Until now, parts of the funerary imagery are discussed, but the habitus of the citizens and the self-image of the city is not analyzed. The intensive research and documentation of the earlier scholars inspired me to approach the funerary monuments from Apollonia. The premise of my research is based on publications of Paul Zankas, Andreas Lindfeld, and Johanna Fabricius, and more. These scholars identified that the Hellenistic period and the centers with their inhabitants tried to preserve their identities and values. Furthermore, it's evident that the Hellenistic centers have a wide range of funerary monuments and a specific imagery. The imagery can be used as an axis to analyze regional and local characteristics of these centers. And the funerary monuments are not only praising the exemplary character of the deceased, but also show their accomplishments, service, and social status. So the depictions and pictorial elements allow us to interpret values. Furthermore, Derek von Moog and other scholars prove that this axis can be used to analyze the imagery of the imperial time. Therefore, my main research questions are: what regional and local characteristics can we analyze in the funerary iconography of Apollonia, and how are they changing over time? What forms of representation are present to be distinguished, and can we assess their meaning and their values? The here mentioned connected research question focus on the necropolis areas and the interrelationship between the monuments. These I will discuss briefly in this talk. For my study, I've collected all the published funerary monuments from Apollonia, in total 436 objects. As visible, the biggest groups are the funerary stele and the kioniskoi, or also called columelle. The third biggest groups are fragments of bigger funerary monuments. Funerary altars, ash urns, and chests, and also busts take up the smallest group. The main focus of the PhD are the funerary stele from Hellenism and the imperial time. The Hellenism and its imagery is important to understand the development of the funerary imagery into the imperial time. So I will sum up the two Hellenistic groups. The early Hellenistic group from the middle of the 3rd century BC to the middle of the 2nd century BC follows their own forms and stand out to their unusual composition and their unique imagery. The register type stele are over 2 meters tall and originate from a local workshop. This example here depicts the descent into the underworld. On the register stele, the pictorial motifs are arranged in an assembly to form a specific message. This is for the stele of Parmeniscus. The depicted topics are sorrow, myth, pathos, and protection. In addition to the stele, busts and simpler columelle, measuring around 10 to 30 centimeters, stand in contrast to the bigger monuments. A major shift occurs around the middle of the 2nd century BC. From this point on, register stelae are out of fashion. Now well-known types from the Eastern Mediterranean, like Delos, are used, such as the Naiscos with raised attic, Naiscos with arches. Most interesting is that this shift is not only visible in the type of stele, but also in the imagery, in the composition, style, and also iconography. In a nutshell, the composition lacks the indication of height. The arrangements of the figures follows common combinations, simply standing next to each other. Stylistically, effects like the field of depth, so the tiefenräumliche Wirkung, changes. Also, figures are in a more shallow relief, and a tendency towards isolated figures emerge. Further details are visible in the drapery, but this I won't discuss now. Iconographically, the furniture and accessories, and also additional elements like the sirens and servants, gradually disappear. Furthermore, on these stele, well-established motifs of the Greek imagery are used, like the man with a scroll. According to Zanker and other scholars, these figure types were depicted in Hellenism because they convey certain values the best. In my opinion, the contrast between the first Hellenistic and the second Hellenistic group is clearly visible in their shape and size. The register stele follow their own rules and can be over 2 meters tall. These were later replaced by common forms. So we have a shift from local innovation towards an integration in a supra-regional system. And this occurs in Apollonia when it's already under Roman control. Still, some local nuances remain in the Hellenistic and also in the imperial time, but the shift here is significant. The imperial stele follow types from Greece, Italy, and northern Adriatic region, and this is also happens when Italian settlers come in the region. The funerary stele depict individuals, pairs, or families, like in the late Hellenistic group I just presented. The figurative elements, like the servants, are also reduced. According to my results, there is a steady transition in the form repertoire from the late Hellenistic to the early imperial time. While this development takes place, there are changes and nuances, and we have, in comparison to other cities, many early imperial stele, but from the 2nd century AD, we don't have so many. In addition to the main types, profiles, framed, and unstructured stele come up in the 2nd to 3rd century AD. In some cases, Hellenistic architecture was reused as a grave marker. This is evident by an inscription on a Hellenistic window frame. This piece. These forms bring different nuances in the funerary landscape. Furthermore, there's a significant variation in the quality of the depictions, which also contribute in the effect of the overall necropolis. Not only stele are present, but also altars in very simple forms are preserved. Representations on them are rare. Here a garland and a bucanion are present. In the imperial period, there's also a number of funerary busts of women in spanked dresses, so-called Spangenkleider, which originate from Hellenistic Greek drapery and get locally received. The columelle also exist in this early imperial period. With the bigger funerary monuments found in Apollonia, it's possible to scale the types and the size becomes visible. This reminds us how diverse and interesting the sepulchral landscape had to be. One of the bigger monuments was a Roman funerary temple. The tympanon had a width of around 6 meters. The smallest marker is a Kioniskos of around 10 to 13 centimeters, so even smaller than a water bottle. In the middle, you see the 2 types of funerary stele, an altar and a bust. Also, we have to ask us if these monuments were isolated or if funerary areas existed like we know from other sites. But for Apollonia, this isn't clear. I tried to locate the monuments, therefore I evaluated all the archival data and the excavation reports in order to reconstruct the circumstances of the discovery. Most of the objects were found in the necropolis areas as stray finds or were reused as spolia in the surrounding churches. Some were found in situ, which I showcase here. Few stelae and foundations for funerary monuments are located in the western necropolis, and the funerary monument published by Sesteri was forgotten in research, but it was found in the eastern necropolis, over here. And in current research, it's called only a Hellenistic necropolis, which should be here, but I could prove that it's here we have imperial and Hellenistic burials. Focusing on the imagery, the younger woman between the two men showcase a gesture of sorrow. The gesture has been already presented in Apollonia since the Hellenistic period. The other woman with a triple row of curls is wearing two robes. She embraces the man next to her and presents a fruit. The gesture of embracing is considered a symbol of bond. Interesting is that the gesture of embracing is mostly performed by mothers on free reliefs in Apollonia, who are holding their deceased sons in their arms. We know about the mother according to the inscriptions on the stele, which depict themselves within the image. In her other hand, the woman presents a fruit recognized by its calyx. Valentin Köckel had already observed the presentation in Roman time. He sees it as a gesture intended to illustrate bonds and feelings. This would break up the stiffness of the representation and should be read as an effort to bring familiarity into the picture. According to Köckel, this iconography did not prevail in urban Rome. In Apollonia, this gesture is only found on this piece, so status and representation remained a central theme on the stele, which is usual for the genre. The man figure also appeared in established formulas to fulfill his roles. The man between the woman wears a toga with a U-shaped umbo and a hairstyle that finds its comparison in the portraits of Trajan. In his left hand, he holds a writing tablet with a strap. The man represents himself in the civic fashion with the ability to read and write. The other male wears a paludamentum and a short tunic. The clothing is preferred for travelers or workers. The attribute in his hand is probably a sickle. According to Marie-Louise Kremer and Eva Heidebrück-Söldner, the attribute is connected with the working society and their profession. For Kremer, it can also be a symbol of efficiency. In summary, I can say that the figure types, garment, hairstyle, and attributes follow mostly the known familiar spectrum. The inhabitants represent themselves in the established roles with the connected values. However, there are some aspects that I would like to investigate further in a broader picture. In these two examples, the figures are bound by their gestures and the close position next to each other. This creates an image of intense relation. Interesting is the drapery. In the example to the right, the hem of the himation connects the two figures, hereby reinforcing the effect of their relation. As we can see here, garment goes along, but the hem is still falling down on both of them, but not in the same plastic way. In the other example, the man on the right lays his hand on the female's shoulder. Here the hem of the man connects with the end of the female cloak, forming one continuous row of garment. So we see here the drapery falling down, and it goes over her hand. When you look from the side, it's more visible, and then it goes down here in the middle. Yes. Besides the civic funerary steles, from the 1st century AD onwards, numerous depictions of professions are present, such as the blacksmith or more generally a metal worker, recognized by the long tunic with the thick collar and the special hammer. Also, he has his raw material in his hand. On the altar of Pardalas, the tongue referred to the work of the blacksmith, and the crescent-shaped knife Culta Crepidarius is found among shoemakers, but it's also depicted in the representation of blacksmith as a product of their work. On the other side, a head of an axe. This is also a result of blacksmithing. Consequently, a blacksmith is represented with his tool and the products of his work. In both examples, we see blacksmiths in different ways of representation. And for example, I added one more from Aquileia, where we see the blacksmith at work on, it's also depicted on a funerary monument. Another stele refers to the sphere of the theater due to the depicted mask. This reference is intensified by the epitaph poem written in verse. The text and the pictorial symbols work together to reinforce the overall message and emphasize the character of the deceased. Before I come to an end, I would like to highlight two technical aspects. In the case of the relief of Hyponikos, there are doubts for garlands, vines, or wreaths, which might indicate parts of the memorial ritual at the stele. In addition to these, there are also appliques that enhances the depicted objects. This is indicated by the dowel holes on the mirror. Possible solution would be a mirror back with ornament or a shiny metal plate that drew the attention towards the monument by reflecting light. Now at the end, I would like to mention a current article I'm working on with Anna-Laura Honigl. Iconographically, stele from the area around Scamper, a site on the Via Ignatia, offers further potential. Here the iconography of Psyche is combined with that of the deceased. One of the deceased women takes up the figure posture of and the attributes of an Amazon, garment, shoes, and bow. And with that, it remains to be seen what's the message behind this piece. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your very thorough presentation. Maybe all the speakers can come to the front so that we can ask questions. So starting with the first presentation, do we have any questions for Laetitia?
Thank you. My question is because I was so busy writing notes that I think I may have missed it a bit. When you were talking about this so-called damnatio memoriae of the Agia Triada sarcophagus, so what is the exact reason? 2 skulls and grave goods from inside the sarcophagus were found inside a different tomb, is that correct? They were found inside the sarcophagus.
There were 2 skulls.
Okay, but why do you call it a damnatio memoriae?
No, it was first it's the interpretation of
La Rosa, yeah.
And okay, this interpretation is not based on the 2 skulls, but is based on the state in which this sarcophagus was found. That means it was all over the side, all over, and the scholar hypothesis that it was by purpose that say we don't want to have this memory anymore. And then the bones. That's another, speculation. No? They were the rest, not the skulls. The other bones were taken away, maybe to be reburied in another place, in another tomb, but where? There are also other interpretation that some of the grave goods could came from another tomb in the vicinity as well, because this tomb is one of the cemetery, which is in the site as well, from Agia Triada, the site.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes.
Oh.
As I saw the information.
Oh, yeah.
From the Peloponnesian sites,
Mhm.
with rituals above these tombs of later period, we have from Sicyon, tomb of Messenian period,
Oh.
which were above the tomb, they have ritual of geometric period.
Oh.
It's something new. You can find all the information at archaeological
That you want? Okay.
2010 until 2014.
Okay, thank you.
May
Yeah, talk about.
I just give the information and follow all of the others.
Sure, of
if
course.
Someone wants to know it. So there is one more ritual site.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sure. I will add it to the. Thank you.
If there are no further questions, we can go to the second presentation. So, Andreas Levendis, is there any question for his presentation?
Yeah, thank you very much for this really crazy assemblage. Analyzing the Hydria, you pointed to the breadth of the myrtle and also indicated some symbolic significance or also as an indication of the gender. Of course, perhaps they will do some anthropological analysis and hopefully it will be proven that it's really a female individual inside or several individuals. And if it would be a male, what would you expect as decoration? So vine leaves, or does this also occur if these kind of vessels were used as urns?
Thank you for your question. I think the myrtle garland, the myrtle worth, it's not a proof that it's a woman. So anthropological analysis from this hydria with cremated bones and ashes, and for anthropological analysis for another hydrias or vases, craters, or all this stuff. Could approve this. I don't know, but maybe there's a man, maybe there's a woman, but if it's men, maybe we could had olive worth, like some other examples, but depends, yeah.
Maybe adding to this, I know from Northwest Greek and also Albania regions, they don't put the hydria inside, but the pelike. And also another scholar, she had the idea to connect the myrtle or the floral motifs on the patterns with the gender. And she found out that it's not matching up all the time. Mm-hmm. I mean, with the hydria and the region, it could shift, of course, that we always have to think about. But they found out it's not fitting with the gender.
Yeah, yeah.
But just to keep in mind.
Yeah, thank you.
Andreas, you have 3 different pots in one burial. Is this burial practice one of a kind in this cemetery?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any other idea about this burial practice, especially in this cemetery?
In this cemetery and all cemeteries that I have already checked, is the first and the unique burial practice. That's why I present this topic here. If you have any ideas for this burial practice in all around Mediterranean or in Greece, you can share with me. I don't know if you have any ideas.
Do you have any other enchidrismi?
Enchidrismi at this region, I don't think so. I don't think so. In Acharnes, especially, if you mean in Athens, of course. Yeah.
Okay, if there are no more questions, we can go to the third presentation. So, any questions for Mariana?
Thank you for your presentation. I know you approached from a very different perspective because you were discussing about the statues and the marble finds that are combining different areas. I will stay a little bit with the monumental structure of K3 in Messini, which very well you explained that it served like a collective memory for the society with the establishment of all these heroized people who were very important for the city. And it's also interesting to highlight or to think for your future maybe research that especially the K3 monument was also served as a special burial place for 25 pot burials of neonates and dog burials.
I didn't, sorry, I didn't hear you.
Pot burials
okay.
Of like enchidrismi of newborn babies.
Yes.
And dog burials.
Okay, yes.
So this tells a lot about the reuse, or how this specific place in the Messinian society had a very specific bond or link in the collective memory. So yeah,
yes.
maybe it will be interesting to elaborate more in your thoughts.
Thank you. I was aware of that, but due to the lack of time, I didn't mention. Thank you, though. Yes, of course, that means that this particular place holds a great significance for the Messinians. That thing about this particular monument that I wanted to establish is whether or not the statues belonged with the bases. But yes, I'm also aware of that. Thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you. Something along the same lines of inquiry. Reuse is a big term. I mean, it's a very fuzzy and vague term. And in some cases, just like yours, I think we should include terms like repurposing, restructuring. Because what you actually showed to us today, which was fascinating to me, I mean, evidence coming from, well, generally speaking, funerary spaces does not necessarily mean that it is associated with funerary use, or not straight away from the beginning, but at some later or even earlier stage of their existence. So material culture is very often, not to say always, being repurposed in such like symbolic places. So I did like your approach of having negative evidence underlying that there is no lack of evidence, but there is ample evidence for something else to interpret. So keep that in mind. Okay.
Thank you for your constructive comment.
Okay, I think we can move on to the last presentation. If anyone has any question for Jonathan.
Thank you very much. And your paper is quite timely as far as my research is concerned, because I currently launched a research project in northwestern Greece in the region of Crete. And we've been working on two different places, a fortified site of Hellenistic early Roman times, and probably on another side, what's probably looking at as a sanctuary. But I've been meaning to ask you many things, but I won't take advantage of my role here and your time. So I will only narrow it down to just two. First of all, this 2nd century BCE stele you've shown to us at the beginning, I've seen it before with this descent to the underworld. Could that be, I mean, in your own point of view, could that be a scene from a Nekia, like coming from a monumental painting of some sort that was later monumentalized in a grave stele of this type? And I'm only asking because I've seen this scene before, like in 2 other instances, one from Alexandria of the same date, and that was a painted stele. And another one I can't recall from where, but I can check my notes later on and let you know. So what your thoughts?
So my thoughts on the stele, it's like the stele in itself is singularity. It's a single piece, we have it, and I can show that it's from this local workshop in Apollonia. Maybe they got inspired by the paintings or by the myths, but when you take a close look on the depiction on the stele, they're showing parts of the Nicaea going to the underworld, but it's in many nuances. It's a mixture between the funerary layers and the real like story we have, because when you look closer, it's not really it should be a story or a narrative, but it's not when you look closer at the picture, because also the deceased comes down the stairs, and there's also a servant. So the servant is part of the funerary repertoire, and it's also put in the underworld. And then you have some things that are not matching up. For example, the stairway is going diagonal down into the boat. So the boat and the ladder are transforming into each other, but according to the stories or the myths, they come to the boat, like you see it on the Lekythoi from Attica, and there's a small ladder going up into the boat. So they are mixing, so they know the myth, and then they're forming something unique. And this is what you also see with the others, with the many pictorial elements. They know the repertoire from Greece, like the sirens, the rosette, or the flowers, blossoms. And then they mix it with other pieces to form a unique imagery. And this is like what the Hellenistic Center also do, like we know from Kyzikos or Samos, yes. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And perhaps one sort of suggestion, your Amazon at the very end is not just any Amazon, it's a wounded Amazon.
Yes.
Okay,
that's what I had in mind when I show it. Also, I thought maybe it's a type of one type of Hermes statue. It has also the hand above, and what with this image is interesting. We still see it. She's laying on this wooden stick. That's the bow. It's pretty massive, and I know in Roman times we have this mixture between psyche and the deceased, but including the Amazon is a new layer coming in. So again, I think they know something about this psyche mixture, and they mix and match something new. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have also 2 small questions. Very interesting and informative presentation. I'm looking forward to your results. I wanted to ask about the bust of Kalin, which you showed us in the 3rd slide. Do you know where they were placed, this kind of bust? Because I have in mind one example from Porta Nocera in Pompeii, where it's placed within a niche in a monument. Have you any?
So with this specific piece from the also 2nd century BC, I don't know where it was placed, and I tried to figure out, but it didn't went well because there are no evidence. Also, when I looked at the region, we have many of these busts, but they're just stray finds, so without context. For the imperial pieces, we know that they are placed in some columbariums or some mausolea, like we have it in Italy region, which also connected
with Apollonia really good, but in Apollonia we have no fixed context.
Okay, I see. And I have also one second question. I have in mind some funerary altars from Veria that they have in the upper surface. They have foot-shaped holes for bronze statues. In Apollonia, were they portrait statues in the funerary altars, or we don't have evidence of that?
Yeah, so currently there's a bigger project with the stone materials that we are doing, and we found some bases for funerary statues also, but they're not yet published, so they're still ongoing.
Okay, thank you very much.
One last question.
First of all, let me congratulate you on completing your PhD. And also let me say that it would be very, very helpful to have it published. Because up to now, Apollonia had been, one of these places where you had to search around very scattered publications to get an idea of what was happening there. My first question you partly answered, because Apollonia has offered us one of the most, intriguing grave stelae there are. This one with the heights, and it's very. It still remains an exception from what I understood, right? It's not that it's replicated or echoed in other funerary monuments from the site, correct?
No, in the site, this unique one, it's unique by itself, yes. Yeah. And we have other pieces I didn't show because the focus was not the Hellenism this time, but this aspects of showing like height within the pictures, like the layers of the people in one pictorial scene. This is a common thing for this place. So.
Do you mean Stockwerkstele or something else?
Yeah, the Stockwerkstele, but it's a specific local type. Within the picture, like the picture, they have the figures on different height levels.
Yes, okay.
And the later types, they're standing next to each other, but with the descent and the heights, you can also see they are different levels.
It's a very clever way to actually exploit this particular type of stele. This is, like one of the cases where one could, congratulate the creator. But the type as such, as I'm sure you know, is a type that is met also in Asia Minor, Macedonia and other places, but not in this particular formations that you have it in Apollonia, right?
Yeah, the types of the register stele, we have it on different places, but it works differently in Apollonia than in the other places, yes. It's low, let's say they maybe, I don't know if they know it or not, but it's not so important because we have this local creation, I would say. Yeah.
Okay, but that would bring me to my actual question, which was like, I didn't quite get if you detect in Apollonia's output specific kind of similarities or even stronger connections with its adjacent regions, and like neighbors like Macedonia, the Greek part, the modern day Greek part of Epirus, and other than Delos.
So for the Hellenistic stele, what's really common is that when you look at the Cyrene type and also the gesture of sorrow in Tarent, it's really common. Also, they have this feature that they have the standard architecture of the Naiscos, but the figures are breaking the architecture. Like when there's the Geison, the figures are positioned like they cut over the Geison, and this we also have in southern Italy, for example. And connecting to northern Greece or to Dodona, we have this what's it called? The floral pictorials, which we have depictions also on the stele. They are more common with Dodona and with the sanctuary there. And this would be like showing that it has influences, let's say. Yeah.
Okay, so let's thank our speakers once again. And now we have a coffee break, half an hour, so by 5:30 for the last session.
Next session speakers, could you bring your PowerPoints, please?
Okay. Let's start with the fourth session, negotiating identity through death. Our first speaker is Eleni Papadopoulou, who will present her research on the funerary practices of the late Minoan cemetery at Maroulas in Crete, showing how burial customs express social identity and memory.
Dear colleagues, good afternoon. I would like to begin my presentation by briefly outlining the framework of our data analysis approach. The prevailing view holds that burials express social ideals rather than directly reflecting the social and economic realities of a community. While funerary customs convey ideas about social roles, they do not necessarily mirror everyday life. The image of society derived from cemetery evidence is therefore inherently uncertain, as funerary practices may have been designed either to affirm or to challenge the real status of particular social groups. With this in mind, a well-defined system of classification can help bridge the gap between symbolic representation and social reality. Such a framework both guides the analysis of archaeological data and helps reveal behaviors or attitudes with comparable symbolic and social dimensions. These categories are constructed through carefully chosen terms, concepts, and criteria that aim to provide the most reliable and objective information possible, while also allowing for the identification of recurring or unique patterns within specific assemblages. Our methodology broadly follows the variables and subsets outlined and developed by Sofia Voutsaki and Michael Boyd in their analysis of Middle and Late Bronze Age burial practices in the southern and western Peloponnese. Accordingly, 5 key elements define the parameters through which we approach human action. A, the location and spatial distribution of tombs and their groupings. B, architectural features of the tombs. C, treatment of the body, biological and osteological data. D, grave goods. And E, funerary and memorial ritual acts. In particular, we divided the fourth parameter, grave goods, into 6 subcategories, including pottery, to assess a tomb's wealth through the diversity and quantity of its offerings. The objects deposited in each tomb were classified primarily by function, providing a clearer picture of both economic differentiation and symbolic behavior within the funerary record. Together, these indicators form a structured and coherent framework for examining the complex relationship between burial practices, social identity, and cultural expression. The Maroulas Cemetery, 10 kilometers southeast of Rethymnon at the Mezaria and Prinare sites, occupies the perimeter of Verdant Ravine. Extending chronologically from the early 14th to the mid-13th century BC, the 13 chamber tombs are grouped into 2 clusters following the natural contours of the terrain. The total surface area of the tombs, including the dromos, ranges from 6.15 square meters to 17.60 square meters. Interestingly, in all 10 tombs for which archaeological data are available, each deceased individual was allotted no less than 1.40 square meters within the chamber. All the tombs in the Marula Cemetery are carefully hewn yet simple in form, lacking structural features such as pillars, benches, or niches. Most of the tombs appear to have remained undisturbed after burial, likely preserving the funerary context as originally created. Approximately 85% of the burials are primary, with only one securely identified secondary burial found in Tomb 2. Single interment was the prevailing practice, and nearly half of the deceased were buried in individual tombs. Among the 14 primary burials for which archaeological information is available, 10 individuals, around 70%, were placed within a larnax. Based on the current evidence, 13 clay chest-shaped larnaces have been identified from the 10 undisturbed tombs at Maroulas. According to the preliminary anthropological analysis, 2 of the 11 complete skeletons were identified as males, aged 30 to 35 years, 2 as females, aged 20 to 25 years, and 1 as child, aged 8 to 9. The child burial preserved traces of textile over the skull, chest, and pelvis, since it was a primary burial and the textile type was consistent on the head and lower body, it likely belonged to a shroud rather than a garment. All tombs and all burials had offerings. The chambers and dromi of the 10 undisturbed tombs contained a total of 98 vases for 13 burials, whereas the number of vases per tomb ranges from 5 to 16. There is a clear preference for drinking vessels in the cemetery of Maroulas, as they constitute nearly half of the total assemblage, with each deceased individual accompanied by 3 to 10 cups. At the end of late Minoan 3A1 and the beginning of late Minoan 3A2, small one-handled and two-handled kilikes, cups, and three-handled amphoriski constitute the dominant shapes. Epixis and most of the cemetery's tint vases also belong to this phase. Alabastra, double vases, and calathi are likewise present. By contrast, stirrup jars and high-stemmed kilikes dominate the subsequent phase. The marked preference for drinking vessels in the Maroulas cemetery, alongside the possibility of their ritual use or their provision for the deceased's needs in the afterlife, may also be interpreted as an indication of the deceased's social status or their role within their community during life. Indeed, specific vase types such as Ephorate craters and large or medium-sized stirrup jars were associated with male burials. Notably, the 2 men in tombs 2 and 7 were accompanied by the cemetery's largest vases, as well as kilikes, skifi, and cups, recalling a standard assemblage of drinking vessels known from other cemeteries such as Moklos and Knossos. The Ephorate crater is regarded as the vase par excellence around which a social or familiar group would gather. The funerary evidence from Maroulas reinforces the image of individuals, specifically men, who seem to have held certain powers and responsibilities within a structured and coherent community. The presence of large amphora, a rare type of burial offering, lends further weight to the view that these individuals may have been involved in large-scale production processes essential to the community's longevity and prosperity. The second most frequent category of grave goods after pottery in the cemetery's 10 tombs is jewelry. In addition to necklaces, bracelets, rings, and pins, this category also includes cosmetic implements such as ivory comb and ointment spoon. Particularly noteworthy is a group of 14 fine seals made of variety of hard stones, carnelian, rock crystal, agate, and lapis lacedaemonius, as well as rarer materials such as glass and lapis lazuli. A few examples are genuine neopalatial antiques, but most can be stylistically dated to the late Minoan II-3 A1 period and are therefore only slightly earlier than their archaeological context. The distribution of jewelry according to the sex and age of the deceased presents a different pattern from that observed in the pottery assemblages. The tombs containing the burials of men yielded only seals. In contrast, Tomb 5, which held the remains of a woman and a child, possibly a girl, produced the largest and most varied collection of jewelry, including rings, necklaces, bracelets, as well as cosmetic implements. In the late Minoan III period, the deposition of jewelry is more commonly associated with female rather than with male burials, as suggested by published cemeteries with osteological sex remains, including Chania and Limenaria Mochlos. Bronze weapons, tools, and vessels are relatively scarce among the grave goods at Maroulas. Such an assemblage accompanied the cemetery's earliest tomb, Tomb 11, which did not preserve any osteological material. The assemblage comprised not only a sword with a cross-shaped grip, a dagger, and arrowheads, but also a cleaver, a one-handled bowl, and a closed bronze vessel. The inclusion of alabastra, amphorisci, and kilikes further defines the overall formal framework, which, according to several scholars, is characteristic of a warrior burial. Of particular interest is the deposition of vessels lacking a vital part, such as an Ephorate crater without its base. This act likely rendered the vase unusable, either accidentally, during placement in the tube, or intentionally, as a form of ritual killing. In doing so, it may have mirrored the condition of its owner, a man aged 30 to 35, and symbolically prevented the vessel's reuse. In the latter case, the vessel would have been the deceased's personal object par excellence, accompanying him into the afterlife and perhaps symbolizing the transmission of his role or power to the living. The careful treatment of the deceased at Maroulas is also reflected in the funerary rituals likely conducted in the dromi of the tombs. Fragments of kilikes, cups, seashells, and charcoal were found in 7 of the 9 tombs with preserved dromi. Moreover, the 2 upturned stirrup jars placed beneath the larnax in the Tomb 1 were likely part of the funeral rite. Based on the above, the following points can be emphasized concerning burial and ritual behavior at Maroulas. The evidence from the excavated chamber tombs of the Maroula Cemetery indicates well-established burial practices. Architecturally, the carefully hewn yet simple chamber tombs, lacking elaborate structural details, do not appear to reflect or promote symbolism associated with social differentiation or competition between groups. Instead, the investment of time and effort or high expenditure is expressed through the social treatment of the deceased body. The predominance of single burials and the evident care taken to avoid disturbing earlier interments emphasize the value and individuality accorded to each deceased person. This tendency is further reinforced by the widespread use of larnakes, particularly in the few instances of double burials, ensuring the preservation of each individual's identity. A general overview of the archaeological evidence shows that individuals of both sexes and all age groups buried at Maroulas received grave gifts. These items span a wide range of forms, techniques, and materials, with most categories of offerings appearing throughout the cemetery. Yet, when we look more closely, the evidence suggests that certain funerary practices were shaped by the gender and possibly the age of the deceased. In particular, 3 tombs, numbers 2, 5, and 7 in red, with osteological evidence, reveal clear differences and significantly contribute to our understanding of the social identities of both genders and potentially different age groups. For example, caps occur in the tombs of both sexes and all ages. Other types of vessels, however, such as the Ephorate crater and the large stirrup jar, are absent from the burials of the women and the child. Adult burials and men's burials in particular show the greatest variety of vases in type, function, and size. By contrast, the woman's burial, and even more so the child's, contained only small cups. Comparable assemblages from Tomb 15 at Limenaria Mochlos are thought to characterize state officials, individuals with substantial land holdings, and possibly persons holding high administrative or religious positions in the local community, the so-called tereta, mentioned in Linear B tablets from Knossos, later known as teleste in the classical period. 3 tombs at Maroulas number 11, 2, and 7 contained grave goods of a similar character. Notably, these tombs are not contemporary, but belong to 3 consecutive phases. You can see the chronology of the tombs in red. This suggests that the 3 deceased, 2 of whom were certainly men in tombs 2 and 7, may have held administrative roles in the Maroulas community at different times. Overall, the evidence indicates the presence of deliberate practices and intentions governing the deposition of particular types of grave offerings. The pattern shifts when we consider other types of offerings, such as jewelry. In this case, the burials of the 2 women and the child, probably a girl, clearly surpass those of the men. Although the sample is small, the evidence suggests that gender influenced the choice of grave gifts. Jewelry, in particular, appears to have been closely associated with female burials, highlighting the distinct role of women in the funerary context and possibly reflecting aspects of their social or symbolic identity in life. If we follow this hypothesis further, the grave goods suggest that men were associated with production, income-generating activities, and communal or symbiotic gatherings. In this context, we can detect strategies that reflect a division of roles, distinct spheres of activity, and a differentiation of skills between the sexes. Importantly, this does not mean that one sex was valued more highly than the other, especially since the structure of social roles in this community remains unknown. The great care shown toward the deceased in the Marula Cemetery is also evident in the associated ritual practices. The various funerary rites, including the apparent consumption of liquid foods, the burning of organic materials, and possibly the treatment of the body itself, reflect a society that invested considerable effort in burial customs as a means of maintaining, promoting, and even shaping its collective identity. The extent to which the images projected through these funerary practices reflect or reproduce social structures remains difficult to determine. Nevertheless, such practices articulate each community's ongoing engagement with its past, taking forms that range from simple to highly elaborate, and drawing on material symbols, ritual performances, and special arrangements of varying complexity, expressions through which memory and identity were continually negotiated and reaffirmed. In closing, I would like to sincerely thank my colleague Epaminondas Kapranos for carrying out the excavation of most of the tombs at Marula Cemetery, and all of you for your attention. Thank you.
An impressive contribution. Thank you, Eleni, for sharing your work with us. Our next speaker is Mercurios Georgiadis, who will discuss the emergence of the warrior ethos in Aegean Bronze Age burials and its connections to wider Mediterranean traditions.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation to this very interesting conference for these 2 days. My presentation today has to do with the work I'm doing in the last few years on warrior burials and warfare in general. Now, as I was wondering how this issue works and how these different ideas do exist with the warrior ethos, at least for the Aegean, it struck to me that there are 2 basic issues that often we don't question. We're not interested in that. The first is that is really warfare burials unique in the Aegean? And if not, what's the relationship with the other areas? Is it a unique phenomenon, or how unique is it? And secondly is, when do these things start? Now, I'm showing you the best pictures I could find, rich warrior burials from mainland Greece, from the Argolith, the very heart of things, in the 13th, 15th, 16th, 17th centuries BC, from Mycenae itself, the grave circle A, early late Bronze Age, and then later on with a famous panoply that is really unique in the Greek world. So whatever book you see about warfare in late Bronze Age, these are the pictures you're going more likely to see. But still, when is the earlier burial? Are they related to that, or is something going on before in the Aegean or more broadly? Now, spoiler alert, there are no Neolithic examples in the Aegean. I'm very sad about that, but still, there are examples in the Balkans, not in the Aegean. There are examples. So, what happens in the Aegean? Well, there are two basic periods that we have warrior burials. One is during the 3rd millennium BC, what we call more broadly in the Aegean early Bronze Age, and the second, of course, is the best known, what I'm going to call as main period, from the Middle Helladic to mainly in mainland Greece, that's why I'm using the term Helladic, until the end of the palaces. I'm not going later on. Of course, the phenomenon continues much, much longer. And I'm going to talk about the areas that they appear in the first period, in the 3rd millennium BC. And what I want you to remember from this map is that we are talking about 3 main areas with red, and one almost there with the yellow, the Peloponnese and Central Greece. Now, the relationship is vertical, if you like, so you could remember it more. So I'm going to start from the north, from an area that very few people know well, Thasos, which in the late Bronze Age has very interesting, in general in the Bronze Age they have very interesting finds, and we learn more in the last decades. Of course, the Cyclades, and finally on Crete. Here we are today. Now, what happens is that we have burial evidence with association and symbolisms related to warriors, but in mainland Greece they do exist, but they're very, very rare. Very few examples, 1 or 2 per cemetery, and the cemeteries in this period in the mainland Greece are very, very different. Each area does its own thing. Different types of burials, communal, single. It's very, very unclear what's going on. So very few evidence in reality. So I'm not going to talk much about that. On Thasos, from the early part of early Bronze Age 2 period, a small group, 10 we know of, anthropomorphic stelae appear in this period. Now, they are human shaped. In fact, they all represent males, and I'm going to show you why. But believe me on that, they are males, and most of them are representing warriors. Now, the problem is that all of them have been found in secondary contexts. They have been used as building material for a defensive wall of the same period. But we are lucky in some cases, like this example, which he has an oblique belt. We call it telamon, and you can barely see a dagger on his hand. How do we know it's a dagger? I'll show you in the next slide. But there are more examples between 2700, 2600 BC on the island of Thasos. So I'm afraid I cannot show you the burials on top of which these stelae were placed, because we don't know them. But we hypothesize that they represent some males, that possibly they had some weapons in them. No real context exists at the moment. Now, how common are these anthropomorphic stelae? For Greece, they're almost unique. There are only 1 or 2 examples in different sites in very bad state of preservation. But do we find them in other places? There are hundreds and hundreds of them. At least 300 exist in northern Italy. And you can see in all of them daggers, or axes, or daggers and axes, or different types of weapons. So this is not something unique. It's unique for the Aegean, yes, but you can find it in a very large area around Europe and the Mediterranean. These are the results of one burial from northern Italy, and you can see a dagger, axes, flint, arrowheads, these interesting but nothing special as vases, and these small stones, and these are called skull crushers. They're weapons. They kill people. They're better known as maces in later times. They used these even in medieval times, okay? In variations, of course. Now, how broad this phenomenon is? This. They are found from Iberia to France, to Italy, Central Europe, Ukraine, and today's Russia. Very few examples exist in Greece, but it's part of a wider tradition. And this is mainly found on the island of Thasos, of all places. So this is the first thing that says that what we are looking at is a broader phenomenon. We're not only in Greece. So some people have the need, social, political, economic, to show off in one way or another. And burial is the best place to do that. Now, moving a little bit to the south, in the Cyclades, better known, few examples, I don't think there are more than 10 of them, the type of the hunter or warrior Cycladic vessel, figurine, marble ones from the Cyclades, late early Cycladic II phase. Again, the same idea, oblique belt, incised dagger, male. Few examples. Now, again, we don't have them in graves. Most of them have been found robbed or in different contexts. Still, we believe that they accompanied, in some cases at least, warriors, or at least they represent them. We have the iconographic representation of the warrior, which is becoming slowly a strong image in the Aegean world. Also, there are many burials in the Cyclades that they have weapons, daggers mainly. So there are some warrior burials on these islands. Moving to Crete, in the period that the Messara Tholos tombs are at their best, from the late early Minoan I until the end of the early Minoan III period, in communal burials, a number of weapons are placed, daggers mainly. Now, this is a phenomenon mainly on the Messara tombs, not in the broader cases of Crete. Very few exist outside the Messara area. They have been studied to a considerable degree, and we know that they have been used. They're not placed there as new objects, but they have been used. Now, what they cut, it's not clear. But what we know is that the dagger is a shape that can be used only in warfare. You cannot hunt with a dagger. You'll die. Okay, simple. If you have to do with a boar or other wild, really wild animal, then you've lost your battle. And here, I have a figurine, a Minoan figurine, that shows a man, clearly, with his belt, which is now horizontal. It's not oblique as we've seen in Thasos, not like in the Cyclades. It's different, but the same principle. And he's having his dagger on his belt. So he's proud, presenting his weapon, if not his manhood. Okay, so this is a representation of the iconography of this period. So with this, I'm ending the first phase then, of the warrior burials that exist in the Aegean. 30 years ago, Traherne, he's a guy who was interested in warfare issues, made some observations. He started looking that more and more warrior burials exist around Europe. So what he observed is that there are some categories of objects, either on their own or in combination between them, that he can call as a toolkit, let's say, that warriors have very often within their burials. Now, these are weapons, obviously, and I have a nice picture here. Open vases for drinking alcoholic drinks. So being communal, in communal areas, sharing a drink is very important, a very early form of symposia, if you like, where equals take place and participate. Driving a horse or a chariot, most of the time, we have objects throughout Europe that shows relationship with horses. And finally, interestingly enough, he talked about bodily decoration, different things on their bodies, and health. The aesthetic seems to be a very important concern for warriors. It's not only what they have, but how they look. You have to look the part. You just don't have to have a weapon. It's not enough. You have to look like a warrior. Aesthetics is an important issue, and we'll see some very interesting examples. Now, where does this idea comes from? Today, if we see someone with no facial hair, very short hair, we think, he's in the military. Most of the times it's easy to separate them from the rest of the population, especially nowadays that we all more or less have facial hair. It's in fashion. So things can become distinct in some communities. In this map, I wanted to show you that what I'm talking about is found across Europe, and Europe is full of different cultural areas with different traditions, with different practices, but warrior burials exist almost everywhere. So it's a common denominator. And there, the status, social, economic, political, is expressed in one way or another with this group of people that can be called warriors. Now, the map is between 1300 and 900, but still, we keep the earlier period of this map. Now, where do we believe that this aesthetic iconographic representation of the first warriors does come from, and which is the prototype that the ideal of the warrior ethos follows? Far from Europe. We believe that in the Middle Kingdom of Egypt, the first clear way how a warrior should look like is presented. We have hundreds and hundreds of these wooden examples. We have iconographic representations. Always they are shaved. Well-groomed, shaved facial hair, nothing to show any type of hair. Even the pharaoh does not have a beard. He has a fake beard. Okay, what you see in the representation is a fake thing that he puts in his face to show that he's the pharaoh. But still, no facial hair. This is very important for the aesthetic of the warrior and will spread from Egypt to the rest of Europe, mainly. In the Aegean, the first warrior, what we define as warrior burials, start in Middle Hieratic II period on the island of Aegina at Colonna. This is a shaft grave, has only one burial, and this is the man who has the first sword that appears in the European soil. We believe that the workshop that made it is in the Knossos area, so it's Cretan in origin. And you can also see a series of objects like that. This is parts of tusks, these boar tusks. This is basically a helmet of boar tusk in the first case of warrior burial we have in the Aegean. Now, the date is between 1900 and 1750 BC, so we're talking about a very early version of what we know as warrior burial. I talked about animals and horse elements and chariots. Yes, even I pressed something. Oh, okay. So we don't have actual chariots within the burials in the Aegean at the time, but what we have is iconographic representations on burial stelae above the warrior burials, like the one at Mycenae, Late Helladic one, clearly a chariot. The military elements are everywhere. Clearly the chariot is connected with the warrior. Again, the same idea that Trahernes said about European common elements in iconography or in objects is in the Aegean as well. Now, here I try to show you a small group of objects that are associated often with warrior burials. The ones that stand out are the knives. I'm not going to talk into detail about that. It's not clearly associated with the warrior, but with some aspects that have to do with status and the role of men, mainly in the local communities. But I'm not into that. What I wanted to concentrate is the razors. Now, this is a very common object in burials, especially warrior graves. And what do they represent? The shave that the men do not, the warriors should be shaving very often, should not have facial hair, and they should accompany them in the afterlife because they are warriors and they go to the next life as warriors, having no facial hair and their weapons ready to go to the battle. So aesthetics, iconography, the image of the warriors themselves is a very important issue, even in the afterlife. Here, again, I have a number of objects that more or less show you, first of all, what I described as no facial hair in iconography. From Tyrins, we have wall paintings that show exactly what I'm describing. No beard, no mustache, no nothing. In all representations of art in the Mycenaean world, the warriors have no facial hair because this is how warriors should be presented. The same idea exists in Minoan Crete as well, earlier, but they are not clearly associated with warfare events. Here, we have no facial hair, but at the same time, the main object related to warriors that is almost always present is the helmet, the boar-tusk helmet. Here in wall paintings, here in miniature ivory objects in relief, they're found again and again. And these are the exact examples that we have within burials that accompany these warrior burials. So why are they important? What I'm showing you this? Because this is very particular for the Aegean. These are not found in other areas. And what's very particular with this? It shows us one other aspect that we don't have in warrior graves elsewhere. And this is the direct association between hunting and warfare. The good warrior is a good hunter in the Aegean. He's a capable hunter. There is a hypothesis that in order to make this, you have to kill something like 20 or 30 boars. So this is a high status object. Possibly, the people that had one of them had been hunters for many years in their lives. They had managed to kill enough boars to make one for themselves. So this is a status symbol of a great hunter, that he's a good warrior in the battle. This is unique to the Aegean. Other examples that we do have are horses. Horse burials are rare, but they do exist, like the ones in the burial chamber tomb at Marathon, late Helladic 3A and B period. This is on the dromos of this chamber tomb. And at the same time, in the case of the great tomb at Tutankhamun, this is the real thing, okay? It's unique because it's well preserved. And we have the chariot that the pharaoh himself drove in ceremonies, in battles, we don't know, perhaps in both, although he was too young to take part in battles. And you can see a representation in more or less contemporary art, Ramses II, celebrating the victory, in inverted commas, at Kadesh, which, if you see the details, are exactly the same and they correspond to each other. So what we have burials with the actual chariot in the burial of a king that is supposed to be a warrior as well. And you can see the great pharaoh in action, and how is represented? Fighting on a chariot. A warrior image at its best. For the pharaoh, it's the best way to represent him as a hero. Now, I'm going to wrap up things and just say that from looking beyond the Aegean, we can have some very interesting ideas that we can deduce from all these issues. Now, warrior burials is not a unique thing. It's a common practice. It has common meanings and aesthetics, which is a very, very interesting thing. It's new that we found across Europe and large part of Eastern Mediterranean. So there are very many common elements. At the same time, we have regional differences and characteristics. In the Aegean, the boar-tusk helmet is the best example to show. And in this case, it's the symbolic association of hunting with warfare. Now, warriors, in reality, what they do, warrior burials express political, economic, social status within their communities. They try to disassociate themselves from the rest and show that they're something more important, something different and above the others. So they want to show that they're basically not a class per se, but at least a group, elite group that is very different from the others, and the burial record is the place to show and demonstrate that. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for such a clear and engaging paper. Our next speaker is Evangelia Georgiadaki, whose work examines funerary monuments and inscriptions from ancient Crete to shed light on women's roles, identities, and commemoration.
Thank you, Mr. Milivaki and the organizing committee. I'm happy to be here today to discuss the role of women in ancient Crete as reflected in funerary monuments, which is part of my doctoral dissertation titled Gravestones from Crete from the Archaic to the Roman Era, Epigraphic Development and Archaeological Context. My aim today is to examine how women were represented in Cretan funerary monuments and what this reveals about gender, identity, and external influences from the classical to the Roman period. Although this study takes into account both inscribed and non-inscribed monuments, it must be emphasized that inscribed evidence plays a particularly significant role in addressing such questions. In order to bring this discussion into context, I will begin with a legal text that offers valuable insight into early classical Cretan society, the Gortinian Code. We already know that Cretan women's economic rights in the early classical period differed significantly from those of Athenian female citizens. The Gortinian Code provides particularly valuable insight into this distinction. It shows that Cretan women not only had the right to inherit, own, manage, and bequeath property without the need of a guardian, but also that the law explicitly protected these rights in cases of divorce, widowhood, and potential attempts by husbands, sons, or other relatives to appropriate their property. I am not suggesting that Gortinian society was governed by a matriarchal system. Its inheritance laws reveal a clear preference for male family members, and it seems that women often allowed their husbands to manage their property in practice. Nevertheless, the fact that these rights were so fundamental as to be recorded in such detail suggests that the position of women in Cretan society was not negligible. Of course, the laws of Gortyn do not necessarily reflect the legal reality of all Cretan communities. However, they can be regarded as broadly indicative of Cretan social and cultural tendencies, insofar as no major deviations in finds or habits are attested elsewhere. The well-documented Cretan legal system is preserved in more than 200 inscriptions and fragments dating as early as 650 BCE, found primarily in the central part of the island. In contrast to this abundant corpus of public legal texts, the Hekatombolis has yielded a disproportionately small number of funerary inscriptions, only 4 examples datable between the early 5th century BCE and the end of the 4th century BCE. The total number of funerary monuments, fragmentary or whole, from the same period is somewhat higher, though not dramatically so. The overall scarcity of such funerary evidence can only be partly attributed to the limited number of systematic excavations of classical cemeteries and to the probable use of perishable materials in antiquity. Some scholars have interpreted this absence as evidence that most Cretan citizens were illiterate, arguing that the laws were intended to be read exclusively by a restricted elite. However, this explanation cannot fully account for the similarly limited number of non-inscribed grave monuments or even other private inscriptions, such as dedicatory. It is now more widely accepted that during the archaic and classical periods, Cretan society underwent a shift from the display of elite status toward what Katia Sporn has described as a middling ideology, or in the words of Angelos Chaniotis, to a communal spirit. Moreover, a verse preserved in the Gortinian laws may reflect the city's efforts to regulate or limit the expenses associated with individual burials. These elements could help explain both the small number of private inscriptions and the tendency toward austere funerary practices. The majority of the funerary monuments of the classical era belonged to the graves of Cretan women. In the coastal cities of western Crete, imports of Attic grave monuments lacking distinctively Cretan features appear to have been more common. By contrast, in the central and more remote parts of the island, Atticizing monuments made from local limestone were also produced by Cretan workshops. In these locally produced examples, certain regional features can still be detected. The motifs depicted are well known, Attic with Ionian elements, and mostly represent either a young unmarried girl, a mother with her child, or a woman as part of a broader family, with her father or her brothers. The Hellenistic period marks a phase of significant cultural change. The emphasis on the polis and the communal spirit of the Cretan society continued, while the island cities produced a remarkable number of public treaties, comparable only to those of Athens within the Greek-speaking world. At the same time, inscribed grave monuments began to appear more frequently. In Guarducci's volumes of Cretan inscriptions, approximately 250 grave markers from the Hellenistic period are attested. Of these, inscriptions mentioning women constitute less than 1/3, and almost all of them refer to them accompanied by their patronymic, 2 of them by their husband's name. Nearly all surviving Hellenistic grave reliefs were made for men, while the more luxurious imported monuments, such as Anthemion stelae, also bear exclusively male names. These numbers come in contrast to what we know about the Cretan women's position in society on the one hand, but also can be interpreted in relation to local funerary traditions. After several centuries of abstaining from the stone-made grave markers, Cretans began commissioning them again, most likely for their original purpose, not necessarily as displays of wealth or status, but as simple grave markers of burial spaces. When these monuments belonged to a family plot, rather to a single individual, or continued to be used over several generations, only the name of the head of the family, so to say, or of male descendants seem to have been inscribed, while female names are rarely mentioned. Thus, the small number of female epitaphs reveals a limited interest in women's commemoration. One might ask whether the female members of the family were buried elsewhere and mentioned with their patronymic. However, the available evidence does not support this claim. Instead, the surviving material suggests that women remained astonishingly invisible, except in cases of morsi matura, when they died unmarried or in childbirth. In such instances, epigrams have been commissioned to celebrate their beauty, virtue, and prudence, and to express the grief their untimely loss brought to their families. However, by the beginning of the 1st century BCE, more changes were emerging. The grave relief of Epithetos from Knossos illustrates an important development that remains prominent in the centuries that follow. The inscription at the base of the stele not only mentions him, but also refers to his wife, Epiphylla, daughter of Sossos, who commissioned the monument. Similar inscriptions on simpler grave markers over the following centuries provided female citizens with the opportunity to gain visibility and claim commemoration. One notable type of funerary inscription that became widespread in Crete in the Roman period and was also popular in regions of Asia Minor and northern Greece is the formula mnemis charin. The wording allowed members of the deceased's family to be explicitly named as the dedicators, so to say, of the monument. In Guarducci's collection, 158 out of around 300 inscriptions of this type are recorded, and the dedicators are predominantly women. The dedicator could be the wife, mother, or daughter of the deceased and could be mentioned alone or with other members of the family. In 2 cases from Gortin, the inscription explicitly notes that the dedicator founded the monument from her own resources, or εκ των ιδίων. As a result, women appear in more than half of the grave inscriptions of the Roman era that are recorded in Guarducci's volumes, either as the deceased or as the commissioner. Although it is difficult to interpret this practice over several centuries as direct evidence of female emancipation, it clearly reflects the desire of women to have their contributions recorded in writing, a phenomenon not observed in earlier periods. This tendency is also evident in other types of inscriptions, such as dedicatory and horologic texts in the Roman era, and points to the more prominent and active role that women played in the societies of Roman Crete and, of course, across the Roman Empire. Figured funerary monuments from this period show a quantitative balance between male and female commemorations compared to previous centuries, while their inscriptions often continue to reflect the generational use of family burial spaces. Finally, I would like to draw attention to 2 funerary inscriptions dating to the 1st century BCE and to the 2nd and 3rd century CE. What makes them particularly interesting is that both individuals are identified by their metronymic, a phenomenon not uncommon in Crete, first attested in a graffito on epithos from the 8th century BCE and later also found in dedicatory inscriptions. Considering that Gortinian law explicitly states that the children of free women and unfree men would inherit the legal status of their mother, while the children of free men and unfree women probably also received the legal status of their mother, the recurring use of metronymics on the island could suggest that some of the legal and social principles established in the early classical period and still publicly visible in the later centuries continue to shape local practices. If we accept this assumption, the near invisibility of women on the funerary monuments of the Hellenistic era becomes even more thought-provoking. If women indeed retained economic and property rights, why did they not occupy a more prominent place in the commemorative landscape? Further examination of the material evidence may in the future shed more light on these and other questions concerning Cretan society, its historical development, and its long-standing traditions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a truly insightful talk. So, our next speaker is Fotini Bala, who will focus on child and infant burials from early classical Sicyon, highlighting the rituals and offerings that surrounded them.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Ancient Sicyon was one of the most important cities of the archaic and classical period of Greek antiquity. Initially, the city developed near the Corinthian Gulf in northeastern Peloponnese, very close to archaic Corinth, the great commercial power of the region. During the archaic and classical period, Sicyon spread out in the spacious coastal plain, while to the west was the Acropolis situated on a low hill. In the late 4th century BC, the city was captured by Demetrius Poliorcetes, who moved the urban population to the site of the older Acropolis. Indicative of the city, of the size of the archaic and classical city, is the number of cemeteries that have been identified and present time. A total of 14 sites has been uncovered where either large cemeteries or small clusters of graves were found. The cemetery that concerns us is in the core of the remaining burial sites and was excavated in the decade of 1970s. Due to this fact, the photographic and design documentation is quite outdated, as you will realize later in the presentation, and I apologize for that. The cemetery was used from the late 7th to the late 1st century BC with over than 200 graves, but with full development only during the Hellenistic period. Most of the graves were simple rectangular big graves. This fact, combined with the continuous use of the cemetery for many centuries, led to the preservation of undisturbed earlier burial phases only in certain places. In the early classical period, there were a total of 20 graves, most of which were found in the eastern part of the excavated area from a depth of at least 202 meters and 50 centimeters. Of the 16 civil pit graves, 7 were slab-covered and only 1 was tile grave. For the rest, the way of covering has been lost due to the continuous opening of graves in later periods. Their dimensions range from 1 meter to 1 meter and 19 centimeters. It is particularly significant that in certain areas, the grave markers were preserved in situ. The porostyle are mainly in pillar type and preserve a coating of plaster. The deceased name is sometimes engraved in the upper part of the site, of the stele. At the early classical period, 4 out of the 20 preserved graves are child and possibly 5 are infant burials, all in a nearby area. The 4 children burials were among graves of adults. 3 of them were found concentrated in one area and seems to form a cluster. One of these burials was found in a pit grave fully covered with many vessels and a few terracotta figurines accompanied by a bronze strigil and a bone astragal. No skeletal remains were preserved, but it must have been child burial, as the length of the grave was only 1 meter and 20 centimeters. The number of clay vessels was significant. Mainly vases for ointments, a total of 17 lekythi and 1 lekythion, 5 trigging vessels and 2 lecanides. Based on the grave goods, it is likely that they belonged to a young boy, maybe. A more complex picture is presented at another burial in a shallow pit grave with length just 1 meter. Very few skeletal remains were preserved, but they were completely covered by 62 offerings. This specific burial is one of the few examples with such many grave goods to the deceased in this cemetery. Of these 49, there were terracotta figurines and plaques, mainly of females, but also representation of doves, roosters, and sphinx. The rest were vessels, mainly lekythi, while a lecanis, a pyxis, and a miniature cotyle were also found, as well as cells from 2 eggs. It is likely that the grave goods were appropriate for a young girl. Another burial with similar dimensions, also with few skeletal remains, was found in the same area. However, the body of the deceased has been laid out in an extended supine position. Therefore, due to the short length of a pit grave, it is certain that the dead was a young child. The grave goods were few, but similar in nature to the previous burial. 1 lekyth, 1 lecanis, and 6 human and animal terracotta figurines. I'm so sorry, I didn't follow this one. I'm so sorry. And 6 human and animal terracotta figurines, as well as 1 broad strigil. It is possible that the offerings relate to the burial of a young boy. The last child's burial was found in the easternmost part of the excavated area. It's a pit grave covered with a stone slab. The top had a maximum length of 1 meter and 20 centimeters, and the undisturbed burial appears to have been in an extended supine position, as only the skull and few bones of the skeleton, mainly from the torso and lower limbs, were preserved. The deceased, likely a child, due to the short length of the burial, was accompanied within the grave by 2 vases for ointments and a drinking vessel. According to the excavator, very close to the tomb and at the same depth, there was a circular pit approximately 50 centimeters in diameter with few skeletal remains, which unfortunately were not collected. I apologize to the bioarchaeologist of the seminar, and therefore we do not know their origin. The vessels from the pit belonged in the same period of time with the grave goods from the top, vases for ointment and drinking vessel, and a fragment of a cooking vase for first time. Additionally, 2 terracotta figurines of doves and fragments of human ones were collected. Here are depicted the best preserved of the grave goods. It is likely to be a pit of offerings without traces of sacrificial fire, a practice observed in the cemeteries of Chania from this period and onwards. Finally, above the covering slab of the grave, another pit was discovered with also contemporary offerings, and as reported by the excavator, remnants of bones which were also not collected. The objects that were found included vessels for ointments and small pyxes that contained a miniature phiali with the remains of cosmetics, above here. Okay, so sorry. Okay. Female and bare terracotta figurines and female clay bust, as well as a clay model of a mirror. If all the objects that we saw in in this and the 2 before slides refer to the deceased in the grave, it is very likely to be the burial of a small girl. The so-called infant burials were mainly found in the easternmost part of the excavated area. It seems that the graves were opened in the part of a cemetery where there were no adult burials, a fact that is worth noting. The first of these differs from the others that will be presented and were revealed in the middle of the excavated area. In an oval pit 30 centimeters deep, with a maximum diameter of 65 centimeters and covered by a stone slab, only the skull and 3 offerings were preserved, a cotyl, a small pyxis, and the cover of another pyxis. The remaining burials are questionable. They were found concentrated in the eastern section and were all in shallow pits with a diameter of 50 to 80 centimeters. In the first one, few bone remnants were found, which were not collected again, and therefore their origin is unknown. However, in addition to the expected grave goods, there is also a terracotta figurine of a reclining male figure that suggests the burial of a young individual. Very close to this pit, and at the same depth, another one was identified where cups, legacy, and vases for cosmetics were found, accompanied by a bronze ring. There is no evidence for human bones. Could this group of offerings be interpreted as an infant burial? It is very important to note that there is no underlying grave belonging in the same period of time. In this case, the objects could be interpreted as some kind of sacrificial ritual offerings, the so-called enagismos, usually placed in the upper fillings of the top or at the graveside. What troubles us? Among the offerings, there is no terracotta figurine, as is customary in children's burials. Maybe it was replaced by the ring as a token of love and despair from the parents of an infant. Further east, two more shallow pits were found. The first one is reported that it contained a few skeletal remains. It was accompanied by vessels for ointments, a lecanese cover, and human terracotta figurines, one anthropomorphic demonic figure, and two plaques of roosters. Given that no other burial was found at a greater depth, it is likely to be an infant burial. In the last one, no skeletal remains were found also, but since there was no underlying burial, the objects found in the pit, it seems that they were grave offerings, legacy, a small drinking vessel, and a large amount of female and bird terracotta figurines. It appears that during the early classical period, there was significant child mortality. Additionally, the burials of children seem to have coexisted with those of adults, while the infant ones were concentrated in a separate area. Child burials seem to have taken place in small rectangular pits, and when skeletal remains were preserved, it is found that the deceased was laid out in an extended supine position, in contrast to adult burials of the same period where the body was deposited with contracted knees. Infant burials were conducted in small circular pits with a maximum diameter of 80 centimeters and with scarcely preservation of skeletal remains, possibly due to the composition of the soil. The possibility that these are pits with sacrificial ritual offerings, the anagismi, has been ruled out as they are not connected to underlying burials from the same period. Additionally, in these pits, there is a strong presence of human and animal or bird terracotta figurines, a type of offering associated with the child burials. From the study of the grave goods in this specific cemetery of Sicyon, interesting information emerged about the types of objects that accompanied each age group. In adult burials, it is found that vessels for ointments predominate. The image differs in younger individuals. In the children's graves, it is noted that except the vessel containing oil, there were many terracotta figurines. There is also a slight preference for drinking vessels. Similar types of objects are also found in infant burials. This element facilitated the interpretation of some of these pits as graves and not as sacrificial rituals. To better understand the burial custom in Sicyon, we present the comparative data on grave offerings from the 5th century to the 1st century BC by age group. In grave of adults, we observe that the number of terracotta figurines remains very small. It is also noteworthy the appearance of lamps from the middle of the 5th century BC and henceforth. The differences are evident when the data from the child burials are presented. Although the number of vases for ointment is significant in comparison, we find the terracotta figurines dominate. The deceased were also accompanied by lamps, but not in every grave. The situation is similar in The situation is similar in infant burials, although the number of vases for ointments has clearly decreased over time. The presence of the terracotta figurines remains significant. There are also lamps, but with even smaller representation. Generally, the type of grave offerings associated with burials of the no-adults are terracotta figurines, a practice observed in other areas of Peloponnese as well, such as in Argolis. They preferred female figures holding a dove or a fawn, fruit or flower, but we do not know if they represent specific deities or guardians of the dead who died at a young age. Childish and demonic figurines were also preferred, as well as the depiction of birds and animals. This type of burial gift was a determined custom for establishing the age of the deceased in the Sikionian cemetery. Additionally, it provided the ability for the precise chronological classification of their typology. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. A very stimulating and well-structured presentation. Our last speaker is Kaya Steinberger-Fleger, who explores the treatment of the so-called problematic dead in Roman period Slovenia, revealing burial practices shaped by fear and social concern.
Okay, first of all, I would really like to thank the organizers of this conference for letting me speak here, and of course for the Mare travel grant I received. Working with Roman period graves of Slovenia is my primary passion, on which I did my PhD, but afterward I ended up in commercial archaeology, so I get all kind of stuff in my office. So speaking to a public that likes and studies burials, it's a special honor for me, so thank you very much. So predominantly the material I worked on comes from urban centers of Roman period Slovenia, which is under Roman rule from 1st century AD onwards. The names of both colonies as a major settlements are here. So Emona is placed here, and from this colony the majority of the graves I'll be talking today originates. And we have also Poetovio, which is much larger but less published than Emona. Both of the colonies have large cemeteries, with Emona also having 3,000 plus graves published and available for study. For both, it's unfortunately also true that there is an even larger number of graves awaiting publication. And as luck would have it, the majority of the burials I'll be talking about today also belong to either relatively early excavations, where the documentation process followed vague guidelines rather than serious sets of rules, or for very modern excavations which were published only preliminary for now. So either way, some sort of information is usually missing. Now, with all those warnings in place, let's go to the actual topic of my paper. Devian burials were previously not studied for any Slovenian site from Roman period and went completely unnoticed in the brief studies of Roman mortuary archaeology in Slovenia. When I started studying the material remains and excavation reports, I was not entirely sure what to look for. I followed the definition of deviant burials proposed by Celiki, which would state that unusual or deviant burials are considered to be the cases where the individual has been buried in a different way relative to the norm of the period and or the population under examination. Romans were familiar with the concept of souls surviving death. The souls of those who died what was considered a good death were known as manes, umbrae, or imagines. Libations and food offerings were performed for the spirits to prevent them from returning to the world of the living. Some souls, however, were considered bad or harmful and could be lethal to the living. They were known as lares or as lemures and larvae, and descended from infant mothers and infants and mothers who died soon or during the birth, teenagers and children who did not survive until the marriage, people who died terrible, violent deaths, such as unburied soldiers, victims of natural disasters and murders, victims of suicides, and of certain diseases, and finally victims of death penalties. Typically, such kind of deaths would be understood as bad deaths, while the majority of the cases, they were concerned with premature or some sort of violent end. They were known as such deaths were known as mores in maturae or mores acerbae. And they might also manifest when the funerary rites have not been observed and the body has remained unburied. To prevent the souls from returning, several different measures could be taken. they could be broadly classified as either positive or negative from our point of view. The positive treatment relied on making sure that the souls of the deceased would have no reason to return to the world of living, while the bad deaths, or the negative, I would call them the negative treatment, would include restriction of the body and various other physical methods of preventing the dead from rising. In Slovenia, several types of negative unusual burials are present, most notably skull burials, decapitations, and head manipulations. There is also one small group of burials that could be interpreted as positive. But as Taylor observed, while body manipulation practices are generally noted by archaeologists, explaining them is trickier. A further complication at all our sites is that some changes of the bones might have been overlooked in the preliminary reports on which my study is based on. And it's also possible that the majority, for example, decapitations occurred after death, because we don't have good reports on osteological material. The reasons for these practices are not clear, but severing the head could have been believed to destroy the soul of individual or bringing dishonor upon them. It cannot be excluded that some bodies underwent the same type of manipulation prior to the cremations, but it can also not be proved, especially considering the scant documentation regarding scientific analysis of bones from Slovenia. So the first group I'll be discussing are skull burials. They're the most frequent type of negative deviant burial at Emona. When in great numbers, skull burials are usually interpreted as belonging to victims of war, with individual decapitations that might result as a death penalty known as jus gladii. The most parallels I have come from Great Britain, but Slovenian ones just don't look like it. All the skulls I found in Emona's reports were buried individually. They amount to the less than 1% of all the burials, and I argue they were not victims of war or consequence of punishment or human sacrifice. This interpretation is supported by the fact that all those burials are located within the urban cemeteries, and there are no massive graves in Emona, or just scalp graves that would contain more than one. In two cases, grave goods were deposited along with the skull, showing the deceased had been taken care of in some way or another. We have one example on the slide. From Poetavia, the other colony, we also have mentions of cases of a lot of skulls buried in one pit, but since the mention predates any modern excavation and documentation technique, so this is from 18,000, it's hard to place them on a map or even fully understand what happened in that instance. Burials with objects placed in the head are the second group of clear manipulations, and we have three cases from Emona. They all have some sort of item, either rocks or bones, placed into mouth and eyes. It is much more common to find coins in mouths of the deceased or in that general area, but for those three, I really don't have any good explanation. What I can offer is that all the insertions were made post-mortem, so this was not done while alive, and probably after some of the decomposition took place. They're all from the same part of cemetery. They are positioned together within a larger urban cemetery, and all three were males, and there are no grave goods associated. And this part of the cemetery is really, really weird, because other odd cases as skull burial also pop up here more often than anywhere else. We have one burial, one probe burial from Emona as well, and it's unique in more than one way. The deceased was not positioned on his back, but was lying frontally on his body. It's interestingly also the only known male burial with chunks of amber known from Slovenia, where amber, like in entire Balkans from the Roman period, is usually found in connection with children and women, so it's odd in not one way but two of them. Certain other graves from Emona could be discussed as hypothetical body manipulation, and I would like to emphasize I did all this research based on reports that were not by me. The most straightforward are those two cases where the nails were placed in odd positions, so they would not form any sort of casket, and I have a strong feeling that they could be inserted into body parts. We have this practice known from Italy, and oddly positioned nails could sometimes form restriction devices around the body as well. And those cases are well attested for northern Italy. But in Slovenia, certainly no such device that we could definitely argue existed. Those are the cases I would single out as for further analysis or to re-examine the nail position or the photos from the site. So we have a couple of positive burials, as I would call them. They are usually a small group of female burials, and they suggest attempt of completing the ritual of passage at the time of burial to prevent mors immatura. The pattern of this position is relatively similar in all 15 preserved cases. The graves usually contained gold items, frequently related to head and other personal adornment. There are 8 graves that stand out from Imola, a couple of them from Tuin, and there is another one from the road coach station, more on, like, outside the cities. They usually have prominent jewelry. It's not that other graves don't have jewelry. Usually, female grave would have, like typical female grave, would have a mirror, some sort of spinning equipment, maybe a pair of earrings. But here the earrings duplicate. We have a lot of adornment that is connected with hair and head ornaments. So either we would find gold beads, like in this case that we have on slide, gold dust or gold threads that I would interpret as hairdress or veils in some cases. We also have preserved two hairnets that have gold threads, so we know that this is a reoccurring theme. As I said, prestigious objects were usually jewelry, while everything else is more or less missing. So we have an odd grave that would have a bronze vessel, an odd grave with mirror, as we have here on the slide. But other typical, like, female-related items are missing. No jewelry boxes, no cosmetic sets. So usually not even hairpins. But when the hairpins are present, are again gilded. So we have this gold theme that comes again and again. And such burial seems to be connected with lead caskets as well, as all known cases of lead casket from Slovenia contained those rich female burials. So this is Cenotaph are recently introduced topic, especially because a colleague from work excavated one of them 2 years ago, the one here in the image. From the area of Emona, we have military cenotaphs from a epigraphic point of view, and they're not so rare in southeastern Alps and Pannonia. But inscriptions found in situ are more of an exception than the rule in urban excavations, so we don't have a cenotaph and an empty grave together. But we have them from older excavations, for those 2 cases, the excavation record explicitly states that the graves did not contain any pyre remains or burnt material in general, which is different from other graves where the pyre remains are missing. Those excavations took place in 70s and 80s, and they underwent, parts of cemetery underwent severe destructions. Over 100 graves were bulldozed, so for those we for sure know that there were pyre remains, we just don't have them. And there are several other graves where the position of burnt remains is not disclosed, but the text did not specifically call them graves without pyre remains. I believe that there is possibility the pyre remains were sometimes simply not included in reports rather than missing altogether, because there was one person doing like thousands of graves in about 2 years. And this, of course, predates the modern computer-assisted recording. But rare across the entire empire and not known from Slovenia at all are so-called burials of os resectum. There is a famous case of Marcus Nonius Balbius from Herculaneum, when a single digit was removed from a corpse before the cremation and buried separately in an urn that lacked any other bone material. While such cases can be easily overlooked, especially in the rescue excavations that are going on around Slovenia all of the time, I believe that certain graves should be explored further and more material should be collected from the grave and put on water sieving or any other similar technique, so we don't overlook small bones and small items that could tell us more about the graves. So if we come almost to the end, the last group of the graves I'm presenting today comprises of the graves that were disturbed in some way or another. These have not been discussed in any detail, but some of them have been affected by modern construction work. There are also the cases where the graves were destroyed already in antiquity. And the ones on the slides, I think, are reburials. So here we just have bones that were not in an anatomical position, and they would be just placed in the pit and reburied. We have disturbed graves where older graves are disturbed with newer ones as well. And there is an entire typological group comprises of 3 empty tegulae graves where we can see that the pyre remains are on the outside of the tegula construction. And usually all the material that would typically be in the grave is just smashed next to the tegulae box. And I think those are disturbances either in ancient times or in medieval times where the recognition that there is a person buried there, and because you disturb the grave, you have to close it in some sort of way to show the piety to the dead. So to conclude, the question that arises is, why is there a difference being made between both of the deviant groups of negative and positive treatment? It's likely that both restriction of the body on one hand and completing the rites of passages of the deceased that deceased could not undergo on the other hand were considered methods of influencing the afterlife of the deceased as well as protecting the living from the dead. The burials of negative group in some cases displayed quite violent treatment of the body, and with parallels from Italy, it's safe to assume that protecting of the living was the priority there. In the case of positive approaches, however, the deceased were adorned with outstanding arrays of objects, or the graves were created even without the body. And the treatment was likely related to the individuality of the person buried. Yet the intention seems to be always aimed to the benefit of the living, protecting them from the souls of the dead. Unusual burials are also delay the deceased passing into the group of so-called anonymous ancestors, and as understood by Arnold van Gennep. Rich burials, for example, would be remembered by relatives and society at large as they would be outstanding in terms of their low numbers and high costs. And at the same time, if we consider that burials were public as per Roman tradition, restrictive burials or later alterations to the corpses would be quite gruesome and potentially traumatic side, which would not foster collective forgetting of the individual either. Of course, we have no way of direct knowing how the burials of both categories would have been remembered and how they would have been affected, how they would affect the general population. But one thing is certain, they do stand out after even almost 2,000 years, and they must have stood out in some way or another even at the time they were created. And I think this is just the first step in how to explore this entire topic, because now we have the indicators how the odd graves look like. But as we discussed earlier today, we need a general pattern and re-examine the entire cemeteries to see how this is included in the entire population. The problem, of course, is always that the funding is lacking and that we have nicely documented graves on the one hand, but we cannot afford to have bioarchaeology done for 3,000 graves at the same time. But for the further references and, of course, for further research, if excavators know that such thing exists, they can take measures and enable later documentation and exploration of such graves. So, thank you.
An excellent presentation. Thank you very much. I would ask from the speakers to come here for the questions. Eleni Papadopoulou has a meeting in the prefecture, so if there are any questions, they can be discussed at the dinner tonight. Okay? So, is any question for Mercurios Georgiadis? Okay.
Thank you. It was a great and fascinating talk because for reasons that I cannot really understand, I'm very intrigued by anthropomorphic stelae, these very curious, like stone objects that are around for a very, very long period and in very diverse places. I mean, you can, as you said, you can find them from the prehistory down to Roman times. I would like to bring into the discussion, I don't know, maybe you thought about mentioning it and you didn't have the time, Göbekli Tepe, which actually supports your idea of, the very close connection between warriors and hunters, because you have these huge anthropomorphic pillars in the middle of a very aggressive and hostile nature. But at the same time, Göbekli Tepe, which is like a pre-Portrait Neolithic, according to prevailing view, the first travelers that reached the site actually dismissed it as medieval. And that's because of the very stylistic and highly schematized, form of the monuments. And the question is, because we have the anthropomorphic stelae also in Macedonia and Thessaly, how secure is their dating? Because I think this is a very, very, problematic. I'm not saying that to question anything, but it's if you look at prehistoric anthropomorphic monuments and Roman anthropomorphic monuments from Pompeii, sometimes they're very, very similar. So.
About Göbekli Tepe, it's too early, far away, so there was no parallel to the Aegean world, so I didn't use that. It's if it's such a case, it's very regional, so let's don't broaden it up. Now, about the date, and it's a good question. Fortunately, we are quite sure because the secondary context in which they were found was early Bronze Age II, and was used in the construction of a settlement wall. It was a defensive wall of early Bronze Age II early. So the hypothesis is that either in one or two generations before that, or a little bit before that, even in late early Bronze Age I. But there doesn't seem to be earlier than that, because the contemporary context, like the Italian I showed you, is in the same phase. So with analogies and the context that can be dated, we hypothesize that it's very close in chronology.
Thank you for your presentation. It's really interesting. I want to add some samples at Turkey. One of the sample is at Hatay. There is a Alalah settlement mound. It's similar examples anthropomorphic stelae. It's Bronze Age. The same shabloon, and the other parallels for Alalah, it's very important. There is a trade connection with Knossos. There is some case of archaeometric analysis for the frescoes. So we know the frescoes from Alalah is a little bit earlier than Knossos. So there is a port settlement, Almina, which is the Greek emporia for this trade and connections with Crete. It's an important sample from Hatay. Thank you. It's very interesting, your
Thank you.
topic.
That
Yes.
shows exactly that this idea, this tradition is broad, and more finds will come across, and the dispersal of these finds will be much larger than it already is. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Any question for Evangelia Georgiadaki? Yes, Mr. Director.
So thank you for the talk. It was really interesting, and I have many questions, but I will ask two short ones. Do you have any females or in Roman time depicted with writing tools on the stele, for example?
As far as I have seen, no.
Okay, then the second one, because there are some traces of females with writing tools also represented on the stele, that's why I was interested in it. And the second one is, who erected the funerary stele? You showed that men did it and also females, and the evidence showed that it was much like almost similar, but the females were a little bit more, right?
You mean in the Roman times?
Yes.
The female names are very usually met. This was my point. This doesn't mean that male names are not met, but in comparison to earlier times, also in comparison to the Hellenistic era, where we don't have we have 1/3 of the whole of funerary inscriptions for women. It is very surprising. It is a very surprising shift that comes almost immediately after when the Roman era starts in Crete. The Roman era, as we know, starts in Crete. We would say starts in Crete in the 1st century BC, or a bit later, but not completely to the end of the century. And as we see, we also have a very simple stele with mnemis charin, such inscriptions that are very simple. They don't have anything in particular, but they're from women who are saying, I commissioned this monument. And I guess that if the woman of the house, the man of the house dies, someone has to take care of his monument anyway.
Yes, I totally support your point.
I mean,
to,
also
to
in
make this
earlier
clear.
times,
But I think why is it that it's more visible? Because in the depiction we have the women also represented on the stele all the time. But I think the change also in the epigraphic formula makes a huge point, because in Hellenistic times mostly we have just the names and chaire, and with the Roman formula we have more space for women to show that they erected the monument or family members erected it. I think this is an important point at this.
Of course, I can't know why. We know that such inscriptions are deriving from Asia Minor and from northern Greece. We have thousands of examples, literally. So at some point, I guess, through cultural exchange, also we know that many Cretans during the Hellenistic times, or at the end of the Hellenistic times, came back home. And what I can assume is that at some point someone started the habit, the epigraphic habit. They saw it, they saw, we can also do that now. We can also write our names on stone. And they started doing it. It's just fashion.
Yes. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Thank you. I was wondering, concerning that agency of women and the visibility of their names. In certain regions like Pisidia, northern Greece, we also have, in Italy obviously, we have these inscriptions where women say that they erect tombstones for themselves also,
yes,
and sarcophagi. Do you have examples of those? Ah, okay, sorry, I missed that.
Examples was saying, I am commissioning this grave monument for my husband and for me, ke eati. This was from the 2nd or 3rd century, something like this. But we also have such examples, yes.
Yeah, and only on like these kind of stele or also on sarcophagi type monuments?
We have one inscription, as far as I know, one inscription from a sarcophagus from Polyvos from Gortin, if I'm not mistaken. And that's it. We have very luxurious sarcophagi from Gortin, but they are not inscribed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any question for Mrs. Fotini Bala?
Okay, first of all, congratulations for your presentation and the way you tried to condense a lot of information in 20 minutes. My question is about the grave markers. You said that some were found in situ. So my question is if they have been studied together with the burials, so if we see correspondence of the names, let's say, if they have names, with the grave goods, so a man would have the same grave goods that would point to a male. And if any of the child burials were marked with markers. So if they were found also in child burials or only in adults. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. In Sikion, we have this special cemetery with a lot of feelings above all the cemetery. That's why we have this opportunity to have in situ stele. These stele are from this part of the cemetery that we have the most of the 5th century graves. Unfortunately, it is in the part with the adults. So we don't have any names for, especially in this pillar stele, we don't have any name. Maybe we have writing with some kind of color, maybe. We don't have any more signs on the plaster anymore. But it is very important for us that we have in this part of the classical period cemetery in situ stele. Unfortunately, I don't have any more elements to connect it with all the graves of the 5th century. But the children or maybe infants graves are all easternmost from this site. And we don't have any more elements about this. I'm so sorry, I don't have a lot of things to say. It was a very old for now excavation, and all the elements that I gave, it was about it was from 5 diaries of excavation with over 1,800 pages that we have to mix it again and see all the elements from the start. And to make again the stratigraphy. I'm so sorry, I don't have something more to say, but I have to say that we have gravestones in situ.
So thank you for your thorough presentation. You presented the chart with the adults' offerings as well, but I wanted to ask, do you know if we have adult graves presenting this image with the dispersed objects around the body? And a general comment on this, how would you interpret this image in the tombs, could you say that they could represent different participants in a ritual, that each of them could leave an offering? Thank you.
Thank you. Generally, in the 4th and in the 5th and the 4th century adult graves, we have all about in the upper part of the body, near the skull, and from in either side of the limbs, we have offerings. From the neck until the lower part of the legs. So we have a clear situation there. In the child that I show you, when we have the opportunity to see it, it is in the one child with the 62 offerings, that it is unique. It was very rare. In not only on this cemetery of Sikion, but we have the last decades, 2 decades, excavation again at Sikion, and we didn't have another grave like something like that. We have a lot of clay figurines, but not so many. Something special there. And the second one, it was about I'm so sorry, I missed.
It's about the same thing. It's can we interpret this image of the burial as representing different participants in the ritual? Do you think it would be?
We don't have this possibility, but we have from Sikion again. We have an agismi with fire or not with fire above the tops, about 50 centimeters above the slab. And so we have the possibility to see again all the burial customs. When we say that we don't have any offering inside the grave, maybe we have some offerings above the grave, above the slab, and where not only when we have a limestone slab, for example, but maybe from wood, and we don't see it anymore. Or maybe we have offerings inside the grave that we don't see anymore, like the flowers, like a cloth that we don't see, or perfumes that they gave in around the body, and we don't see it anymore. Okay? Thank you very much.
Any question for Kaya Stenberger-Flegar?
Thank you so much. Very, very, very interesting, all the cases you have presented. If you want, you can have a look on a publication by Marco Mileia, I don't know if you already know, that gives a specific focus to the prone burials. You said that they date Roman period, yeah? Okay. And he gives a very good overview of all these type of burials found in Western Europe. So it's a good source. And there are also, because prone burials are also found in medieval times, so there are several papers as well. So perhaps they give you a hint about how to interpret some of these burials, although you haven't done any bioarchaeological analysis or chemical analysis for these individuals, did you?
Not me personally. So the prone burial will be published eventually with bioarchaeological data. I did look into Slovenian medieval stuff as well, and this is, so far as we know, the only one. But it's also a problem of soil in Slovenia, because half of the country has very acidic soils. So bones disappear even now in about 30 years, and there is nothing that remains. Of course, with excavations, and of course interesting stuff is always excavated at the wrong time. I believe that a lot of graves that people in the beginning of the development of archaeological discipline would describe as normal, or they would just pass over the details how the body was laid out. We have several cases where thousands of graves were excavated by so-called semi-professionals who did have a beef with local museum, and then whenever they lowered their wages, they would be more sloppy. So at the beginning they would have like this nice, excavation drawings, etc. And at the end they would just go with a metal rod around Tegolite graves and just sounding them. I mean, this is 1900s, 110, before Slovenia was independent, before we had our first museums. But the problem was that a lot of such graves were really, really full of stuff, and they were exported to Vienna, to Italy. Some of them are in the United States as well. So we can't really, we know that there are thousands of graves missing, and we don't have anything to do. So I believe that there are much more of such cases that were just not recorded. And in addition, the problem that we have also is Slovenia has a lot of rescue excavations. This would be performed by people who did their undergrad, maybe their masters, but definitely not, in majority of cases, their PhDs. So if you're not a mortuary specialist, you would not recognize these things. You would not know them. And because I deal mainly with legacy data, I tend to notice that you have to learn a personal language of each excavator. They would note whatever seems wrong with the grave, not what seems normal. And if you're not cautious about what bones are missing or what the soil samples are, or where the bones were mismatched or missing, people will just brush over it and say, okay, we excavated, we got paid, we did a preliminary report, which was done to a minimal standard prescribed by the state, but that's it. So either you are making profit or you are complicating things for people and your bosses. Thank you.
So let me thank all of you once more. Together, your papers have reminded us that cemeteries are not silent. They speak of memory, identity, and the living bonds between past and present. Thank you very much, all of you.
Just a quick announcement. So all the speakers are kindly invited, you know where, at 8:30. And tomorrow morning we launch at 20 to 10, 9:40 in other words, okay? 9:40. All right, see you tomorrow.